Ez a 4. CPAC Hungary. A CPAC Hungary a patrióta, szuverenista és szabadságszerető erők legütősebb nemzetközi dzsemboria. Egy jobbos mozgalom, amely mára az antiglobalista erők globális fórumává vált. Ha tetszik ez a globalista libernyákoknak, ha nem.
Prime Minister Viktor Orbán.
CPAC Hungary konferencia zajlik.
Hungary.
CPAC-ről lesz szó.
CPAC Hungary, the Hungarian version of the annual super conference of hard-right US Republicans, has begun in Budapest.
Hungary's authoritarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán.
CPAC is doing a special event from Hungary in May.
CPAC has made its way to Europe for the very first time. The gathering, frequented by many of the GOP's leading fringe voices, is underway right now in Hungary.
Az egyik épületben épp a CPAC Hungary konferencia zajlik. A CPAC eredetileg az amerikai jobboldal éves nagygyűlése. 2022 óta azonban Magyarországon is megrendezik a kormányközeli alapjogokért központ szervezésében.
A CPAC Hungary az első perctől kezdve világossá tette, hogy mi mellett állunk ki. Isten, haza, család. Hiszen ez a hármas egység adja a civilizációnk alapját. Ez alapján kezdtünk el összeszerveződni, mert tudjuk, hogy együtt erő vagyunk, és csak együtt vagyunk erő. A tavalyi CPAC-et követően pedig a harcostársaink, Trumpék elkezdték a washingtoni mocsár lecsapolását. Brüsszelben pedig eljutottunk a kapukig. A csatát megnyertük, de a jövő még nem dőlt el, és a feladat nagyobb, mint valaha. A globalisták továbbra is jól szervezettek, a viharfelhők egyre csak sokasodnak nemzeteink, gyermekeink, biztonságunk és békénk felett. De mi a nyílt vízen sem ijedünk meg a vihartól, sőt, a hullámokat most kell meglovagolnunk. Mert ez igazából a változás szere. A patrióta cunami pedig innen Magyarországról fog kiindulni 2025-ben a CPAC Hungary. Igen, a patrióták kora elkezdődött. Köszöntjük vendégeinket!
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second and closing day of CPAC Hungary 2025. Jó reggelt kívánunk, hölgyeim és uraim! Nagyon sok szeretettel köszöntjük Önöket a CPAC Hungary második és egyben záró napján. Köszöntjük online és tévénézőinket, üdv a patrióta nézőinek, és hát ígérjük, hogy ma sem fognak csalódni. Jól tették, hogy minket választanak és minket néznek. Dani, te hogy érezted magad tegnap?
Steffi, nagyon szépen köszönöm a kérdésedet. Röviden talán úgy tudnám összefoglalni, hogy fantasztikus volt a tegnapi nap. Óriási élmény volt, hogy ennyi patrióta között tölthettük ezt a napot, és hatalmas élmény, hogy ma is ugyanezt tehetjük, hiszen a mai napra is Európa, illetve a világ minden tájáról érkeztek patrióták ide a CPAC Hungary-re. Ez ugyanis a Nemzetközi Harcosok Klubja.
Ez igen. Na és akkor most kezdjük is egy igazi harcossal, mert hogy most egy olyan vendéget köszönhetünk a színpadon, aki nem csak itthon, de a nemzetközi porondon is úgy védi a magyar érdekeket, mint hogyha a Bajnokok Ligája döntőjében lennénk, és ő lenne a csatár, a kapus és a bíró is egyben. Ő az a politikus, aki nem jön zavarba akkor sem, ha Brüsszel, New York vagy Washington a helyszín, és, ha kell, akár egy félrepillantással is tudja jelezni, hogy a magyar szuverenitás nem alkutárgya. Hölgyeim és uraim, a CPAC Hungary színpadán Magyarország külgazdasági és külügyminisztere, Szijjártó Péter!
napot kívánok mindenkinek! Tisztelt elnökasszony, tisztelt hölgyeim és uraim, kedves barátaink! 2025 egy igazi vízválasztó esztendő. 2025 előtt folyamatosan védekeztünk, itt az ideje, hogy innentől kezdve támadjunk. Mi történt 2025 előtt? 2025 előtt elképesztő erőfeszítésekre volt szükségünk ahhoz, hogy megvédjük magunkat, megvédjük a szabadságunkat, megvédjük a szuverenitásunkat, megvédjük az identitásunkat, és megvédjük a gyermekeinket. Nézzünk egy rövid összefoglalót. Mitől kellett megvédeni magunkat? Meg kellett magunkat védeni az ukrajnai háborútól. Több mint 3 éve élünk az ukrajnai háború szomszédságában. Több mint 3 éve folyamatosan bele akarnak minket nyomni ebbe a háborúba. De mi több mint 3 éve sikeresen állunk ellen ezeknek a belenyomási kísérleteknek, és több mint 3 éve sikeresen kimaradunk a szomszédunkban zajló háborúból. Mi nem szállítottunk fegyvert, nem küldtük el a magyar emberek pénzét egy elvesztett háborúba, és mindvégig nyitva tartottuk a diplomáciai csatornákat, mert pontosan tudjuk, hogy aki feladja ezeket, az a béke reményét adja fel. Kedves barátaim, mi több mint 3 éve érvelünk a tűzszünet és a béke tárgyalások mellett. Több mint 3 éve folyamatosan támadnak, leckéztetnek minket emiatt. És akik 3 éven keresztül támadtak és leckéztettek minket, azok most ugyanúgy a tűzszünetért és a béke tárgyalásokért érvelnek. Micsoda képmutatás! Főleg úgy, hogy mindeközben a háború meghosszabbításáért dolgoznak. Azért, hogy minél később kelljen szembesülniük a számonkéréssel. De számon fogjuk kérni őket azért, az elmúlt több mint 3 éves kudarcos, Európa számára bajt, veszélyt okozó stratégiáért, amelybe belenyomták az európai kontinenst. Kedves barátaim, az elmúlt esztendőkben meg kellett védeni magunkat, a biztonságunkat és az identitásunkat is az illegális migrációtól. Az mégiscsak abszurd, hogy azok, akik a demokrácia bajnokainak állítják be magukat, azok, akiknek a kedvenc, unalomig ismételt kifejezése a jogállamiság vagy rule of law, ők azok, akik semmibe veszik a nemzetközi jogot. Mert mit mond a nemzetközi jog? Ha valakinek menekülnie kell a saját hazájából, akkor az a személy az első biztonságos ország területén tartózkodhat. Az első biztonságos ország területén. Nem a második, nem az 5. vagy nem a 10. biztonságos ország területén. És akik délről megrohamoztak minket az elmúlt 10 esztendőben, nekik Magyarország egészen biztosan nem az első biztonságos ország. Ezért, kedves barátaim, kerítést építettünk, a kerítés marad, megállítunk ott minden illegális migránst, és Magyarországot migránsmentes országként tartjuk fönt a jövőben is. Ez mégiscsak, és itt keresem a helyes magyar kifejezést, a crazy, talán a legjobb, tudom, hogy nem magyar, szóval a crazy magyar megfelelője, tehát őrült helyzet az, hogy mindezért napi 1 millió euró bírságot fizetnünk kell Brüsszelnek. Tegnap előtt Jeruzsálemben a Knesset elnöke, Amir barátom erre azt mondta, hogy Péter, Ez az napi 1 millió euró a legjobb befektetés a saját biztonságotokba és a saját identitásotokba. Ennyi pénzért megőrizni az identitást és a biztonságot megéri. És végezetül meg kellett védeni a gyermekeinket az agresszív, egyre agresszívebb gender propagandától. És mi elértük azt, hogy a gender szervezetek ma már nem mehetnek be az óvodákba, nem mehetnek be az iskolákba, és nem magyarázhatják el egy kislánynak, hogy ugyan te kislány vagy, de holnap képzelheted magadat kisfiúnak is. Szóval, kedves barátaim, védekeztünk a liberális mainstream folyamatos támadásaival szemben Brüsszelből és Washingtonból is. Mert hogy az előző washingtoni adminisztráció ellenségként tekintett Magyarországra. Nyíltan akarták megdönteni, megbuktatni a magyar kormányt. Nem sajnáltak sem pénzt, sem időt, sem erőfeszítést. De elbuktak. Most azonban Brüsszel veszi át Washington helyét. A támadások erejét megsokszorozzák. Politikai, jogi, pénzügyi szankciókat vetnek be. Mindent bevetnek annak érdekében, hogy egy báb kormányt segítsenek hatalomba itt Magyarországon. Egy báb kormányt, amely készen áll Magyarország szuverenitásának feladására, készen áll a liberális mainstream igényeinek kielégítésére, készen áll arra, hogy beleegyezzen abba, hogy Ukrajnát benyomják az Európai Unióba, készen áll fegyverek küldésére Ukrajnába, készen áll a kerítés lebontására, és készen áll arra, hogy visszaengedje a gender szervezeteket az iskolákba. De kedves barátaim, úgy, ahogyan a washingtoni kísérlet elbukott, pontosan úgy fog elbukni ez a brüsszeli kísérlet is. És jobb, hogyha Manfred Weber is megérti, nekünk, magyaroknak Orbán Viktor a jövő. És kedves barátaim, mi kivédekeztük az egész pályás letámadást. Úgyhogy itt az ideje támadásba lendülni. Donald Trump elnök elzárta a liberális, mainstream, globális vélemény diktatúráját működtető pénzcsapokat. És mi magyarok nem viseljük el a külső beavatkozást. Mi nem hagyjuk, hogy külföldi pénzek befolyásolják a magyar emberek akaratát. Mi kiűzzük a politikából a külföldi pénzeket. Ezt magyarul úgy hívják átláthatóság, és hogy a barátaink is értsék, transparency. Kedves barátaim, mi itt Magyarországon sok jogszabályt hoztunk a gyerekek megvédése érdekében. De a gender propaganda tovább próbálkozik, és egyre agresszívebben és agresszívebben. Ezért szükség van még szigorúbb jogszabályokra. És mi büszkék vagyunk arra, hogy megvédjük a gyermekeinket. És mi nem félünk attól, hogy kimondjunk több ezer éves igazságokat. Az ember vagy nőnek, vagy férfinak születik, és ezt most már végre az alaptörvényünk is kimondja. És végezetül, kedves barátaim, mi nem fogjuk engedni azt, hogy a fejünk felett benyomják az ukránokat az Európai Unióba. Mi nem fogjuk a magyar emberek pénzét átengedni az ukránoknak. Mi nem fogjuk engedni, hogy tönkretegyék a magyar gazdákat. Mi nem fogjuk hagyni, hogy Magyarországot az ukrán maffia átjáróházává tegyék. És mi nem fogjuk engedni, hogy a magyar családok az ukránok miatt 2-3-szor annyit fizessenek a rezsire, mint kellett eddig. A Vox 2025-ön a magyar emberek döntenek és megvédhetik Magyarországot. És kedves barátaim, a Vox 2025-öt követni fogja a Vox 2026. És a Vox 2026-on is meg fogjuk védeni Magyarországot, újra nyerni fogunk, hogy amikor önök ide jövőre újra visszajönnek, akkor együtt ünnepelhessünk egy újabb, nagy patrióta győzelmet. Köszönöm szépen, hogy eljöttek, köszönöm, hogy meghallgattak.
Miniszter úr, nagyon szépen köszönjük a beszédet, és megyünk is tovább. Jelen pillanatban ő a legnépszerűbb politikus Németországban. A legutóbbi választásokon 20% felett végeztek, ami történelmük során magasan a legjobb eredmény. A német mainstream politika és média kritikusa. Legyen szó akár a migrációról, gazdasági kérdésekről, vagy a háborúról. Hölgyeim és uraim, a CPAC Hungary színpadán az Alternative für Deutschland társelnöke Alice Weidel.
Thank you so much. It looks so great seeing you all here today. Prime Minister Orbán, distinguished members of government, esteemed colleagues and friends. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to bring greetings from the freedom-loving patriots of Germany. It's my honor to address you as the chair of the Alternative for Germany, the leading patriotic opposition party in Germany, the second strongest political force nationwide, and the next ruling party. In my today's speech, I am going to shed some light on the situation in Germany for you to get some transparency what's going on in our home country. Our legacy media and establishment politicians fear us like no other party, with good reason. More and more voters in Germany are simply fed up with being lied to and watching their quality of life deteriorating year for year. Establishment politics have turned Germany into a danger zone for its citizens. Its people suffer from mass migration, exploding crime rates, high taxes and energy prices, inflation, and the destruction of wealth. That's why they voted out the old left-green government, only to get a government that continues down the same disastrous path. They got a government that pretends to prevent illegal immigration while leaving the gates wide open. In a futile attempt to evade his domestic problems, our Chancellor travels the world, fomenting conflict and throwing German taxpayers' money out of the window, as we see in the Ukraine. But when it comes to the daily horrors of imported migrant violence and Islamist terror on the streets, our Chancellor remains silent. Mr. Merz won the election with copy and paste promises taken from us the Alternative for Germany's program. The day after the election, he went back on his word in every regard. He sold his soul to the leftists and kept them in power in exchange for being elected chancellor himself. Desperately clinging to power by all means has become the primary concern of our establishment politicians. Driven by panic, they bend laws, manipulate the constitution, and eliminate the fundamental rights of the parliamentary opposition in order to prevent a democratic transfer of power. The current government continues a war on free speech, started by its predecessors. They attempt to silence critical voices by framing them as right-wing and extremist. Under the pretext of fighting hate speech and disinformation, legitimate opinions are being criminalized. And finally, there is our domestic intelligence service, the so-called Office for the Protection of our Constitution. In reality, it is nothing but a service for protecting the establishment's dwindling power. When it comes to regular intelligence work, uncovering terrorists and preventing terrorist attacks, this office is a complete failure. Instead of attending to their proper task, they spy on the opposition with one goal in mind: to denounce the AfD as an enemy of the Constitution and fabricate a pretext for outlawing our party. Let's be clear, and this is what we want you to know, what we want the world to know what's going on in Germany. Influential politicians in Germany have their mind up on banning the strongest opposition party, on banning us, the Alternative for Germany. They would eliminate a political force which will soon form the government in several East German regions. Furthermore, they want to ban a party and has caught up with and overtaken the Chancellor's party itself. It is grotesque. It is authoritarian. And yet, this is a path they pursue, but they will not prevail. They will not prevail. The reason for these absurd schemes is very simple. Only by excluding our party from government can the woke leftist elites cling to power against the will of the majority. They refer to the leftist dogma as a firewall against the right-wing tide. Let's call it what it really is. It is a panic room of an anti-patriotic, woke establishment that is running scared. In their panic, they dismantle democracy itself. 1 in 4 German voters have cast their ballots for us, the Alternative for Germany. They want us to take responsibility for our country's future, to exclude more than 10 million voters from proper representation, destroys the very foundations of democratic rule. As J.D. Vance put it, democracy rests on the sacred principle that the voice of the people matters. There is no room for firewalls. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for these words in your magnificent speech on the Munich Security Conference. It restored confidence in the minds of countless European citizens. It is my firm belief that the future of our civilization is not merely a question of right versus left. Today, the true front line runs between authoritarian centralism and bureaucratic paternalism on the one side, and those who believe in and defend civil, economic, and intellectual freedom in our countries on the other. The wind of change is blowing strong in Europe and in the Western world. The future belongs to free, patriotic citizens and sovereign nations. This conference gives testimony to that fact. Prime Minister Viktor Orban, thank you and your country for hosting us. You are truly a beacon of freedom. Thank you. I know that you want me to finish, but I'm not finished yet. Let me just find some words here to you. We are patriots, and we stand steadfast on the side of freedom. We fight for free speech, the cornerstone of all freedom. We fight for secure borders and law and order. We fight for the safety for our kids and next generations. We fight for sovereign nations and the next generation. We fight for the right to be free citizens and free nations. And last but not least, we fight for peace. In the Ukraine, with Russia, and we fight for good relations to our neighbors and to the USA. Let's make Europe great again together. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you. Now you can play the music. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alice Weidel, danke schön, Frau Weidel. Köszönjük szépen ezt az igazán lelkesítő beszédet. Dani, te pedig a német politika nagy kedvelője vagy. Hogy tetszett Alice Weidel beszéde?
Abszolút így van, nagyon gyakran és nagyon sokat járok Németországba forgatni, meg magánemberként is, és látom azokat a változásokat, látom azokat a folyamatokat, amik történnek Németországban, és egyértelműen ki lehet jelenteni, hogy Alice Weidel és az ő pártja, az Alternative für Deutschland ma Németországban az egyetlen olyan politikai formáció, amely bátran kiismeri mondani az igazságot. És azt gondolom, hogy ezek a folyamatok, amit zajlanak Németországban, nem biztos, hogy minden németnek tetszenek. A legutóbbi választási eredményekből ezt már lehet sejteni is.
Igen, én sajnálom is a németeket azért sokszor. Na de menjünk is tovább, mert hogy a következőkben arról lesz szó, hogy a konzervatív fordulat az nem csak egy remény, hanem sok helyen már valóságá vált szerte a világban. Tidal way of the right, vagyis a jobb oldal szökőárként elsöprő hulláma, ami egyre erősebben tör elő országokon és kontinenseken át. Nézzük is meg akkor együtt, hogy hogyan formálódik ez a történelmi erő.
A szólásszabadság a demokrácia lelke. Jogunk van kimondani, amit gondolunk, és nem hagyhatjuk, hogy elhallgattassanak minket, mindazokat, akik nem támogatják a migrációt, a gender propagandát, vagy akik az erős tagállamokban látják a megoldást. A nemzetközi és a hazai baloldal is a demokrácia ellenségei lettek. Ők nem a valódi sokszínűséget keresik, hanem csak a saját véleményüket akarják uralkodóvá tenni. Ha mást mondasz, elnémítanak, ha kérdezel, megbélyegeznek. A nyugati világban a liberális tábor vezeti a szólásszabadság elleni hadjáratot. Például Franciaországban és Németországban is próbálják elnyomni a jobboldali hangokat, mert félnek a szabad véleménytől. De mi nem félünk. Mi a CPAC közösségében hiszünk abban, hogy a demokrácia valódi ereje a vélemények szabadságában rejlik, és minden nap küzdenünk kell érte.
A következő előadónk Észtországból érkezett hozzánk. Ő az észt patrióták vezető alakja, az észt konzervatív néppárt elnöke, az ország korábbi pénzügyminisztere. Kritikusa az euró bevezetésének, de hangos bírálója az EU migrációs politikájának is. A színpadon Martin Helme!
Thank you. Thank you, Budapest. Thank you, Hungary. It's always good to be among friends. I want to thank the organizers for having me back. It's always a pleasure to be in Hungary, and even more so as one can meet with like-minded, normal people. Let's be clear. Donald Trump has opened a window of opportunity to change the course for our Western civilization. 1 year ago, when we met here, we all were on the course for total civilizational collapse. Right now, our paths, that of Europe and America, have diverged. Under the leadership of Trump, Americans seized the opportunity and grasped the urgency. They mandated their leaders to radically change the trajectory of their country. By the way, the same can be said about another great country on the Western Hemisphere, the magnificent Southern American political inspiration, Argentina. With a few encouraging exceptions in Europe, and yes, I am talking about you, our gracious hosts, Hungarians, Europe is still on a very dark path. If we don't change course, immigration, mad environmental delusions, evil sexual perversions of woke ideology, corrupt judicial systems, and ever more brazen suspension of democratic procedures will inevitably lead us to a violent, poor, unfree, desolate period of corrupt and evil rule, defenseless against outside forces where no one can escape the misery it brings. These are the stakes. Not just safety and prosperity, but freedom and human happiness. Our very culture and identity is threatened. So we must not, cannot afford to waste the window of opportunity opened to us by Trump and Trumpism. We need to go on the offense. We need to challenge, first and foremost, the ideology upon which the European power project rests. Europe is under liberal regime, has been for decades. To be honest, we all know it was facilitated by the American deep state, but that support has now been withdrawn. That puts the regime on the back foot. So we must hit them now, and hit them hard. European elites are the sworn enemies of the idea of nation state and sovereignty. Their power rests on the idea that sovereignty can be pooled or shared or somehow delegated away, piece by piece. And somehow it can never be retrieved. No. Now is the time to take it back. Take back the power that belongs to the nations of Europe. How? It is important to understand that all the institutions, not just in America, but also in Europe, are hollowed out and subjugated to the globalists. All the institutions that once made Europe great now work against it. The media, the academia, most of the religious institutions, judiciary, cultural institutions, and even army and police are ideologically entirely corrupt. Just look at the British police dancing in the streets with rainbow flags and then beating up British pensioners on behalf of Muslims who are upset for being called on their raping and murdering of little children. So we, normals, patriots, have to take on not just the ideology, we have to take on the institutions as well. Either we completely reform them, or if that's not possible, we need to disband them. Because unless we reform the institutions, we will not be able to correct the course. Even if we keep winning elections, like we have in Austria, in Holland, Italy, Belgium, now in Portugal, go Czechia, it will not be a new course, it will be a detour, a temporary slowdown of the globalists. Also, it is important to understand that we have to break the rules, because the rules are set so that we could never win. The minute we get the chance, we have to reform or disrupt all the institutions. Do it like Donald did. Disband the US aid, defund the WHO, end NPR, defund Harvard. Sack all the trannies in the army. Sack all the heads of the intelligence community. Reform the courts. It is not chaos. It is not inability to govern. It is intentional disruption of systems that are preventing policies mandated by the people and are destroying our countries. The institutions that are not under government funding or direction must be bypassed. We need not do anything with the legacy media. We just need to make it irrelevant by going to new media. The lefty activists in these indoctrination hubs that are sometimes called journalism will just die out, especially if they lose hidden state funding. All these institutions work against us, the patriots, against us, normals. All these institutions are destroying our countries, our way of life, our children's future. Either we change them completely, or if that's not possible, we have to destroy them before they destroy us. And that's how we make Europe great again. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen Martin Helmének. Hölgyeim és uraim, Hellász lángja is itt van a CPAC Hungaryn. Ha megengedik, egyik személyes kedvencem, a görög patrióta mozgalom egyik legkarakteresebb arca. Fiatal, szenvedélyes és határozott. Nyíltan szembeszáll a globalista nyomásgyakorlással, az illegális migrációval és a woke ideológiával. A fiatal politikusok új hullámához tartozik, és bátran kimondja, a nemzeti szuverenitás nem szégyen, hanem kötelesség. Hölgyeim és uraim, a CPAC Hungary színpadán Aphrodite Latinopoulou!
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from a country that gave birth to democracy and Western civilization. A country with history, with sacrifice, with borders drawn in blood. A country that kept the cross standing when everything else was collapsing. And today, I do not speak to you with fear, but with responsibility. Because what we are witnessing is not just decline, it is a replacement. A silent replacement of our people, our culture, our way of life. We see it all across the continent, in cities we no longer recognize, in neighborhoods where women no longer feel safe, in schools where children are taught to forget who they are. This is not compassion, it is the organized demolition of European civilization. And it is happening because too many politicians chose to stay silent. Let's be clear, illegal immigrants are not undocumented or misunderstood. They are exactly what the law defined them as, illegal invaders. They have no right to remain. They must be deported immediately, in large numbers, without apologies. We need closed borders, not invitations, detention centers in uninhabited islands, not luxury hotels. Europe is not the promised land, and we are not here to be replaced. And what's worse, we are paying for our own extinction. Our own money, the money of European families, is being diverted from our schools, our hospitals, our children, and handed over to NGOs that support illegal migration. They call it humanitarian aid. We call it betrayal. George Soros and his network have put millions to rewrite Europe, not to improve it, but to erase it. This is not charity. It is called calculated planning. They want a Europe without borders, without identity, without resistance. And they are using our guilt and our taxes to achieve it. But we owe no apology, and we feel no guilt. We have a duty to stop this now. At the same time, we face another poisonous enemy, the woke ideology. An ideology that claims men can be women, that children should be sexualized, that national pride is dangerous while self-loathing is a virtue. An ideology that tells our children they can be even cats. Let's be honest, this is not progress, it is a mental disorder. You cannot build civilization on confusion and irrationality. We will not allow our children to be used as tools in ideological experiments. Let us protect childhood. Let us honor femininity. Let us respect the family. And let us end the funding of lies. Our economies are suffocating, not because our people don't work hard, but because they are drowning in taxes, regulations, and green madness. We must cut bureaucracy. We must end socialism. We must end ecological hysteria. And we must trust, once again, the people who produce. Europe must stand tall, and sowing backbone means getting rid of parasites. And what about national sovereignty? What is the value of a flag if your laws are written elsewhere? What is the value of a government if it is answers to the unelected? Power must return to the homelands. And if Brussels doesn't like that, then too bad for Brussels. No country should apologize for wanting to survive. No citizen should tolerate having their religion vandalized or being forced to accept Sharia. This is Europe. And those who want to reign of Islam should return to their countries. Those who want to wear the veil can wear it in their own lands. In Europe, the heartbeat of Christianity is the loudest and the strongest. Hungary is fortunate to have a visionary leader, Viktor Orban, who is guiding the nation on the path of virtue and freedom. A leader who did not hesitate to confront the EU elite to protect his country. That is why today you see a Hungary that is clean, without ghettos, without woke agenda. You see a Hungary being Hungarian. Hungary chose survival. Hungary chose sovereignty. And it did so with courage. It sent a powerful message. The definition of who we are is ours to give. And in Europe, we need more Orbans and fewer Macrons and Mitsotakides. Greece is on the front line, but it will not become the dumping ground of the continent. We are a proud nation, and we will not retreat, not as a people, and certainly not I as a person. This is not a battle of parties. This is a battle of civilizations, and we owe it to those who sacrificed before us and to those who will be born after us to stand tall. And to do so now. They fought against our faith, our families, our nations, our values. They support Hamas. They support the terrorists who murder. They support men dressed as women who beat women in women's sports. They support criminals. They support illegal immigrants. They support those who mock our faith. They even support the idea that we should eat insects. They hate everything we love because deep down they hate themselves. They wanted a war, they will have it. We owe this to ourselves, to those who came before us, and to those who will come after us. We will not retreat, not an inch, not a moment, not ever. Thank you.
wonderful speech, Ms. Latinopoulou. Thank you so much for being here at CPAC Hungary. Hölgyeim és uraim, most pedig egy igazán nemzetközi beszélgetés következik. Ma már ugye volt róla szó, hogy elindult az a bizonyos konzervatív reneszánsz, határokon átívelően, lendületesen és határozottan. Na, a most következő felszólalóink a világ különböző pontjain nem csak megélik, de aktívan alakítják is az új jobboldali korszakot. Szeretném a színpadra szólítani Mike González-t, az Amerikai Egyesült Államok egyik legbefolyásosabb jobboldali kutatóintézetének, a Heritage Foundationnek a vezető kutatóját. Carla Sands volt amerikai nagykövetet, a konzervatív gazdasági és külpolitikai gondolkodás erős hangját. Ram Madhavet, az indiai jobboldal egyik stratégáját, gondolkodóját, aki jól ismeri, mit jelent a nemzeti identitáspolitikája egy több milliárdos régióban. És Szikra Leventét, az Alapjogokért Központ elemzőjét, a beszélgetés moderátorát. Levi, tiétek a szó!
Please, very much. Thank you very much, Steffi, and I would like to welcome my panelists here. So first, I would like to ask some questions about international politics, since we are, as Steffi also mentioned, we are a very international panel. And I would like to start with geopolitics. So what do you think, what did the new Trump administration change? How did the new Trump administration change the political situation in the world? What are the new tendencies and what are his first results in international politics? Please, Ambassador Sands, if you would start.
Thanks, Levante. So President Trump has recently said, and you may have seen it in social media or in the old media, that if you're censoring Americans or American companies, you may not have a visa and come in the US. So that's a big push toward free speech. We are protecting free speech, and President Trump's administration is very active in that. He's also working to right the trade. He wants fair trade. He likes the golden rule. Treat others like you want to be treated. And so that's another push. He's working to get fair trade with reciprocal trade deals. The reciprocity is important to him. We can see the UK trade deal is done, and now he's working with other countries, India, the EU, and South Korea, Japan, just to name a few. But that's very important to us. We want more trade, but we want also for the US industries to benefit.
Please, Mr. Madhav.
Thank you. Let me begin by thanking CPAC for including an Indian in this panel.
It's our honor. Thank you for being here.
Let me mention that, incidentally, I'm the only non-Westerner in this whole two-day conference here. It has two messages for you all. One, of course, the positive side, you have friends outside of Europe, in India, elsewhere. But the two and most important message for you is, while the liberals are all over, they have their fellow travelers in my country, my neighborhood, everywhere in the world. Conservatives have confined their politics to Europe and the Americas. You have to come out, you have many friends outside of your Europe and your Americas. I'm one of those friends that you can rely upon. That brings me to that important question that you raised. We from India see the challenges to be much more serious and intricate. Politics is one part, trade is one part. I agree with Madam Carla that, on trade, probably we have to negotiate more with President Trump also and see where we each meet the other. But the bigger challenge is the principles for which we are all standing up. The principles for which the conservatives stand up. The principles, maybe I don't call myself a conservative because this debate of conservatism and liberalism is slightly out of place in Indian context. But I call myself a cultural nationalist. As a cultural nationalist, all the values that you stand for, whether it is about God, it's about religion, it's about family, it's about nation, sovereignty, patriotism, we are with you. But these are the principles that need to be protected today. That's where we all need to come together. I would say there cannot be a better time for conservatives than this. You have a Trump in USA, you have a Netanyahu in Israel, you have a Meloni in Italy, you have, Mr. Orban here as Prime Minister. There cannot be a better time to fight back these forces. But please remember, you need to also have more friends, fellow travelers, like we in India. Humble submission I make, when I say India joining this fight for values, not politics, our politics are different. For values means you have 2 Europes joining you, 4 Americas joining you, 140 Hungarys joining you. That's the strength you draw the moment you expand this scope of your engagement. We all have to fight because the world has entered a very difficult phase, tech world, but more importantly, it is a heteropolar world. People talk about multipolar world. This is the last 30-second point I'm making. The heteropolar world. Sometimes I come here, then I ask the leadership here, what is the biggest threat to Hungary? They don't say EU. They say it is George Soros. No, George Soros is not a government. George Soros is not a prime minister. George Soros is an NGO, but he is a threat to sovereign nations. You ask me in India, I will say George Soros plus jihadi terror. These are heteropolar forces that are at play. We all have to come together to defeat them. We are there as fellow travelers with you. Thank you.
If I could just reflect on what Ram just said and just encourage all of you in this room and watching online. The left is so organized. They've really got this globalist lock on so much of the world. There are countries that are rejecting it, but we can see it, and it's affecting all of our lives. President Trump's administration has rejected that, but if the conservatives can come together and organize, but not just organize, but make a mandate, and then not just make a mandate, but fulfill it, so that we counter, and don't just counter, but win, so that national sovereignty wins, so that independence for the human body, each person's sovereign space wins, so that the left does not, and the globalists do not win. We have to win. It's not negotiable. And so how do we do that? We do that by working together. So connecting, like you were talking about, but making the outcomes that we can actually achieve so that we win and they lose.
Great.
Thank you, Ambassador. I just want to say to you, I agree with everything you said, but it's, India should leave BRICS and join the West, join democracy. You belong with the West. Look, I want to thank all of you for being, it's so great. This is not my first CPAC Hungary, and it's so great to see you do so well. To answer your question, Trump is really going to change foreign policy. He's laid down a challenge. So far, historians always ask the question of every president, what foreign policy mold does he fit? Is he a Jeffersonian, a Jacksonian, or a Wilsonian? I think perhaps in the near future, people are also going to ask whether a president is Trumpian, because he is really changing everything. One way here, and I'll be very brief because I think a lot of time has been taken up already, one thing that has set off an earthquake has been J.D. Vance's speech. Vice President J.D. Vance's speech has realigned, has said, look, there are challenges from China and Russia, and I believe there are. These are adversaries of Western values, but the big danger to Europe right now comes from within. And the chattering classes here in Europe just got very angry at J.D. Vance. Even when they speak with us, they vent their frustration, and yet with everything they do, they demonstrate that J.D. Vance was 100% right. That what you're doing in Germany, what you're doing in France, what you're doing in Portugal, you have a situation here that you have 3 countries at least, Austria, Germany, and Portugal, where the right and the center-right could have a comfortable majorities in parliament, and yet they don't because of this very dumb cordon sanitaire, this firewall, which is only for the right, If you look at the government in Spain, you have a government that is socialist, communist, separatist, and terrorist. So they don't have a firewall, but they have invented one for you. And I think conservatives are very naive to accept this. And I think the other thing that he has changed is that he is going to really revolutionize relationship with Latin America. One of the reasons for that is because of China's threat in Latin America. Just this morning, I received a letter of the Chinese government inviting Latin American parliamentarians to come to Beijing, all expenses paid. We have now 3 top people, Secretary Rubio, we have Chris Landau, and we have Mauricio Claver Carón at the very top of the State Department, all of whom speak Spanish, all of whom understand Latin America. So I think for the first time, perhaps ever, we have at the very top of the State Department a cupola that really gets it and is going to change relations. And I think Rubio, for example, has been very forthright with Venezuela. So I think what you're seeing, I want to, maybe we'll get into the networking part that Ambassador Sands referred to is very important as well, but I want to throw it back to you because I don't want to monopolize.
Yes, I will have some individual questions to you as well, and I would just like to reiterate your comments about J.D. Vance's speech in Munich. It was really huge, and it went really well in Hungary, so we really thought it was a historic speech. So Ambassador Sands, you were ambassador to Denmark, and now we hear a lot about these Danish-US relations, about Greenland. Could you please explain us shortly about this conflict, or whatever you would name that? What is the US strategy here?
Sure, thank you for the question, Levante. And we understand that the US foreign policy under President Trump is America first, but not America alone. We need our friends and allies, all of them. And I'm the brand new chair of AFPI's America First foreign policy initiative. So we're working on building those bridges. But Greenland and Denmark, this is a really tough thing. When I was ambassador from 2017 to 2021, Greenland was largely vulnerable to China with economic predation. They flew over the premier and his government and top CEOs to Beijing, rolled out the red carpet, had the C-suite meetings. They tried to pull them into the Belt and Road Initiative that China has used to enslave other countries, like Mike was just talking about in South and Central America, for instance. So we work to stop it, but China still has economic interest in Greenland because of its geostrategic location. It's part of North America, even though Greenland's part of the Kingdom of Denmark. And Denmark's a small country with an economy about the size of the state of Colorado. They can't afford to defend Greenland. They've never been able to defend it, especially not now in a more dangerous world. They can't afford to develop it, and they've never shown any interest in doing so. So here's Greenland, vulnerable to outside. Russian ships go around. We've read it in the news. Sometimes they cut those undersea cables. We have China. And President Trump says we're not going to let our neighbor be taken over by a foreign power because they're vulnerable. So President Trump looks at Greenland and says for national security and international security, especially for Europe and the US, we need to make sure that Greenland is secure. There's really 2 nations that can secure and develop Greenland, is China and the US. And Greenland has recently said in the newspapers, the Financial Times, that they're going to look to China if the EU and US don't develop it. And I will tell you, the Greenlanders said to my face, money has no color. We don't care. We just want investment. We want prosperity. And it's the same every country. You want good paying jobs. People want to grow. They want to have that dream for their own country. So President Trump has the right idea. I don't get ahead of the president and how he's going to handle this, but I will say that one idea is a COFA. It's like a free association. So perhaps Greenland will be an independent nation in the future, but have a trade and security agreement with the US. So they're fully in charge of their country. They make their own laws. But we would do trade and have it backstopped by the US government, and then we would secure them against foreign adversaries. One idea, Levante.
Thank you very much. Mr. Madhav, India is a surging power. Could you please describe again, briefly please, the geopolitical strategy of India?
Okay, strategy is never discussed in public. On a lighter note, sorry. But friends, yes, India has arrived. So that also has an important message to the entire world. To your point, whether India should be there in the BRICS or not, should be left to India, because India is committed to certain principles that are very dear to all of you. Wherever we are, we stand up for those principles. We are there in one group, we are there to protect those principles. Those principles include siding with the democracies, not allowing any group to become anti-something. We are there in BRICS to ensure that BRICS does not become an agency for de-dollarization. It doesn't become an agency for anti-America agenda. We are there. But then our BRICS friends tell us, why are you there in Quad? Why don't you come out of Quad? We tell them the same thing. We are in Quad because we are a part of the most happening region, and we 4 countries, India, USA, Japan, and Australia, are committed to maintaining peace, freedom in the region. That's why we are there. So countries of India's size no longer can be dictated, friends. They have to be cultivated. We are here to work with all the democratic forces, all those forces that are committed to conservative values. When I say conservative, as I said, when I say that as a cultural nationalist, I am committed to protecting pluralism. I am committed to, supporting environmental causes. You may say that, sir, the language that you are talking is very liberal. But in my part of the world, there are certain areas where probably we don't too much go against those values. So we have to work together. India is an important power. India wants to play an important role in the world today, and that role will be in line with what you are all talking today, what you are all standing up. India will be a major bulwark against the left liberal forces in the world. We are ready to work with all of you. We are a major bulwark against the wokeism. This whole nonsensical gender debate that's happening. By the way, let me end by telling you the experience in India. In 1947, we became independent. For the first 3-4 decades, we were also victims of the liberal agendas. Our constitution, even today, calls us a socialist republic. We are anything but socialist. But still, the liberals have succeeded in making it a permanent feature of our constitution. We can't even remove it. That's how the liberals work. But today we decimated them in India. Those forces, the left liberals, are pushed to the fringes. It is the cultural nationalist agenda that dominates India. We are ready to work with all the forces that share our thought process. That includes, as I said, we are against illegal infiltration. We made sure no infiltration happens in India. We punish jihadi terrorists. We put them either in jails or send them to cemetery to, beautiful people that are somewhere else. So we are very firm in those areas. We are ready to work with us. But India is a big country. India needs to have its strategic autonomy when it comes to deciding about what needs to be done in the given situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalez, you developed this expression of geo-networking. Could you please explain us what does it mean and what is new under Donald Trump regarding this issue?
Sure, in the short time that I have.
Yeah.
I'll amend my remarks, Ram. It sounds like you're doing great inside BRICS. Stay there if that is what you're doing. Look, one of the things that Trump has changed is what I call geo-networking, and CPAC is a great example of this. The left has always had I think Carla referred to this, the left has always had an advantage with international networking. Marx was all about no states, workers of the world unite. The Jacobins believed in universalizing the revolution. We conservatives want to conserve local norms and traditions, which means that what a conservative in Texas wants to conserve may be different from what a conservative in Portugal wants to conserve. We had great disagreements with Chirac. De Gaulle, a conservative, did not like the United States, and so forth. But now we're faced with a common enemy. We're faced with this enemy that wants to destroy identity, that wants to open borders, and it will do this through racial theories, it will do this through sexual theories, it will do this through climate hysteria. It's all about describing capitalism as wasteful and destructive of the environment, as people who don't like capitalism, the greatest engine of wealth that man has ever created. So we can then unite, and I think CPAC is a great example of this. National Conservatives is another group that I speak to often. It's a great example of this. Forum Madrid, Vox in Spain has done a great job, and all of it has more or less happened at the same time. Vox is created in 2013. Donald Trump comes down the escalator in 2015. And all of these forces rise, and now we're meeting internationally like we are here. We have a great ways to go still, but this is a great sign, and this is something that is new, that is happening, and we need to do more of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that you consider our short time, which is, I think, a shame, because it would be much, much more interesting if we could continue this discussion. But now I thank you for your participation, and thank you for your attention in the audience. Thank you.
Levi, nagyon szépen köszönjük nektek a beszélgetést. Megyünk is tovább. Ha Magyarországról szóló hazugságot kell megcáfolni, akkor rá mindig lehet számítani. A magyar kormány nemzetközi kommunikációért és kapcsolatokért felelős államtitkára, nemzetközi szóvivője, a Bold True About Hungary podcast házigazdája, Kovács Zoltán, akivel pedig beszélgetni fog nem más, mint az elismert amerikai jobboldali televíziós személyiség Jack Posobiec.
Well, good morning, everybody. Wow. It's been 2 years ago we've talked last time in person.
Is that 2 years already?
Right.
Wow.
And
I remember the last time I was here in Budapest, I said, and many people weren't sure about this at the time, and it's incredible to be here every time I speak, but I said here 2 years ago that Donald J. Trump will return as President of the United States of America, and I'm here to report back that yes, not only has he returned, he won the popular vote, he won 7 out of 7 of the swing states, he won the Electoral College, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, and survived 2 assassination attempts when he did so. So I think he's outperformed all of our wildest expectations.
Well done. And back 2 years ago, the main topic of the discussion was common sense.
Yes.
And as we see, common sense probably started to come back to the United States. It will be high time that it comes back in Europe, to Europe. But my idea for today's discussion was, and is a little bit different now.
Okay.
And that is, but common sense is bumping into it anyhow, so it's how you experience the walkway of governance actually unearthing, coming to the light. Your president, those who started to take positions in the administration, have
President Trump has
bumped into.
President Trump has common sense, and wokeness has nonsense.
That's right. But the thing is, we here in Hungary, in Europe, as a matter of fact, see that whenever a conservative right-wing government comes and starts talking common sense and start working for the people, they immediately start denying everything. So the name of the game is whatever we do, and this is the Hungarian experience for the past 15 years by now, they say no. And paraphrasing one famous phrase, their way and their approach to governance is not of the people, not by the people, and not for the people.
Ah, yes. Well, we had an issue, so I had the opportunity to speak with great leader, Prime Minister Orbán, here just yesterday in an interview that will be released later today. And I asked him about this question because, as it turns out, we were not sure exactly who was the President of the United States the last 4 years, because we were told that it was Joe Biden, and it turns out that his brain was not quite capable all the time, and instead he was using this auto pen to sign his documents, and we're not entirely sure who was in control of the auto pen. So to take your phrase and this classic phrase and turn it around, instead of having the government of the people, by the people, and for the people, we had the government of the pen, by the pen, for the pen.
Very well, and the thing is that it sounds absurd, and I can tell you that for the past 15 years, coming to power in 2010, we bumped into seemingly absurd phenomenon, how the government was running, how it was conceived to be run, and how in the name of democracy, they basically went around democracy and started to implement something completely different. What's your finding of the essence of the democratic way of governance and the NGOs, the so-called civil society behind it, which obviously, in brackets, has nothing to do with real civil society?
Well, this is the George Soros model of government, where when they say it's an open society, what they actually mean is that it's open for the bureaucrats and the plutocrats and the technocrats, and it is open to all manner of special interests other than the actual people of the nation itself, because it serves the NGOs, it serves the Soros level, it serves the bureaucracy level, the special interests, the corporate level, the multinationals, but it doesn't serve the people. And so when you have these governments, like the one that we just experienced in the United States for 4 years, this was not government of the people. This individual, Joe Biden, who I have a lot of questions about his initial election, by the way, which I don't think can be called legitimate in 2020. But that being said, even if, let's say he was the legitimate president, he was not running that office. That office was being run by his advisors, it was being run by his wife, it was being run by his son in many cases. So, of course, this raises many questions for democracy. Who is actually representing the people? Who has been elected by them? Who has been empowered by them? So sovereign rights of the leader should derive from the people in a democracy. This is the basic philosophy of a democratic government. However, if that sovereignty instead is given away to, say, courts, as we've seen in the United States, academia, unelected experts, unelected bureaucracy, well then you don't have a democracy at all anymore. What you have is an oligarchy, and an oligarchic system whereby the faces change at the top, but the actual power structure never changes. That's why when President Trump and the MAGA movement have returned to power now in the United States, the specific goal, not only of President Trump, but also of Elon Musk, of Bobby Kennedy, of so many others that have come, are targeting this power structure, which is actually below the surface. This is why we use the phrase deep state and some of these other ways to describe this, because that's actually who's in power. And I would argue that unfortunately this system of the pen, by the pen, for the pen isn't just happening in the United States, or was happening in the United States. We see this across Europe as well in many, not this country by the way, but in many countries in Western Europe, you see the exact same problem, where they change chancellors or they change prime ministers, but the policies don't change. They keep allowing for a war in Ukraine, which is unwinnable at this point. It was unwinnable from the start, to continue. They keep escalating the war towards nuclear confrontation with Russia, and they continue the mass importation of migrants from the third world, illegal migrants in many cases, economic migrants in others. And when you change the nature of the people, then you change the country itself. If you replace the people of Hungary, then it would no longer be Hungary. If you replace the people of Poland, it would no longer be Poland. If you replace the people of America, it would no longer be America. And yet, for those in power, this seems to be their specific goal.
Well, that's right. And from the other side, you would listen to the argument that this is called populism you are talking about. But we just heard a couple of good descriptions and outline what we think about the deep state. The Prime Minister is very outspoken, and we heard all the other lecturers actually yesterday and today about the effort to regain the autonomy of politics, and that is the policymaker who's been elected. The name of democracy is very simple. decision comes and goes with those actually who've been elected. They bear the right, the mandate, and they bear responsibility. And that's what is missing in today's European world, as a matter of fact, as we see the bureaucracies overruling basically democratic decisions, calling their opponents who claim for democracy by all kinds of buzzwords. How do you think it's possible to deconstruct what's been built for the past couple of decades by now?
So in the United States, we're facing the same issue. In Europe, obviously, there's many issues as well. We don't have a European Union structure like most of Europe does. Now, the UK, of course, pulled out in the Brexit situation, and yet you notice, even though the people of the UK voted to leave the European Union, I don't think the leaders of the UK have actually listened to them, and so they still keep trying to make these secret deals to stay in many ways. And I certainly, by the way, support the efforts of Nigel Farage, who will be the next Prime Minister of the UK, in order to complete the Brexit situation and sever that. In the United States, it's a complicated process, but it's simple. The issue is that the sovereign power of the United States, which should be installed in the elected representatives. So the people have chosen the president, the people have chosen the House, the Senate, that's our Congress, and then those then go and appoint the judges. The problem is that sovereignty has essentially leaked out, like a boat with a leak in it. And so the sovereignty has leaked into these other institutions, NGOs, universities, media corporations, which are receiving taxpayer dollars. And so this tax money, which is flowing, yes, from Soros to some extent, but the major goal of what he does is to bring taxpayer dollars to these institutions, which then become the lifeblood of what I call the enemies of the Republic, the enemies of a small r Republican government. And so what we must do then is to sever this link, sever it and cut it off. And you're seeing that now with President Trump in his direct efforts against the Ivy League universities, against Harvard University, banning foreign students because this is a major source of income for them. But all federal dollars that are going to these engines of the in philosophical terms, you would call it anti-democratic institutions, this link must be severed. And this is why you see so much anger from them when he goes after this. Actually, there were some issues, some of the woke issues, trans issue. You notice there was not much response when Trump cut the trans programs. They were not upset about this. Why? They're more upset about the money. If you can follow the money and sever this connection, cut off all of it from them, then you can really, really break away their power structure. And on the other side of that, in the United States, we have the issue of these district judges have gone completely radical, and their decisions to countermand the executive, this is a complete abrogation of their constitutional duties. They are stepping on the rights of the executive. If we have an executive under our system, he's not a monarch, but he is an executive, and he's not a monarch yet at least, and their funding should also be cut.
The United States has long-standing and very strict laws on transparency, especially with special regard to money coming from abroad.
Yes.
And you see the voices, the screams coming out of Hungarian politics and European politics when the Hungarian government and the Hungarian parliament is trying to make political money, who is talking, transparent. You know, by Hungarian law, it's strictly forbidden for political parties to receive any kind of foreign money, full stop. When we started to introduce new measures, which is requiring the very same actually from so-called civil society and anyone who is dealing with public affairs, you see this outcry. So one element is that you have to have stricter rules and transparency rules installed on the ground, and very obviously it's an institutional process. But you as an experienced influencer and user of the social media, is it a way out of this kind of deadlock or fading kind of democracy that you talk to the people directly, and that is through social media?
Well, it is through social media, and social media has been incredible, and I'm very supportive of everything that Elon Musk has done to free speech across the internet through his purchase of X. You mentioned about the money, the foreign money that goes from NGOs, the civil society programs. If you have a civil society program in your country, you must shut it down immediately. You must shut it down, you must ban it, you must take all of its assets and completely dissolve it, because this exists only to undermine the will of the people, to undermine governments, and to serve this transnational, transglobal agenda. These are the greatest threats to actual democracy in our nation. We see this, they support illegal aliens, they support the flow of illegal migrants across our southern border, they support the upending of the rule of law throughout our states. If you remove these civil society programs, what you're doing is you're taking away their ability to fund these revolutionary programs. And what we're actually seeing with these civil society programs, they have the nicest names in the world, but what they are, in essence, are a form of neo-Marxism to serve as a way to destabilize countries, destabilize the rule of law, and agitate for an irregular form of revolutionary governance.
Very well. As always, it's very easy to talk to you and with you about these issues because we are quite straightforward. What do you suggest is going to be the agenda for the upcoming, say, year in the United States? We already see the first obstacles emerging or trying to emerge in face of the president's efforts. And what's your estimation of European democracy for the upcoming months?
Well, I certainly hope that the populist nationalist revolution that has been headed by President Trump in the United States, you see populist nationalists in Poland, and of course the great leadership of Viktor Orban, I hope that it spreads across all of Europe, whether it's AfD in Germany, whether it's Nigel Farage in the UK, and so many, Robert Fico in Slovakia, who came and spoke here just yesterday. I hope and pray that the people's parties are able to take back national sovereignty, national identity, and remind the people of Europe of the essential truth of our people that Jesus Christ is our King and that God must return to the very center of our way of life.
Amen. Thank you. As always, it's been a pleasure talking to John Posobiec, and I hope we'll be able to meet next year.
Of course.
You take care. Thank you for being with us. You have a great day.
Köszönjük szépen ezt a remek kis beszélgetést. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, most pedig tartunk egy rövid kávészünetet, ahogy megszokhatták, nagyjából 4 óra lesz. Frissüljenek fel, gyűjtsenek energiát, networkingeljenek, és utána pedig várjuk Önöket vissza. Legalább ilyen izgalmas lesz a következő néhány óra. Érkezik a CPAC Hungary színpadára Liz Truss és Bóka János, és úgy, hogy akkor találkozzunk is 4 óra múlva.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we take a 15 minutes break and we will come back with big names, Liz Truss and Bóka János. See you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a great coffee break and you could freshen up a little bit. Hölgyeim és uraim, remélem, hogy jól telt a kávészünet, kicsit felfrissültek, jó volt a networking session. And now, volume up, patriots. Hangerőt fel, patrióták.
Az utóbbi hónapok egyik meglepő fejleménye egy olyan pár gyors felemelkedése, amely egyre inkább a nyílt társadalom hálózatának politikai projektjeként tűnik fel. A The Man Show nem egy alulról szerveződő társadalmi mozgalom, hanem egy Brüsszelből és a globalista központokból irányított befolyásolási kísérlet része. A háttérhálózat, amely támogatja, szorosan kötődik azokhoz a civil és politikai szereplőkhöz, akik a USAID révén kaptak jelentős támogatásokat. A USAID évtizedekig a demokraták külpolitikai befolyásszerző eszköze volt, de a Trump adminisztráció felszámolta a progresszív ideológiák exportálását. Mégis a struktúra nem tűnt el, csupán átköltözött Európába és az azt uraló elit intézményrendszereibe, ahol új támogatási forrásokra találtak. Politikai retorikájuk egyértelműen illeszkedik a progresszív hálózat forgatókönyvébe. A nemzeti szuverenitás helyett európai értékek, a hagyományos értékrendek helyett jogállamiság és identitáspolitika. Mi a CPAC közösségében tisztában vagyunk ezzel a hatalmas politikai befolyással, és nem kérünk belőle. A tét a szuverenitásunk megőrzése és a nemzeti demokráciák visszaállítása. Fel kell számolnunk a struktúrákat, hogy megvédhessük a jövőnket.
Tehát fel a hangerőt, patrióták! És aki a magyar kormány hangerejét képviseli Brüsszelben, na ő lesz a következő előadónk. Évek óta segíti Orbán Viktort az Európai Uniós küzdelemben. Lassan 2 éve pedig Magyarország Európai Uniós ügyekért felelős minisztere. A CPAC Hungary színpadán Bóka János!
Kedves barátaim, kedves patrióták, idézzük fel George Orwell szavait. A háború béke, a szabadság szolgaság, a tudatlanság erő. 1984. Nem tudom, olvastátok-e? Brüsszelben minden esetre olvasták. Létre is hoztak egy európai békekeretet. Ez persze nem a békét finanszírozza, hanem fegyvereket és lőszereket, vagyis a háborút. Tehát a háború béke. Létrehoztak egy programot a demokrácia védelmére, és már úton van a demokrácia pajzs is. Ezek persze nem a demokráciát védik, hanem Brüsszelt védik a demokráciától. Mert a szabadság szolgaság. Van egy uniós rendelet a dokumentumokhoz való hozzáférésről is. Na, ez alapján mondta azt a bizottság, hogy semmi közünk azokhoz az SMS-ekhez, amelyeken keresztül a bizottság elnöke több mint 30 milliárd euró értékben rendelt vakcinákat a mi pénzünkön. Vagyis a tudatlanság erő. Ahol a szavak elveszítik a valódi jelentésüket, ott mindig valami nagy árulás készül. Így van ez Brüsszelben is. Brüsszel csendes államcsínyt hajt végre Európában. Az elmúlt 2 évtizedben értékközösségből hatalmi erőközponttá, belső piacból föderális államkezdeménnyé alakult át. És történt mindez a tagállamok és az európai polgárok felhatalmazása hiányában, az uniós szerződések betűjével és szellemével ellentétben, a tagállamok alkotmányos berendezkedését és intézményeit aláásva. Vannak, akik szerint jól van ez így. Ők a föderalisták. Szerintük az egyre szorosabb európai egység azt jelenti, hogy már nem az európai nemzetek az urai Európa jövőjének. Szerintük az európai nemzetek sorsa az, hogy evezzenek a nagy európai gályán, de a kormányt már más tartja a kezében. Ha pedig valaki nem akar evezni, nos, a gályán erre is vannak jól bevált megoldások, végső soron pedig ki lehet szállni, vár a végtelen óceán. Mi patrióták nem ezt gondoljuk. Mi azt valljuk, hogy a nemzet érték, és nem meghaladni, hanem megerősíteni akarjuk őket. Mi azt valljuk, hogy a szuverenitás érték, és az európai integráció csak szuverén nemzetek között lehetséges. Szuverén nemzetek híján ezt nem integrációnak hívjuk, hanem birodalomépítésnek. Mi azt valljuk, hogy a demokrácia érték, és nekünk, patriótáknak a demokrácia lételemünk, mert a föderalisták elitizmusával és az európai intézmények bürokráciájával szemben csak az európai emberekre támaszkodhatunk. Demokrácia pedig nem lehetséges a szólás szabadsága és tolerancia nélkül. A tolerancia nem azt jelenti, hogy mindenben egyetértünk és egyformák vagyunk. A tolerancia éppen azt jelenti, hogy nem értünk egyet, mégis ugyanannak a közösségnek vagyunk a tagjai, és együttműködünk. Brüsszel ma már irtózik a szólás szabadságától, és elfelejtette a tolerancia szó valódi jelentését. Brüsszel ma Európán belül kirekeszti mindazokat, akik ellent mondanak, Európán kívül pedig egyszerűen nem áll szóba velük. Egészségügyi kordonokkal szabdalják szét Európát, mintha Európa beteg emberekkel lenne tele. De a helyzet az, hogy Európa nem beteg emberekkel van tele, hanem egyelőre európaiakkal, akik európaiak is szeretnének maradni, és ezt a véleményüket többé nem hajlandók véka alá rejteni. Mi, patrióták ugyanis hiszünk abban is, hogy az európai civilizációt meg kell őriznünk, és át kell adnunk gyermekeinknek. Az európai civilizáció a zsidó, keresztény és humanista gyökerekből kisarjadó európai értékekre épül. Ha Brüsszel ezek helyében mást állít, akkor valójában az európai civilizációt bontja le. Ma a patrióták és a föderalisták küzdenek Európa lelkéért. Ez a két út áll előttünk. Nincs köztes megoldás, nincs jó kompromisszum. Nem lehet a szuverenitásból csak egy kicsit feladni. Az vagy van, vagy nincs. És ha nincs, az azt jelenti, hogy máshol van. Ezt a küzdelmet nem lehet megúszni, ezt a küzdelmet nem fogja más megvívni helyettünk. Nem támaszkodhatunk sem az uniós intézményekre, sem az uniós jogra. Ott már nincsenek valódi korlátok, nincsenek fékek és ellensúlyok. És ezt a küzdelmet csak egyszer lehet megvívni, mert ha a patrióták alul maradnak, onnan nincsen visszaút. Rántottából már nem lehet főtt tojást készíteni. Az elveszett szuverenitás, az eltűnt nemzetek, az elhagyott értékek nem térnek vissza. Akkor unokáink úgy hallgatnak majd meséket az egykor volt Európáról, ahogyan mi hallgatjuk a történeteket az elsüllyedt Atlantisról. Az ellenfeleink is felsorakoztak. Ott áll velünk szemben a progresszív egységfront. Ők azért gyűlölnek bennünket, mert nemzeti és konzervatív értékeket képviselünk. Ott áll velünk szemben az uniós bürokrácia. Ők azért harcolnak ellenünk, mert mi hiszünk a nemzetek erejében és küldetésében, és mert számunkra az európai együttműködés alapja a tagállamok szuverenitása. És ne legyenek illúzióink, azért is küzdenek ellenünk, mert mi kimondjuk, a jogállamisági elvek Brüsszelre is vonatkoznak, a korrupció elleni küzdelem Brüsszelre is vonatkozik. És abban se legyenek illúzióink, hogy minden rendelkezésükre álló eszközt felhasználnak velünk szemben. Ha kell, ígérnek állást, ösztöndíjat, elismerést, rivaldafényt, hatalmat, pénzt. Ezért aztán mindig is lesznek aktuális kedvencek, akik a zsoldjukba állnak. Ha kell, fenyegetnek. Perrel, bírsággal, pénzmegvonással, szavazati jog megvonásával. Ezért aztán mindig is lesznek, akik megijednek, és azt hiszik, van kisebbik rossz. És ennek a zsarolási spirálnak, ha nem vetünk véget most, akkor csak egyre rosszabb lesz. Eszközeik nem hatástalanok és nem veszélytelenek, de a mi erőnk teljesen más forrásból táplálkozik. Mi nem Brüsszeltől várjuk az engedélyt, hogy bebocsátassunk a hatalom termeibe. Az erőnk nem Brüsszel támogatásából és nem a globális elit jóváhagyásából fakad. Mi az európai polgároktól kérünk felhatalmazást arra, hogy képviselhessük őket. Mi, patrióták, együtt erősek vagyunk, és napról napra erősebbek leszünk. Álljunk fel, egyenesítsük ki a derekunkat, és kapaszkodjunk össze. Ugyanis Európa a miénk. Európa a mi álmunk, mert mi vagyunk Európa. Ne hagyjuk, hogy ezt bárki elvegye tőlünk. Tegyük újra nagyjá Európát. Köszönöm, hogy meghallgattak.
Köszönjük Bóka János beszédét. Hölgyeim és uraim, az idei CPAC Hungaryn felszólal a jobboldali Dán néppárt elnöke, aki évek óta harcol a nemzeti szuverenitás megvédéséért és a brüsszeli bürokrácia túlhatalmának megszüntetéséért. Dániában és Európa szerte következetesen kiáll a konzervatív értékek, a határok védelme és a demokrácia megerősítése mellett. Hölgyeim és uraim, Morten Messerschmidt!
What a beautiful day to be here in the beautiful city of Budapest. So great to be back among so many friends. I've been asked just to briefly to describe what is the conservative ideology. But I must say, there is no such thing. Conservatism is not an ideology, it's the very rejection of ideologies. As all ideologies share one desire, notably to liberate. Socialism seeks liberation from classes. Liberalism seeks liberation from the state, or even from culture, from history, from the human identity itself. But conservatism is not an idea to be applied. It's a way of life. It's love. Love for one's family, for one's country, for one's traditions, and to God and what has been granted to us. We do not live with a dream of paradise on earth. We are content to live in peace and safety with the people we love, in the countries we love. Not to revolutionize, but to preserve. Not to radically reshape, but to cherish what we have inherited and gradually improve it from the generation to the future. Indeed, I believe most people are conservatives. Most people want to live in peace with their families. They want to have a fair democracy where they can make their voices heard. They seek prosperity through civil liberties like freedom of speech, the right to work and enterprise, and a government that they can trust. No sane person dreams of their children being used as experiments by radical left-wing ideologies who question even the existence of two sexes. No reasonable citizen wants their children indoctrinated in schools that the Soviet Union was a great success or that Israel is a genocidal state. And no common sense citizen wants to see their once peaceful community transformed into a ghetto dominated by Islamism and fundamentalism. But now, as we live, a new Iron Curtain has descended across Europe, dividing it into the west of decline and the Central Europe springing and bringing hope. When I was born in Denmark in 1980, we saw no Muslim headscarves in the streets. There were no halal shops, no mosques. There were no calls to prayer from the minarets. No violent gangs harassing Jewish citizens or intimidating girls in public spaces. The classroom occasionally might be noisy, but there was respect for the teacher, for the adults. Authority was not oppressive, it was natural, something and somebody that you would listen to. These times seem lost in many parts of Europe. But are they gone forever? Of course they are not. I believe the majority of Europeans share our understanding of the good life. They share our dreams for our families, for our countries, and they share our beliefs and our love for the European culture. But liberal and socialist elite have told them that such dreams are illegal. They mask their ideologies in the language of human rights, European law, and international regulation. But the truth is this: none of these so-called rights exist if the peoples of Europe do not consent. Because in the end, the peoples of Europe remain sovereign, independent, strong, and self-determined. Yet, we have been lulled into a slumber, a sleeping beauty sleep, unaware of our own power, unaware that we can actually simply say no. Now it's time to their reawakening. Now it's time to the reclaim of the right to self-govern. We must tell the elites, liberal and socialists alike, that they were wrong. They have no right to turn our nation states into multicultural experiments. They have no right to erase our Judeo-Christian heritage. They have no right to indoctrinate our children with their perverse identity policies. They have no right to the privilege of the state over hard-working people funding it. This trend, where unelected judges and bureaucrats, be in Strasbourg or in Brussels, impose political decisions under the guise of law, is profoundly anti-European. What could be more anti-European than removing fundamental questions like migration, family, social issues, and national identity from the very democratic arena, putting it into the hands of unelected judges in Strasbourg? That's not democracy. That's tyranny by regulation. And it's the vehicle by which the liberal socialist project marches on, disguised as law. But in fact, there is nothing more anti-European than them and the entire setup of the European Union. Europe was born with the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, the birth of the nation state. Europe means diversity, local identities, cultural richness, rooted in a shared heritage stretching from antiquity through the Renaissance and to our modern democracy. That is Europe, not faceless bureaucrats, endless directives, cold civil servants or commissioners that nobody voted for and even fewer wants to meet. The EU is not Europe. It's a distortion. It's a perversion of Europe's soul. It's a perversion of our values, of our way of life, of the beauty that once bound us together in harmony. A beauty that's been replaced with an ideology of mass migration, reckless expansion of the welfare state, and the slow death of our democracies. That is what we are up against. Those are the ideologies. Conservatism is the cure. Because the peoples of Europe are waking up. They are beginning to realize the lie that they have been told. They are beginning to see how their essential freedoms have been stolen. And now is the time to take them back. To reject the immoral elites of Brussels and Strasbourg. To insist on what is truly European, the rule of law, the democracy, the right to live free from their ideologies. To live with our families, with our friends, with our liberties, with our beliefs. That is Europe, and that is indeed conservative. So now, fellow compatriots, let's take back what was stolen from us. Let's take back our countries. Let's take back our future together. Thank you.
Következő felszólalónk argentin patriótaként tűpontosan és igazi dél-amerikai temperamentummal támadja a globalistákat. Nem csoda, hogy az óceán túlpartjáról is élesen látja, hogy Nyugat-Európa belbiztonsági problémáit a migráció okozza. Kérlelhetetlenül kritizálja a gender ideológiát is. Idén pedig végre eljött hozzánk a CPAC Hungaryre politikai kommentátor, influencer és jobboldali gondolkodó. Könyvei nem csak leleplezik a progresszív ideológia visszásságait, hanem egyúttal a konzervatív ellenállás alapját is felvázolják. Hölgyeim és uraim, a színpadon Agustín Laje!
Muy buenos días para todos. Muchas gracias por su atención y especialmente gracias a CPAC Hungría por invitarme. Es un verdadero honor para mí estar aquí. Hoy quiero hablar sobre un nuevo concepto político, un concepto que ha irrumpido en nuestro vocabulario político muy recientemente y, como suele ocurrir con las nuevas palabras, supone esta también desafíos y complicaciones para la comprensión. Quiero hablar en concreto sobre el concepto woke. ¿Qué es lo woke? ¿Qué es la militancia woke? ¿Qué es el wokeismo? He encontrado que un buen atajo para dar respuesta a esta pregunta se puede encontrar en un viejo libro de un filósofo político llamado Kenneth Minogue. Kenneth Minogue, en la teoría pura de la ideología, ese era el título de su libro, intentó encontrar la médula de lo ideológico. ¿Cuál era la matriz discursiva de toda ideología moderna? Y la respuesta de Minogue fue sencilla. La médula de la ideología es la dialéctica opresor-oprimido. ¿Qué es la dialéctica opresor-oprimido? Es un estilo del discurso político que tiende a separar a la sociedad en dos campos perfectamente diferenciados. Por un lado, el campo de los opresores, por otro lado, el campo de los oprimidos. La vieja izquierda, el viejo marxismo-leninismo, desde luego jugó con este tipo de discurso político, solo que se limitó a hacerlo en términos meramente económicos. Por un lado, los capitalistas, opresores, por otro lado, los obreros, el proletariado, los oprimidos. El wokeismo aparece cuando la dialéctica opresor-oprimido no se limita a un único campo de la realidad social, sino que se viraliza, se multiplica descontroladamente hacia todos los aspectos de la vida individual y social. Así, por ejemplo, con el sexo. El bando de los opresores son los hombres, el bando de los oprimidos son las mujeres, el sistema de opresión se denomina patriarcado. Y la ideología que va a lograr la emancipación de los oprimidos se llama feminismo. Así, por ejemplo, con la orientación sexual. Los oprimidos son los LGBT, los opresores son los heterosexuales. Quien va a liberar a los LGBT es precisamente la militancia LGBT. Y el sistema de opresión se llama heteronormatividad. Así, por ejemplo, con la identidad. Los trans son los oprimidos, los cis son los opresores. Esto de cis, por cierto, es una nueva palabra. ¿Qué sería cis? Bueno, cis es la persona normal, solo que tenemos que recuperar nuestro vocabulario. La persona que se identifica con su propio cuerpo, sería opresora de aquella que no se identifica con su biología, el sistema de opresión se llamaría cisnormatividad y la ideología derivada es la ideología de género. Así ocurre con la nacionalidad. Quien es nacional del país en el que vive es el opresor, los oprimidos son los inmigrantes ilegales, mucho mejor. El sistema de opresión se llamaría xenofobia y la ideología emancipadora se llama multiculturalidad. En términos de raza, muy simple, el blanco es el opresor, el negro es el oprimido y el sistema de opresión se llama racismo y la ideología que va a liberar se llama teoría crítica de la raza. Y así pasa con todas, el prontuario. Los delincuentes son oprimidos por los hombres honestos porque la sociedad es culpable de que ese ciudadano haya elegido delinquir. El sistema de opresión es el punitivismo y la liberación pasa por el abolicionismo penal. Lo mismo pasa en todos los órdenes de la vida social e individual. El wokeismo aparece cuando esta multiplicidad de pequeñas ideologías se empiezan a interconectar y van unificando una macroideología política que es absolutamente disolvente de las identidades nacionales y de los pueblos. ¿Por qué el wokeismo despierta tanto entusiasmo en los socialistas y en los globalistas? Muy simple, en los socialistas porque inflama al Estado, hace crecer el Estado. Cada minoría necesita su propio ministerio, sus propios departamentos, su propia burocracia, su propio gasto público, y de repente ocurre que el Estado ya no es más una organización que monopoliza el uso de la fuerza, a la que tenemos que controlar y limitar, sino que el Estado se ha convertido en el garante de la emancipación de las minorías oprimidas, a las que cada vez tenemos que ponerles más y más impuestos para que logren políticas afirmativas y de discriminación positiva, cuotas, cupos y demás payasadas. A los globalistas les sirve el wokeismo porque diluye el tejido nacional. La guerra ha sido infiltrada en la familia, en las iglesias, en las empresas, en las asociaciones de la vida social y civil. De repente estamos en guerras todos contra todos y el garante de nuestra existencia es el Estado. Además, el globalismo nos acostumbra a destruir la democracia porque su lógica es inversa a la democracia. La lógica del wokeismo es que quienes gobiernan son las minorías y no las mayorías. Nosotros en Argentina hemos comprendido que para derrotar al wokeismo teníamos que votar a los patriotas. Por eso se votó al presidente Javier Milei. Javier Milei se ha convertido muy rápidamente en el azote del wokeismo, no solo en nuestro país, sino en el mundo en general. Por ejemplo, feminismo. Cerró el primer día de gobierno esa basura inmunda y pestilente llamada Ministerio de la Mujer, los Géneros y las Diversidades. Una recua de pervertidos sexuales, de mujeres que militan el feminacismo, abortistas que quieren masacrar a los niños por nacer y otros militantes neocomunistas. No hay más ministerio de género en la Argentina y ¿saben qué? Decían que las mujeres iban a estar en peligro porque ya no había feminismo en el Estado. Por primera vez en una década, bajo gobierno de Javier Milei, los asesinatos de mujeres se redujeron en más de un 15% en la Argentina. Javier Milei enfrentó la ideología de género y lo hizo en el foro de Davos, foro globalista por excelencia. Fue a desnudar los vínculos de la ideología de género con la pedofilia en la casa del señor Schwab. La nacionalidad. Javier Milei acaba de hacer una reforma migratoria impresionante en la que no aceptaremos más extranjeros que se quieran nacionalizar y que vengan con prontuario criminal, con antecedentes penales. Se van a deportar aquellos extranjeros que cometan delitos en suelo argentino. Y los extranjeros que lleguen a nuestro país ya no gozarán gratuitamente de los servicios públicos como lo hicieron hasta entonces. Ahora tendrán que pagarlos si quieren venir a atenderse a nuestros hospitales o a gozar de la educación estatal en la Argentina. Javier Milei ha reivindicado la religión, Dios, patria y familia, es una de sus insignias, y ha combatido la locura climática, la locura del ambientalismo radical, denunciando cómo ella se apalanca en impulsar un invierno demográfico en Occidente. Javier Milei ha asestado un golpe a todas las ideologías que conforman el tejido woke. El wokeismo, en definitiva, es la enfermedad infantil del totalitarismo posmoderno. Es una afrenta contra la libertad, contra la familia y contra la patria. En Argentina lo estamos venciendo. La batalla es ahora y la victoria puede ser nuestra. Este es el momento. La hora de los patriotas ha llegado. Que la hora de los patriotas los encuentre preparados, fuertes y sobre todas las cosas unidos. Que viva la libertad. Muchas gracias.
Most pedig egy beszélgetéssel megyünk tovább. Az első vendégünknek Lengyelországból kellett elmenekülnie Magyarországra, ugyanis a globalista lengyel kormány olyan politikai boszorkány üldözést folytat ellene, amire még az Interpol is azt mondta, hogy elég. Az ország korábbi igazságügyi miniszterhelyettese Marcin Romanowski. A második vendégünk ugyan az Egyesült Államokból érkezett, de már könyvet is írt Magyarországról, hogy bemutassa az amerikaiaknak az erősségeinket. Shea Bradley Farrell. A harmadik vendégünk Simone Billi, aki az olasz parlament képviselőjeként Magyarország nagy tisztelője, a magyar kormány politikájának lelkes támogatója. Aki pedig a beszélgetést vezeti, Ernyei Magor, az Alapjogokért Központ nemzetközi igazgatója.
Forward on the Leninist Path. That was the banner 40 years ago, right behind me. It was 1985. And the very first big political event that happened here was the 13th Party Congress of the Hungarian Communists. So you had red flags draped on the wall, Lenin's face looking down at the audience. You had communists sitting in your seats, almost like in the European Parliament, and they were ready for a class struggle. But we, freedom-loving patriots, had other plans, and we reclaimed our nation, we reclaimed our culture, and here we are today, from all over the world, patriots, in the very same room where once Marxist ideology echoed. And that's why this panel is so important, because we need to reclaim our nation, and we need to go back to common sense. Because the old communists are gone, but there are new ideologues. Now they call themselves experts, not comrades. Now, they no longer preach class struggle, but they talk about climate hysteria, gender ideology, open borders. But here we are, and we need a return to common sense in European foreign policy, in European energy policy, and also in our values, because we need to defend Judeo-Christian heritage of the Western world. So please join me in welcoming our panelists, three patriots from the US, from Italy, and Poland. So please join me on this path, not the Leninist one. Let's begin. Martin, let me start with you because you're in a very special situation here in Hungary. You're a political refugee. I mean, we're in the European Union, and we hear horrifying stories from Poland. Constitutional court decisions are canceled, basically. The political opposition is basically terrified. Police is going after them. They wanted to arrest you. They're going after the media. So please tell us your personal story and what does it mean for Poland's democracy?
Yeah, actually, I can agree that being a political refugee nowadays in the 21st century in the center of Europe is something special or specific. But first of all, let me thank you that I have the possibility to participate in this remarkable event for the second time. I have been in Budapest in CPAC 2022, and I would like also express my deep gratitude to the Hungarian government, Hungarian friends, for granting me the legal protection, because it's in fact legal protection against political smear campaign, against situation in which we don't have the possibility to access a fair trial. We have to deal with manipulation of judicial panels in political cases. My case personally was connected to the so-called Justice Fund. I was in that time Deputy Minister of Justice. Now I'm a Member of Parliament, actually the first Member of Parliament who was granted political asylum after a fall of communism in Poland. And as a deputy minister, I was responsible for Justice Fund. It means for financing projects, organizing a system for victims of crimes, of prevention, and there was, I think it's very important to say that even the illegal Polish prosecutor's office do not accuse me of corruption or any financial benefits. Actually, the only benefit I got, it was a real statement during a trial in Warsaw. The prosecutor admits, asking what does it mean actually a personal benefit, and it was a satisfaction. As me, as a Christian, as a conservative, it was a satisfaction of providing financiation for projects of the same character, so Christian and conservative. And of course, there was a huge amount of procedural irregularities. Just to say it very mild. For example, I was detained against international law because I was the member of Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and the prosecutor's office arrested me without the permission. So even the president of the assembly, who is a colleague of Donald Tusk from the same European People's Party, had to intervene, so I was released. Of course, manipulation of judicial panels, and first of all, the characteristic of charges which are without any evidence, but not only that, they are I could admit as a lawyer, as an academic teacher, they are really absurd. I will not explain everything, it will be too long, I think, but just one or two examples. For example, I am accused of influencing the decision of committees. The problem was, and the problem is, that the committees do not make any decision. The decision maker was me.
Right.
So, and another example, the majority of charges concerned or based on the justification that I acted without competences. The reasoning was that the minister granted me the competences not by the new competence ordinance, but by amending the existing one. You know, I was thinking some days, what is going on? What do they mean? Because if first-year law students on my exam would say such a thing, they would fail. But what was the reason? The reason was just to annulate the projects which are agreed in that time. And curiously, there was 8 projects. 6 of them were not liberal, so they were cancelled. But 2 liberal projects were not. So it shows that it was actually, everything was meant as some kind of, weaponizing justice system against conservative politicians. I was responsible for pushing back woke ideology in the Ministry of Justice, but at the same time weaponizing justice system against NGOs, social activists who are conservative, Christian, and who oppose the globalist agenda.
Right. No, and I think some of the examples you mentioned, I mean, this is lawfare, and I think we saw something similar in the United States.
Yes, and in fact, I wanted to interject, if I may. I'm
Sure.
honored to be here with my colleague, Marcin, because he is continuing to bravely fight. And what I learned when I was writing my book, Last Warning to the West, about Hungary, I talked to a historian at the House of Terror, and I learned about the communist show trials. And you know, I was kind of stupid about it. I didn't understand, if they had the power, if the Soviets had the power, why do they have to do a trial, a mock trial? And he said to me, Shay, because then the public believes they're guilty. And the public goes against them, and it bleeds them dry of resources and the will to fight. And President Trump went through 4 indictments and show trials in the same way. So I just wanted to say thank you, Marcin, for bravely fighting.
Actually, if I may, you mentioned your book. You came to Hungary. You saw what we did with conservative governance and what we achieved. You brought that knowledge back to the US. So why do you think that this model, Hungarian model, could be an example to today's global challenges?
It's a huge example, and thank you to the Center for publishing the book, Last Warning to the West. The thing that really stuck out to me, Magor, is that when I was interviewing Hungarians for the book, many of them said to me, Shay, Americans don't remember what it's like not to be free. And I said, that's true. We don't remember that. But the thing that scared me was that, this was during the Biden administration, they said, you understand the rhetoric coming out of the Biden administration, the actions that are being taken are very much reminding us of our Soviet era. So that was kind of a kick in the gut to me. And I decided then to take the story about Hungary's history, 1,000 years of trying to keep your national identity, take that story to America to explain that we were so close to being turned over to a communistic-like government. We could talk about that for an hour, and I can prove that. And the European Union, Magor, is doing the exact same thing. You know, the Iron Curtain came down, but the EU is still trying to centrally plan their nation states.
That's exactly right. And I think we saw something similar also against Mr. Salvini. And now turning to the Italian case, because you have another conservative government in the European Union besides Hungary. What is your experience so far? What were you able to deliver on the conservative agenda in the past years?
First of all, thanks. Thanks also to Mykolos Santos to have organized again such a very important meeting for us, global meeting for conservatives. For, let's say, from Italy, we can say that the Italian conservative government is very strong. We work a lot for our values, but my friends, we need your support. We need to stay together, unified together, much more in order to push on our value. By ourselves, only Italy alone cannot do anything. That's my first, let's say, input. We work quite well. I said the Italian government is quite strong, but we have a lot of problems. From my point of view, the first problem that we have is the European Union. I mean, we always say that we are for a unified Europe. Unified Europe is essential to deal with our problems that we will have, global problems that we will have, and we are actually have. I mean China and so on. But we want a European Union of nations. We want a European Union of people. We don't want a socialist European Union. We don't want a globalist European Union. We don't want a European Union of a super state. We want a European Union unified, strong, promoting all the population, all the nation, all the European nation. We need to stay together to push our traditional value. I mean, let's say, if we don't know our history, if we don't know our value, for us it will be impossible also to build a strong future for our people. So again, stay together.
Thank you so much. As I was coming here, I saw a slogan. It said, "Leave reality behind." I think the European Commission could have that motto, right?
Yes. Let's say, such a European Commission is like, as Shah said, socialist, or maybe we can say communist. Because they, from, I mean, without being elected, because the European Commission is not elected, and they push so much such European directives, and they say, oh, these directives is for helping European people, but they don't know which are the problems. And most probably, they don't know the solution of the problems. Very often, the European directives are not the solution, a good solution for the European problems. I mean, Green New Deal, stop of the combustion engine in 2035. I mean, a lot of directives stopping the business for agricultural people, people making, let's say, some particular stuff like milk. We had a lot of problems with milk workers in Italy some years ago because of European directives. So they provide such European directives from the top, like in the Communist Party, just for let's say, helping the people. They don't know the problem, and most probably they don't know the solution. So we want to fight
trampling over
such
sovereignty.
Socialist, or maybe we can say communist ideology.
Marcin, how do you see the EU institutions enabling all these bad things happening in Poland? because they had a rule of law procedure against Poland during the previous government, but I haven't heard anything from them this time around.
Exactly. That is a good point, because we in the Hungarian Polish Freedom Institute say that Polish is actually a battleground, a laboratory for globalists. So the problem we are facing already are of course very strong, but they are the same problems typical for other countries in Europe, for Hungary. You know, the blackmail regarding the European funds was directed against Poland, but also Hungary. But what I just wanted to say is that the globalists in such countries like Poland, Hungary, could win the general elections, the parliamentary elections, only through liars, manipulations, and blackmail. In Italy as well. So we should be aware that we have to deal with a real global European, not only European, but we could say the Soros money also in influencing justice system in United States. But if you see, it's the same money. They are the same organizations. We saw it during that presidential elections in Poland, that the same organization were financing or organizing illegal, in fact, smear campaign against conservative politicians in Poland this year, but 2023 as well, 2022 in Hungary, in Italy, in Spain. And we have to be aware that what was prepared for Hungary for 2022 was introduced, I mean, the militant democracy in Poland. But if we see the statement of Peter Magyar, Hungarian leader of the opposition, he will follow the example of Donald Tusk. And what does it mean? Exactly. Inhuman treatment of ordinary people in temporary arrests, introduced hate speech regulations, which is in fact censorship, and so on and so on. But finally, I think the most important conclusion is that if we deal with the same money, same decision-making processes, so they should pay back the bills to Brussels.
Yeah. Thank you. You mentioned Peter Magyar, and that brings me to another topic, Ukraine. You were a very early proponent of a ceasefire and peace negotiations, already back in 2022. What do you think, where the process stands now? And obviously we see the efforts of President Trump to bring peace to our region. What's your take on that?
Yes, and as you know, I had the honor of hosting an event for Foreign Minister Sciarto in Washington, D.C. in 2022, talking about why peace in Ukraine was so important, because we knew 3 years later that this was a senseless war, that there was no military solution, and hundreds of thousands of people would be killed, and this has happened. And to answer your question, Magyar, right now it's very frustrating, and I don't know where this is going, because every effort that President Trump has made to bring Putin and Zelensky to the table is being thwarted, quite honestly, by the European Union. You know, probably the biggest, most current example was Chancellor Merz saying that Ukraine could fire German long-range missiles deep into Russia. This is extremely dangerous escalatory behavior that could bring us into a wider war if we continue in this way. So I've become a bit frustrated where we are, and I think that President Trump is as well, so perhaps he will step this up a little bit. But all the reasons that we were told that we must fight this war, through the European Union, you know, for democracy. Zelensky is not a democratic leader. I'm sorry, he's corrupt. Russia would continue to come into NATO. That is not true either. And we knew this, as you said, in 2022.
Yes. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, our time is up. So thank you for our panelists, and we look forward to having you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nagyon szépen köszönjük a remek panelbeszélgetést. Hölgyeim és uraim, most következő felszólalónk német nyelven fog beszélni, úgyhogy kérem, használják a tolmácskészüléket, hogyha szükségük van rá. A legutóbbi osztrák választások győztes pártjának, a Szabadság pártnak a főtitkáráról van szó, mert hogy ő is itt van velünk a CPAC Hungaryn, Magyarország nagy barátja, számos pontban egyetért egyébként hazánk orosz-ukrán konfliktusban képviselt álláspontjával, szerinte a lehető leghamarabb a feleknek tárgyalóasztalhoz kell ülnie és békét kell kötnie. A CPAC Hungary színpadán, hölgyeim és uraim, érkezik most Christian Hafenecker!
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, geschätzte Zuhörer, liebe Patrioten, danke für die Möglichkeit, heute hier sprechen zu dürfen und danke auch in einer so tollen Runde sein zu dürfen, die letzten beiden Tage. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, wir stehen heute in einer Zeit, in der sich Europa entscheiden muss. Wollen wir ein Europa der souveränen Vaterländer oder wollen wir ein Europa, das von ein paar EU-Funktionären in Brüssel gesteuert wird und das wie ein zentralistischer Superstaat? Die Antwort der FPÖ ist hier klar. Wir stehen an der Seite der freien Völker Europas, wir stehen an der Seite Ungarns, an der Seite der Regierung Viktor Orbáns und wir stehen für ein Europa der Selbstbestimmung und nicht der Gängelung, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren. Was sind die sogenannten europäischen Werte? Die Brüsseler Eliten, unterstützt von ihren Vasallen, die es auch in Österreich gibt, unterstützt von einer österreichischen Außenministerin, die am liebsten Österreich sofort abschaffen wollte und in die Vereinigten Staaten von Europa überführen möchte. Das sind die Vasallen, die Europa in Zukunft steuern wollen. Und das sind die Herrschaften, die Werte vertreten, die nicht unsere sind, nämlich linkswoke Werte, linksgrüne Werte, ökomarxistische Werte. Das wollen wir nicht und genau deshalb bin ich Ungarn auch dankbar, dass Ungarn eines der letzten Bollwerke des Widerstands gegen genau diese Begrifflichkeiten aus der Europäischen Union sind. Und diese Werte sind ja eigentlich zynisch, denn wer sich gegen diese Werte stellt, der wird sanktioniert, der wird denunziert oder er wird wie Ungarn finanziell erpresst. Und hier von Werten zu sprechen, ist wohl ein schlechter Scherz. Die Europäische Union benutzt Begriffe wie Rechtsstaatlichkeit und Demokratie mittlerweile wie eine Waffe gegen politische Gegner. Und es ist zynisch, von Rechtsstaatlichkeit zu sprechen, von einem Rechtsstaatsmechanismus zu sprechen, denn der ist nichts anderes als, in Österreich würde man sagen, ein Gummiparagraph, ein Paragraph, den man in jede Richtung drehen, wenden, biegen und verbiegen kann. Und er wird immer dann scharf gemacht, wenn jemand aus der Reihe tanzt. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, das könnte man genauso bei zahlreichen Skandalen in Österreich oder anderen EU-hörigen Staaten machen. Nur da herrscht bekanntermaßen Totenstille. Das sehen wir übrigens auch bei der Kommissionspräsidentin selbst, wo man nicht einmal in der Lage ist, sehr, sehr interessante SMS-Nachrichten zu liefern, um einmal wirklich einem der vielleicht größten Korruptionsskandale der Europäischen Kommission auf die Spur zu kommen. Da gibt es also kein Interesse. Aber wenn Ungarn die Grenze schützt oder Polen sich gegen die Gender-Ideologie wehrt, dann kracht es natürlich im EU-Palast. Der EVP-Chef Weber, der selbst übrigens, und das ist ja das Interessante in der Europäischen Union, der selbst nie ein Mandat vom Volk gehalten hat, will plötzlich in Österreich bestimmen, welche Regierung wir in Österreich haben dürfen. Er hat offen gefordert, die FPÖ nicht an der Regierung zu beteiligen, und Brüssel hat daraufhin dem Bundeskanzler Stocker von der ÖVP sogar noch dazu gratuliert, dass er das gemacht hat. Er hat nämlich mitverhindert, dass die Freiheitliche Partei mit Herbert Kickl an der Spitze den Bundeskanzler stellt. Man hat eine Koalition der Verlierer gebildet. Und in den vergangenen Koalitionsverhandlungen musste die ÖVP sogar hinter vorgehaltener Hand zugeben, dass sie unter enormem Druck des Brüsseler Establishments gestanden ist, nicht mit uns Patrioten zu regieren. Das ist keine Demokratie mehr, das ist Erpressung. Gleichzeitig blockiert die EU seit 11 Jahren Mittel für Ungarn. Es gibt kaum einen Regierungswechsel in die richtige, sprich nämlich in die linke Richtung, wie etwa in Polen. Da fließen dann wieder die EU-Milliarden. Und jetzt fördert man auch noch eine neue Partei in Ungarn mit, die nur eine Handvoll Mitgliedern besitzt, aber es kommt trotzdem das Geld für den nationalen Wahlkampf aus dem EU-Topf. Das ist keine politische Neutralität mehr, das ist eine offene Manipulation, eigentlich am ursprünglichen Sinn der Europäischen Union vorbei. Und genau deshalb hatte J.D. Vance auch recht damit, als er seine Rede bei der Sicherheitskonferenz in München gehalten hat. Und deswegen möchte ich auch den Freunden von den Republikanern danken für diese Offenheit, die uns hier entgegengebracht wird. Während Brüssel überall angeblich Werte verteidigt, wird die Meinungsfreiheit gleichzeitig systematisch eingeschränkt. Es gibt eine digitale Zensur durch den Digital Services Act. Es gibt die Finanzierung linker NGOs durch die EU-Kommission. Es gibt die Diffamierung durch politische Netzwerke, und wer nicht spurt, wird mundtot gemacht. Und da ist eine Aussage des neuen deutschen Bundeskanzlers von Deutschland, Friedrich Merz, nicht ganz unter den Tisch zu kehren, der gesagt hatte, also wer den EU-Konsens verlässt, der muss auch mit Konsequenzen rechnen, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren. Und denken wir mal drüber nach, was das bedeutet. Bis jetzt ging es noch um Rechtsstaatlichkeit, jetzt geht es schon um den EU-Konsens, um Sanktionen seitens der Europäischen Union zu erhalten. Das ist eine Steigerungsstufe und das ist mit ein Teil der Entdemokratisierung Europas. Und genau deshalb begrüßen wir Freiheitliche auch die Athener Erklärung der Patrioten für Europa, denn diese Erklärung fordert zentrale Punkte ein, nämlich alles das, das für uns selbstverständlich sein sollte. Meinungsfreiheit. Wer hätte gedacht, dass wir in Europa um Meinungsfreiheit kämpfen müssen? Es ist schneller gegangen als befürchtet. Das Digital Services Act zeigt uns das. Es muss Respekt vor nationaler Identität geben und nicht Gleichmacherei. Es muss Schluss mit ideologischer Umerziehung sein und ja, auch die Wokeness gehört nicht zu unseren konservativen Grundwerten. Im Gegenteil, so sollen sich die Gruppierungen untereinander ausmachen, die es wollen. Das ist jedenfalls nicht der Wunsch der Mehrheit der österreichischen Bevölkerung. Und eines ist vor allem wichtig, wir brauchen ein Europa der Vielfalt und nicht ein Europa der Gleichschaltung. Und der Tagungsort Athen ist ja nicht zufällig gewählt worden. Athen ist die Wiege der Demokratie und sendet hiermit auch ein ganz, ganz klares Signal. Europa gehört seinen Völkern und nicht der EU-Bürokratie. Kommen wir noch zum Punkt der Migration. Ein Punkt, der uns Patrioten, denke ich, allen zu denken gibt und die Realität in Europa diesbezüglich ist ja jeden Tag klar. Es kommen jeden Tag Tausende illegale Migranten nach Europa, aber nur jeder Fünfte, der einen Abschiebebescheid erhält, wird auch tatsächlich abgeschoben. Und was macht die EU-Kommission dagegen? Rein gar nichts. Der EU-Kommissar Brunner, der für Migration zuständig ist, schwärmt stattdessen von anderen Machtfantasien und Rückführungsrichtlinien, die de facto nicht funktionieren können. Und statt unsere Grenzen zu sichern, was eigentlich der logische Zugang wäre, versucht man nun, afrikanische Behörden von Brüssel aus zu kontrollieren und ihnen die Einhaltung von Menschenrechten zu verordnen. Abgesehen davon, dass ich den Herrschaften dabei viel Spaß wünsche, ist das ja auch noch etwas anderes, nämlich ein neokolonialistischer Größenwahn, der sich hier ausbreitet. Ich denke, das sollte man in Brüssel auch einmal ganz, ganz deutlich ansprechen. Und genau vor diesem Hintergrund ist der Migrationskommissar nicht etwa der Kommissar für die Sicherheit Europas, sondern er ist der Schutzpatron der illegalen Migration diesbezüglich. Und genau deswegen sollte er auch sofort ersetzt werden durch einen echten Remigrationskommissar, der die Interessen der europäischen Völker vertritt. Was passiert in Ungarn? Während Ungarn seine Grenzen schützt, will Brüssel es dafür bestrafen. Man versucht, tausende Migranten gegen den Willen der ungarischen Bevölkerung nach Ungarn umzuverteilen. Das ist nicht Integration, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, das ist Zwang. Was macht Österreich in der Zwischenzeit? Unsere Regierung erfüllt natürlich alles das, was ihr von Brüssel aufgetragen wird. Es gibt auch ein Motiv dazu, das ist das Defizitverfahren, das Österreich gerade droht. Das heißt also, wenn man schon budgetär entmündigt ist durch die Europäische Union, muss man zumindest deren Kurs mittragen. Aber auch der Blick in die anderen Länder der Europäischen Union zeigt, welche Agenda Brüssel momentan betreibt. Wir machen einen Blick nach Frankreich, wo Marine Le Pen gerichtlich verurteilt wurde und willkürlich vor der Teilnahme an den kommenden Präsidentschaftswahlen gehindert wird. Man hat sie eigentlich ausgeschlossen. In Deutschland wird die AfD vom politisch gesteuerten Verfassungsschutz als rechtsextrem eingestuft, ein politisches Urteil mit fataler Signalwirkung. In Rumänien wird die Präsidentschaftswahl nach dem Ausschluss eines Anti-EU-Kandidaten zur Farce. Demokratische Grundprinzipien sind oft unter die Räder gelangt. In Rumänien sieht man das ganz besonders. Und man sieht jetzt auch, was gerade jetzt in Rumänien passiert. Dort bereitet die EU-Asylagentur im Rahmen des Asyl- und Migrationspaktes der EU die Umsiedelung Hunderttausender Afrikaner und Araber nach Rumänien vor. Das ist sozusagen dann das Ergebnis, das man hier sieht. Das ist die Realität der Europäischen Union im Jahr 2025 und genau davor warnen wir. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, wir von der Freiheitlichen Partei sagen ganz klar: Nein zur Massenmigration und zur medialen Zensur. Nein zur EU-Zentralisierung. Nein zur politischen Erpressung aus Brüssel. Und Ja zur Meinungsfreiheit, Souveränität und zum Schutz unserer Heimat. Ein Europa der Freiheit braucht mutige Partner und deshalb stehen wir fest an der Seite unserer Freunde und vor allem auch an der Seite unserer Nachbarn in Ungarn. An der Seite aller, die sich dem Brüsseler Zentralismus widersetzen. Und wir werden jedes Jahr mehr. Unsere Bewegung ist nicht mehr aufzuhalten. Und schon bald wird an der Seite unserer Freunde auch ein österreichischer Volkskanzler Herbert Kickl stehen und den Brüsseler Eliten das Fürchten lernen. Ihr könnt euch auf uns verlassen für ein freies Europa, für ein starkes Österreich und gegen eine Bevormundung durch Brüssel. Herzlichen Dank.
Egy olyan politikus következik, aki nem fél szembeszállni a gender lobbival, az illegális migrációval és Brüsszel túlkapásaival. Lengyelországból érkezett Krzysztof Poszák, a lengyel Szejm alelnöke, akivel pedig beszélgetni fog nem más, mint az Alapjogokért Központ lengyel vendégkutatója, Sebastian Mövissen. De mielőtt feljönnének a színpadra, nézzük meg egy videóüzenetet.
Thank you for inviting me to speak here at CPAC Hungary. The reason the CPAC comes to Hungary is that, I don't know, Hungary is one of the most important countries in the world. And your leadership, particularly the heroic Viktor Orban, is a role model for all the populist, nationalist, sovereigntist movement throughout the world. People in the left in the United States right now are saying, hey, everything Trump's been doing is really Orban's model. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, but I will tell you, as a pathfinder and a hero about how to stand up for his people and how to stand up for his nation, Viktor Orban's second to none. He's a hero of mine. He's a hero of the MAGA movement. And this is why you have such tremendous support by Matt Schlapp, the entire team at CPAC, of course, my daughter, Captain Maureen Bannon, Jack Basovic, so many others are there to give support and say, hey, Hungary is important, and Hungary is important because it punches way above its weight. It has shown the world what's standing up to the global apparatus, what's standing up to Soros, what's standing up to their money, what's standing up to the deep state that's in Brussels, the party of Davos, all of it. The courage to do it and the courage to see it through and get results and not back off when the easiest thing to do was to back off. The people in Hungary are heroes, and Viktor Orban is a hero to the MAGA movement. I know he's a hero to President Trump. That's why President Trump thinks so highly of him. I want to really thank you guys for having us there. We support you. We will always have your back. And I got to tell you, the War Room loves the people of Hungary, loves what you do, and particularly loves Viktor Orban and his entire team that have had the pressure of the entire media apparatus, financial community, big tech, all of it arrayed against him. And what was the result? You stood up for your country, and your country is in better shape than any of the others because you stood in the breach and said, hey, not on our watch. Thank you very much.
Steve Bannont hallhatták és láthatták. Köszönjük az üzenetet.
Dear Krzysztof, you are at the head of a political phenomenon called Konfederacja. I will say Konfederacja in the Polish way, the Confederation. And you are yourself a sort of political phenomenon because, okay, first of all, you look young, but you have been, you told me backstage, about 20 years ago, the youngest MP elected in the Polish Sejm, the Polish parliament. Since then, many things happened and changed, but your right-wing patriotic movement has grown to such an extent that 2 weeks ago, your candidate for the presidential election, Sławomir Mencen, reached a record high score in the elections, nearly 15%. Now, my first question to you, because I am being asked very often by my Hungarian friends and colleagues, what is this confederation? So, next time they ask me, what should I answer?
Well, first, good morning. It's good to be here. It's good to be in the Patriots family and on this conservative event. When you ask about phenomenon of confederation in Poland, it's clear that Polish voters were looking for many years for an alternative right project, more idealistic, more sovereignty-oriented, more free market-oriented, more conservative or politically incorrect oriented. And our voting base at the beginning in 2019 were young voters. Our phenomenon emerged from the internet, then to some media, and then to mainstream media. And now we are party number one among young voters. We are ahead of the left on female voters. So now more female voters vote us than feminists and leftists on leftist lists and progressive lists. So it's a kind of success which quite surprised even us when in last elections our result just 2 weeks ago doubled, because our last results was like between 1 million and 2 million, and now we have almost 3 million votes in presidential elections. And on this Sunday, second round of presidential elections. Unfortunately, our candidate was third, so now we keep fingers crossed for a conservative candidate in these elections.
Absolutely. I'm obviously going to come back to Sunday, because we really can't have this conversation without mentioning it. But before that, I wanted to ask you a little bit about your approach. How did you perceive the launching of the Patriots for Europe? Because it's a fresh political movement which quickly became the third largest power in the European Parliament. And a couple of your MEPs joined the group. How was it perceived? Is it a sign of hope that this right-wing or patriotic wave is taking over Europe? How do you see it from the Polish perspective?
I think it's a very good thing that we have a Patriots group in European Parliament, a bigger group, which is not so-called far-right group or something, and we are not at this alternative, whether to join mainstream center-right or be in an alliance of radical parties. Now we have something which is more idealistic than center-right parties, but still, in my opinion, possibly influential in European politics. Of course, now they try to block any influence of patriots. They try to separate the debate only in some politically correct circle. But in my opinion, it's a matter of time, and after next elections we'll be growing in European Parliament. We will have, it's clear that if European elections would be tomorrow, we would have much more members of European Parliament, and it is impossible to block growing political movement for years. It is possible for 1 or 2 terms, but not constantly. So first time since joining European Union, I start to believe that some change in European politics is possible, not in the wrong direction, but in a good direction. And I hope that we will have the opportunity to build one big conservative group in the future. I know that we are divided. There are some of my colleagues, good colleagues, are in different groups, but I think that we should talk with these people, should cooperate, sometimes informally, sometimes on social level. We should not be divided because of political groups, political camps. We should focus on the agenda, and especially we have the same enemies.
You mentioned that Confederacja was to a large extent gaining popularity via the internet, right? And it's observable if we go look on statistics. For example, when you or Mr. Mencen give an interview in one of the most popular radios in Poland, Radio Z, which is not necessarily Confederacja friendly to say the least, you can see because they are ranking of the most watched, and systematically the two of you are on top. Why is it so? Is it the young people who are interested, and what is bothering them that people want to watch you and listen to what you have to say?
I think it's not about ideas, because it's clear from 2019, when we entered Parliament from our own list, it's clear that we are more conservative than a big part of our voters. So it's not about agenda, it's not about ideas. In my opinion, it's about we are honest, we are directly speaking what we think, we are always open to the debate, focused on details, focused on issue, not hating each other, not politically correct. It's very important. In my opinion, young voters and middle-aged voters in Poland are completely tired with cheap, politically correct talk. Politicians going to interviews and saying nothing, or taking care only about their PR, not focused on anything specific, do not having their own agenda. It could be center-left, centrist, or center-right, but people feel that it's not professional and that these old-type politicians are lazy and incompetent. In my opinion, this is the main factor.
Okay, so now we have to reach the unavoidable topic about the Sunday second round of the presidential election. After the first round, your presidential candidate, Sławomir Mencen, finished third, as we mentioned, and then announced that he is ready to endorse one of the candidates, but not unconditionally. And there are a list of priorities. There is a list of priorities that are absolutely key for both Confederacja representatives and their voters. I have some examples. One of them is the future president has to promise he would not send any Polish citizen to fight on the Ukrainian front. That's just one example. Or that the president will refuse the acceptance of the euro in Poland. Can you give me other examples of key priorities that Karol Nawrocki, the candidate of endorsed by Law and Justice, signed actually that he's gonna respect?
Okay, so first, the result of our presidential candidate was surprising for establishment because, as I said, he doubled our result. It happened during 1 or 2 years. We got 15%, close to 3 million votes. So it's something. But what happened next was even more surprising. He invited both candidates going to the second round to the interviews to his YouTube channel. He said that he will not endorse anybody. He is inviting them to his YouTube channel and he will make an interview with them, 1 hour and a half, and he will give them his declaration with our 8 principles about sovereignty, international relations, taxes, Ukraine and so on. And surprisingly, they accepted because they want this 3 million votes because polls for them are very like 50-50. Nobody knows who will win. So first time in Polish political life, one politician interviewed another and every news station broadcasted this live. So it was first most popular stream in the world.
It broke the YouTube record of the most watched.
Yes. Now, when we count the views only on YouTube, it's like 10 million views after a few days. And if we count also television, maybe half of the society saw it. And it was the best and most tough interviews these politicians ever had. Because they do all the campaign cherry picking and they go only to journalists that like them. And first time somebody asked them true questions about difficult issues and they had to answer. And it was not easy for them. So even if you don't know Polish, you can find these interviews. It's, in my opinion, very interesting model that politicians show that could be better journalists than true journalists. And then one candidate, a conservative one proposed by Law and Justice, he signed our declaration, every 8 points. And another liberal, he said that he agree on some issues and he do not agree on another, but he don't want to sign anything. So it's obvious that he do not agree with our agenda. And our candidate made his summary of these interviews, and he said that the decision is in the hand of our voters. He respects their mind and their judgment. But from his perspective, one is completely not interesting from our perspective, and the other is closer. So this is what happened, and in my opinion, it's the most interesting experiment between first and second round in Polish presidential elections that I have ever seen. Still nobody knows who will win, but now the all right-wing leaders united to vote against the liberal candidate. So I hope Conservative will win.
So yeah, what would be 1 or 2 of the main priorities that were assigned by the Conservative candidate that are so important to you and to your voters?
First was about not introducing new taxes and not rising taxes. Then there were some about rejecting climate policy, rejecting any new treaties that reduce our sovereignty and give any new competence, new powers to Brussels and reduce our sovereignty. Then there was about sending troops to Ukraine, that he had to promise that he will never send Polish troops to fight in Russian war in Ukraine. Then we had also about joining NATO by Ukraine. We proposed that we are against this integration of Ukraine with NATO, because from our perspective it means going to war with Russia, which we don't want. So there were many principles, and there were all not. There were details, yes, not cheap talk, not slogans, but things connected with the president's power in Polish constitution. And it was also first time in Poland that somebody in the campaign is talking exactly something connected with president's power, not all debate on everything.
And the last question, we are now in the middle of the legislature of the current Tusk administration. In 2027 or earlier, is a coalition of law and justice with Konfederacja out of the question?
Everybody asks this question. Polish, especially mainstream and left-wing oriented journalists get mad when they see the polls, because if you count results of right-wing candidates in first term of Polish presidential elections, it's over 50%, and they start to count that it's even possible to have constitutional majority in next parliament. In my opinion, it's not very realistic, but normal majority is possible. So it's obvious that if some majority is possible, I always answer in media that there is nothing, there's no secret deal between Confederation and Law and Justice. There is no negotiation, but if there is majority, you always have to start negotiations, and we are focused on our agenda, and we will negotiate. So I think everything is possible. We are not focused on any partner for now, but it's obvious that leaders, voters in Poland are tired about this center-left liberal government. After 2 years of Donald Tusk government, no problem was solved, and the quality of this government is completely disaster.
Thank you, Krzysztof.
Thank you very much.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük ezt a kis beszélgetést. Hölgyeim és uraim, a volt brit miniszterelnök is elfogadta a meghívást, és itt van a CPAC Hungary színpadán. 2022-ben vette át a brit konzervatív párt vezetését, és lett kormányfő. Szolgálta hazáját kereskedelmi miniszterként, igazságügyi miniszterként és külügyminiszterként is. Politikai pályafutása során mindig fontosnak tartotta az illegális migráció visszaszorítását. Jelenleg is nagyon aktív a brit politikában, és küzd a konzervatív értékek megerősítéséért. Hölgyeim és uraim, a színpadon most Liz Truss!
Well, good afternoon, and it's fantastic to be here in Budapest with so many conservatives, so many patriots, and so many freedom fighters. It used to be the case that people would flee Eastern Europe to go to countries like Britain, where there was freedom, where there was free speech, where there was free enterprise. Now people are leaving Britain to come to Budapest to talk about free speech. And the reason for this is that unbelievably, people are being locked up in Britain for speaking out in public. Lucy Connolly was sentenced to 31 months in jail for posting on X, even though she deleted the post 4 hours later. And last week, she tried to appeal to be let out of jail early for good behaviour. Now, Britain's jails are full, and rapists, paedophiles are being let out of jail early, but not Lucy Connolly, because the system want to make an example of her. And this isn't just an isolated incident. Thousands of people in Britain are being apprehended and arrested every year for praying outside abortion clinics, for burning the Quran, even for displaying a poster of a terrorist who was being blown up by a pager. That was considered to be a problem. And what is the government's reaction to this? Well, the government's reaction isn't to say, we've got this wrong. How on earth could we do this in Britain, the country that invented free speech? In 1695, we created the free press for the first time. No, the reaction of the authorities is to say, we need a definition of Islamophobia in the law so we can reintroduce the blasphemy laws. And that is what is happening in our country. And people say to me, how on earth can this happen in the nation that invented the Magna Carta and the Bill of Rights? Well, the answer is that we have a deep state in Britain that is out of control. Now, I'm sure you've all seen Yes Minister and Sir Humphrey. What Tony Blair did is he put that on steroids. He changed Sir Humphrey into a kind of Greta Thunberg type figure, and he made it harder for civil servants to be replaced. He removed accountability from the judiciary. He created a Supreme Court in Britain that we had never had in our history, and he took power away from Parliament. And what has happened is those institutions in Britain have been corrupted. They've been captured by left-wing ideology. Islamicism, eco-extremism, transgender ideology. And what do all these things have in common? Because they don't automatically seem the same. Why is somebody who believes in transgender ideology allying with somebody who believes in Islamic extremism? Well, the thing they all have in common is they all hate Western civilization. They hate the family, they hate the nation, they hate free speech, and they want to undermine it. And that is who we have allowed to embed themselves in our institutions. And we can see the same thing happening across Europe. We can see the left not trying to fight battles through the ballot box, but instead trying to restrict free speech, instead trying to restrict who can even run in elections. So Marine Le Pen has been banned from running in France. The AfD have been described as an extremist group. We can see interference in elections in Romania and across the European continent. And underneath all this is a very, very powerful network, a globalist network that is well-funded, well-organized, and is pursuing an agenda of their own ideology. The World Economic Forum, the IMF, the World Health Organization. And what we have is we have people that float between these organizations. I think Mark Carney is the primary example of this. Somebody who failed at the Bank of England, who printed money and created inflation, who then was associated with the World Economic Forum promoting net zero, and now he is Prime Minister of Canada. This is what the left are able to do, running that network. And I wasn't aware of how powerful these people were until I became Prime Minister in Britain. I understood that we had to fight the system, but I thought we could achieve it by reform, by change within the system itself. And that's why I ran to be Conservative Party leader, to take on the economic orthodoxy, to cut taxes, to get fracking, drill baby drill, and to restrain the size of the state. But what happened is when our plans were put forward, I faced smears, I faced lies, I faced massive hysteria about what we were trying to do. Even though before and since, far higher deficits have been generated, far higher debts have been generated, and indeed, the gilt price has been higher. But what the authorities didn't like is the way I challenged the groupthink and I challenged the orthodoxy. In fact, the Bank of England have admitted that that period in 2022, the vast majority of the market movements were down to their failures to regulate the pensions industry. But none of those corrections have been printed in the mainstream media. They would rather perpetuate the lie that it was my fault and my responsibility. And this really opened my eyes to how powerful unelected authorities are, how powerful the globalist network is, and how powerful the left have become and how well funded. The only hope is to take them on directly. And that's why I completely support what President Trump is doing in America. Taking on Harvard, taking on the State Department, dismantling the bureaucracy, doging the officials. And some people say he's gone too far. He needs to use a scalpel. He can't be pushing it so hard. But I know from experience that unless these people are taken on head first, they won't be defeated. And that is what our movement across Europe now needs to do. We need to create a Trump-style revolution across the European continent. I know from my own experience, it's not enough just to win an election. It's not enough just to be in office. Because at the moment, the left control the playing field. They control the rules of operation, and they have rigged the rules against us. So how are we going to do that? How are we going to change the playing field? Well, first of all, we need independent media. We need the Joe Rogans and the Ben Shapiros of Europe and the UK. And we need to make sure that they have a huge audience. The second thing we need to do is we need to repeal the left-wing laws, and we need to leave the failed international institutions. The ECHR, the WHO, we should not be part of them. We also need to dismantle the bureaucracies that we have at home, because you won't be able to win with a group of people who are not on your side, a group of people who are smearing, leaking, and briefing against you. And we also need an alternative institution to Davos, one which has financial might to be able to take on the networks and the power that the left have. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a great restoration in Europe. We need to restore Christian values to our continent. We need to restore parliamentary democracy and freedom. We need to restore the nation state. That's why we're here today. That's why we're here at CPAC. And we need to keep going to make Europe great again. Thank you.
Elkötelezett híve az amerikai konzervativizmusnak. Amerikai kongresszusi képviselő volt, de ma is aktív közéleti szereplő. Tanárként, tanácsadóként és leginkább hazafiként osztja meg a tapasztalatait a következő generációval. Hölgyeim és uraim, a CPAC Hungary színpadán Dennis Ross!
Wow, what a great day in a great country. Good afternoon. Thank you, CPAC. Thank you, Center for Fundamental Rights. It is so good to be back in Hungary, the country of my ancestors. You see, I'm the son of a Hungarian mother, grandson of Hungarian grandparents, and I'm here because of my passion for the love of my Hungarian heritage and because of my gratefulness of my American citizenship. My great-grandfather, Louis Kerekes, migrated legally from Hungary in the late 19th century to Cleveland, Ohio, which is still one of the largest Hungarian diasporas in the United States today. My mother, as I said, was the daughter of a Hungarian. My father was the son of an orphan, so I have the blessing of both. I have Hungarian roots and conservative heritage. One of the reasons I was proud to accept your invitation today is because this country, Hungary, in Central Europe, has steadfastly upheld its culture, its traditions, its religion, its families, and its people. Hungary honors its ancestors by preserving the hard-won culture it has created. Hungarians suffered, fought, bled, and died for freedoms its culture now represents. Hungarians have resisted and persevered. During my 8 years in Congress, I co-chaired the American-Hungarian Caucus and spent much of my time working to build stronger relations between our two countries. In August of 2016, I was incredibly honored to be awarded Hungary's Knight's Order of Merit for the work I was doing to strengthen Hungarian-American relations. In 2018, I led a bipartisan congressional delegation. Thank you. Thank you. I led a congressional delegation, bipartisan, believe it or not, to meet with Prime Minister Orbán, as well as members of his cabinet and members of the Hungarian parliament. It was interesting for me, but more interesting for my congressional colleagues, because they had an opportunity to learn firsthand the significance Hungary has had in the development of European policies over the last 100 years, and still today plays a significant role as a model of what is right with conservative leadership and how that leadership prospers a nation. I continue to encourage my colleagues in Congress to travel here to Hungary and learn of how much we have in common. I laud my friends in Congress, Congressman Andy Harris and Congressman Warren Davidson, who will be here later today, to continue their efforts to strengthen our relations. You know, over the last 150 years, ever since Lehos Kossuth was the first foreign leader ever to address a joint session of Congress in the United States, our nations have shared much in interests. Though we're not always on the same side, it was through our continued building of bilateral relationships with each other that we have been able to build a conservative base in both countries and enjoy many of the common benefits that conservative principles and values provide. What are those? Well, first of all, those values include our faith. You know, the Hungary Helps program is a unique one of a kind. It is a program to assist in bringing aid and relief to persecuted Christians in the Mideast. As small as a country that Hungary is, when it comes to faith and practicing that faith in the likeness of God, Hungary is a giant. The Judeo-Christian values of American conservatives also recognize the importance of our relationship with God in the foundation of building our great nation, and today, most importantly, in needing that faith to sustain our greatness. We share the value of family. You know, conservatives understand that the key to developing a prosperous and sustainable nation is to grow their population. So many developing countries today have either a near zero or zero population growth. I ask you, how can a culture, let alone a nation, survive if it does not encourage the growth of families so as to increase the population of its citizenry and carry on those cultural traditions which are so crucial to the heritage of that nation? Through Hungary's family policy, women who have children don't have to pay taxes. The family housing subsidy provides a financial path for families to be able to afford a home and raise their family. These pro-family policies are crucial to the central growth of a nation, and conservatives believe in pro-family growth. While other nations ignore the sustainability of their culture, Hungary is providing incentives to grow and expand to the next generation, who will further expand the culture and economic benefits of being Hungarian. Likewise, in America, conservatives believe in a strong family unit. Our nation provides a $2,000 tax credit to families to have children, to assist in having children. In fact, in the pending reconciliation bill now before Congress, conservatives have raised that amount to $2,500 and have thrown in a $1,000 Trump bonus to a family for each birth of a child. Families are the core to building a prosperous nation and for carrying out, again, our cultural traditions and heritage. Conservatives also share love of country. It's what I like to call patriotism. One of the reasons we're here today. Patriotism is not a radical concept. Rather, it is the power to protect a nation's citizens from tyranny, a respect for the rule of law, and a preservation of our national sovereignty. Hungary has been a leader in this area, and immigration is one example. Now, I was here 10 years ago. In 2015, you may remember that, the onslaught of migrants illegally entering Hungary. It was Hungary that took a stand, contrary to the EU, but for the betterment of Hungary and its citizens by securing its border to restrict these illegal crossings. I saw the train station in Budapest being overtaken by illegal immigrants. I saw Hungary being blamed in the press for human rights violations when, in fact, what they were doing, it was what any patriotic nation should and would do, and that is to protect their people and their sovereignty. Thankfully, Prime Minister Orbán is taking this immigration crisis seriously with his comprehensive approach to border security and immigration enforcement that has been effective in controlling illegal immigration and protecting Hungary's borders. Hungary's immigration policies deserve recognition nationally and praise for their effectiveness in protecting the interests of the Hungarian people. By placing strict limitations on immigration and prioritizing the well-being of Hungarian citizens, Hungary has shown itself to be forward-thinking and a responsible country. This approach not only ensures the safety and security of your people, but also allows you to maintain your unique traditions and a way of life among a diverse population. And, you know, believe it or not, in America, we too had some immigration issues. In fact, it was finally under the leadership of President Donald Trump that our borders were also secured. In his second administration, under his leadership, illegal crossings into America have been reduced drastically by 95%. America was also accused of human rights violations, but President Trump also did what was necessary to protect the citizens of the United States and our sovereignty. You see, that's what patriots do. We band together to protect the safety and security of our people. Patriotism is the recognition of the love of our country and determination to respect our national sovereignty. Conservative Americans and Hungarians alike rely on their patriotism to build stronger, safer, and more secure nations, not while building barricades between our allies, but rather by building bridges of cooperation, cultural, economic, and political cooperation. Our conservative values of faith, family, and patriotism matter. They matter because those values work. As America continues to strengthen its economic and cultural and political bonds with Hungary, this strong bilateral relationship will not only benefit our two countries, but it will also be an example of how to better our relations with European nations. You see, our European friends, they may also seek prosperity. They may also seek cultural preservation. They may also seek national security, and I hope they do. And they may also seek protection of their own sovereignty. But we know, and they should know, that cooperative multilateral relationships between freedom-seeking patriotic nations are key to the survival of a free world. In fact, what our European friends need to recognize is that patriotism, the patriotism that I speak of here, the patriotism that all the speakers and that we share here today, is necessary to build these bonds of economic and political cooperation and does not require the surrendering of each country's heritage and traditions. The warm relationship that President Trump and Prime Minister Orbán stands in contrast to former President Biden, who despised Hungary for steadfastly upholding its conservative values, upholding its traditions, upholding its religion, upholding its families and its people. Biden's pressure campaign and one of America's closest partners, Hungary, was foolish and represented an alarming step backwards in our relationship with Hungary. With President Trump, America and Hungary have never been closer. We share much in common, including that both our nations have fought for freedoms. There are many conservative members of Congress who, like me, want to see Hungary as a beacon in the West, and we are working tirelessly to bond with Hungary and to enhance that bond. So, fellow patriotic conservatives, the time has again come to be leaders of freedom. We know our conservative values work. History has proven that. Let us go from this great city of Budapest and not be silent, but rather be an action of change and be that loud voice of patriotism that our conservative principles compel us to be. May God bless and continue to bless our great nations. Köszönöm CPAC, köszönöm Hungary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Congressman Dennis Ross. Hölgyeim és uraim, ez volt tehát a Volume, a Patriots blokk, és valóban a hazafias hangok most nagyon felerősödtek. Az biztos, hogy a patriótákat nem lehet most már többé elnyomni. Hölgyeim és uraim, most egy 45 perces ebédszünet következik, a jól megérdemelt finom ebéd. Kérem, fogyasszák szeretettel, de várjuk vissza önöket mindenképpen ide a CPAC Hungary konferencia termébe, ugyanis jön ebéd után Nagy Márton miniszter úr, itt lesz Kovács István, Éva Vlárdingerbrock és Gulyás Gergely is, úgyhogy jöjjenek vissza és nézzenek minket. Jó étvágyat kívánok!
Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we have a 45 minutes lunch break and we'll come back with great speakers like Nagy Márton, Kovács István, Éva Vlárdingerbrock and Gulyás Gergely. Enjoy your meal. Soon back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Köszönjük szépen, hogy visszajöttek. Aki esetleg még nem tette meg, az legyen kedves visszafáradni a konferencia terembe. Folytatjuk a CPAC Hungary-t, méghozzá olyan nagyszerű előadókkal, politikusokkal, mint Nagy Márton, Gulyás Gergely, de érkezik hozzánk Kovács István is, és Éva Vlárdingerbrock is.
Mindenek előtt azonban eddig csak ígértük, de most már tényleg jöjjön egy különleges videóüzenet Matteo Salvinitől.
Un carissimo saluto a Victor e agli amici riuniti a Budapest per il CPAC Hungary. Vi ringrazio per l'invito, purtroppo, come state vedendo, da vicepresidente del Consiglio sono qua in ufficio al Ministero a Roma e nelle ore in cui c'è la riunione sarò sia a Reggio Calabria che a Messina, perché siamo ormai vicini alla partenza dei cantieri sul ponte dello Stretto di Messina, che è una delle più grandi opere pubbliche in questo momento in lavorazione in Occidente. Comunque sono con voi, la Lega c'è Isabella Tovaglieri, siamo sempre presenti comunque nel condividere le vostre battaglie, che sono anche le nostre. Sono contento che l'esperienza del CPAC, che da anni è appuntamento irrinunciabile a Washington per tutte le realtà che fanno riferimento al nostro mondo conservatore e repubblicano, si consolidi anche in Europa. E va riconosciuto all'amico Viktor Orban il merito di avere per primo reso internazionale il concetto di patrioti, dando vita alla famiglia dei patrioti per l'Europa, di cui la Lega fa orgogliosamente parte. Le sfide che stiamo affrontando e che ci attendono nei prossimi anni su entrambe le sponde dell'Atlantico sono le stesse: difesa dei confini, e sapete che ho pagato personalmente rischiando fino a 6 anni di carcere per aver bloccato l'immigrazione clandestina, lotta al radicalismo islamico, e l'amico Geert Wilders vive da anni sotto scorta per fare questa battaglia, salvaguardia del valore della famiglia e di quei valori che sono messi in discussione ogni giorno, contrasto alle ideologie woke e all'estremismo green, che ad esempio sia a Victor in Ungheria che all'amico Abascal in Spagna creano tanti problemi, riaffermazione della sovranità nazionale, che ogni giorno deve fare i conti con dei burocrati a Bruxelles non eletti dai cittadini. Il tema di quest'anno è l'era dei patrioti, che descrive perfettamente quanto sta accadendo in Europa, negli Stati Uniti e in molte parti del mondo. La sinistra ha fallito ovunque, è sempre più forte il vento a favore di quelle forze che mettono i cittadini prima delle multinazionali, del business e della finanza, che mettono il proprio paese prima dell'Unione Europea, che mettono la libertà prima di obblighi e imposizioni. Noi patrioti siamo in crescita ovunque, per questo stanno facendo di tutto per fermarci. È successo in America con Donald Trump, in Brasile con Jair Bolsonaro, in Francia con l'amica patriota Marine Le Pen, che sono sicuro terrà duro e vincerà le prossime elezioni presidenziali, e ora ci stanno provando anche in Germania, ma non riusciranno a fermarci. E la nostra prossima sfida è Bruxelles. Già oggi i Patrioti per l'Europa sono il terzo gruppo più numeroso al Parlamento europeo, unica e vera forza di opposizione a Ursula von der Leyen e ai venti di guerra di chi parla di esercito europeo, di riarmo europeo, invece di accompagnare la pace necessaria. L'obiettivo è proseguire su questa strada e diventare ancora più grandi, più uniti, più forti, per costruire una forza alternativa e concreta all'attuale maggioranza, per andare al potere, per cambiare questa Europa e rimediare a decenni di scelte sbagliate da parte delle istituzioni europee. Abbiamo insieme l'occasione di scrivere un futuro diverso per i miei e per i nostri figli, che rimetta al centro la libertà, le famiglie e il lavoro. Make Europe great again, anzi make the West great again. Io ci credo. Tutta la Lega, con i suoi 500 sindaci e i suoi 100 parlamentari, i suoi 5 ministri, ci crede ed è con voi, al fianco di chi non si arrende e di chi combatte a testa alta per difendere le proprie identità, contro tutto e contro tutti. Quindi da Roma a Budapest, grazie a tutti voi che portate avanti questa battaglia per la libertà. L'era dei patrioti è solo all'inizio, insieme possiamo farcela, insieme vinceremo. Viva il CPAC Hungary, viva i patrioti!
Grazie mille, Matteo Salvini. Hölgyeim és uraim, most következik egy előadó, akinek a neve mára egyet jelent a magyar gazdaságstratégia karakteres hangjával. Ő az, aki nem elméletekben beszél, hanem konkrét pályákat rajzol fel, és ha kell, bele is áll a vitákba, akár itthon, akár a nemzetközi szintéren. Gazdasági növekedés, adócsökkentés, szuverenitás, magyar érdek, ezek nála nem hangzatos szavak, hanem napi szintű munkaterv. Idén is elfogadta a meghívásunkat, hölgyeim és uraim, a CPAC Hungary színpadán Nagy Márton, Magyarország nemzetgazdasági minisztere.
Jó napot kívánok! Magyarország gazdasági és pénzügyminisztere vagyok egyben január 1-től, és az elmúlt 4 évben nagyon szorosan követtem azt, hogy az Európai Unió gazdaságpolitikája vagy versenyképessége merre halad. Azt kell mondanom, hogy nem jó felé. És amikor arról beszélünk, hogy az Európai Unió versenyképessége miért ment tönkre, akkor azt kell mondanunk, hogy valójában azért, mert maga az Európai Unió tönkretette azt. És ez egy nagyon nagy probléma. 5 darab pontban tudom felsorolni azt, hogy hogyan jutottunk el idáig, hogyan jutottunk el elhibázott gazdaságpolitikáig, ami a versenyképességet olyan mélyre tolta, hogy nem is tudom, hogy vissza lehet egyáltalán hozni innen. Az első ilyen dolog a versenytársakénál sokkal szigorúbb a fejlődés korlátozó fiskális politika, ami azt jelenti, hogy az Európai Unió kormányai azok egy konzervatív fiskális politikával bíztak, nem pedig egy fejlesztő államba. Addig, amíg az Egyesült Államok a GDP 7-8%-ának megfelelő költségvetési hiányt tartott fönt évente az elmúlt években, és Kína is, és ilyen mértékű gazdaságfejlesztést csinált, az Európai Unióban lényegében a GDP arányos költségvetési hiány mondjuk 24-ben és előtte is 3% körül alakult. 3 versus 7-8%. Ez több 100 milliárd dollárt jelent évente a gazdaságok között. Miközben a Draghi jelentés, vagy a Letta jelentés megállapítja, forráshiányos az Európai Unió gazdasága, legalább 7-800 milliárd euró kéne gazdaságfejlesztésre. Mindez azt jelenti, hogy 2010-ben a 10 legnagyobb GDP-vel rendelkező ország közül 4 volt az Európai Unió tagja, addig 24-ben már csak 2 fért be, és 2030-ban valószínűleg 1 se fog beférni. 2010-ben az unió részesedése a világkereskedelemben 16% volt, 13 Kína, USA 11, 24-ben Kína 18, unió 14,5, USA pedig 11. Teljesen megfordultak az arányok. Mi a második pont? A második pont, amiért a versenyképesség tönkrement, az ideológia vezérelt, üzleti logikától mentes szabályozás. Ez azt jelenti, hogy mindent túlszabályoztak. Minden egyes esetben, amikor jöttek új programok, jött mellé több 100 bürokrácia növelő intézkedés. Mondok egy nagyon egyszerű dolgot arra, hogy a bürokrácia vagy a bürokratikus törvénygyár hogyan működött. 19 és 24 között például az USA-ban 5500 jogi szabályozást hoztak, ugyanezen időszak alatt az Európai Unió szervei 13 000-et. 13 000-et, 2,5-szer annyi szabályozást hoztak. Az uniós szabályozás jelentette bürokratikus teher ma az Európai Unióban a GDP 1,3%-a. Tehát az, hogy van egy ilyen bürokrácia, az elvon évente a gazdaságtól a GDP 1,3%-át. Az unió vállalatinak 32%-a szerint lényegében a beruházásokat akadályozza a bürokrácia. Nézzük a harmadik dolgot, ami a versenyképességet tönkretette. A harmadik dolog az elhibázott energiapolitika és az önveszélyes szankciók. Lényegében ma is az Európai Unióban 3-4-szer többet fizetünk az áramért és a gázért, mint az Egyesült Államokban, vagy éppen Kínában, annak ellenére, hogy ezek az árak normalizálódtak, lényegében a keleti vagy az orosz gáz és energiahordozókról való teljes leválás, plusz Németországban a nukleáris üzemeknek a bezárása oda vezetett, hogy lényegében ma a vállalatok számára a legnagyobb probléma a magas energiaárak. Az Európai Uniós vállalatok 46%-a mondja ezt, hogy a beruházások gátja az energiakérdéskör, vagy az elektromos áramok magas aránya. 4-es pont. A 4-es talán számomra az egyik legfájóbb dolog, az autóipar teljes eltemetése. Ha azt nézzük, hogy az Európai Unióban mely iparágak a legerősebbek, akkor azt kell mondani, hogy a gépipar, illetve az autóipar van elől. Utána jön valahol a vegyipar, illetve a gyógyszeripar. A 2 vezető iparágunkat lassan el is temethetjük. Ez azért van, mert az autóipar esetén a zöld átállás tekintetében nem hangoltuk össze lényegében ezeket az ideológiai kérdéseket, amit meg is lehet kérdőjezni, de ha már azt mondjuk, hogy zöld átállás legyen, össze kell hangolni iparpolitikával. Az iparpolitikának senki nem kérdezte meg ki a véleményét, és az, hogy 2035-re el kell érni egy 0%-os kibocsátást, ezt senki nem beszélte meg senkivel. A vállalatok megkapták, és lényegében futottak utána. Ebből látszik az, hogy például ma az Európai Unió autópiaca hogy néz ki. Közben pedig Kína lényegében letarolja az autópiacot. Mondok egy nagyon friss számot, néztem az első 4 havi Európai Uniós autóeladásokat. Lényegében az autóértékesítések 5%-kal estek az Európai Unióba, 30%-kal estek a benzines és a gázolajos autók értékesítése, ez év per év arány tekintetében, és körülbelül 35%-kal emelkedtek az elektromos autó és hibrid autók értékesítése, de bocsánat, nem a német autóipar termékei emelkedtek, hanem az olcsó, kompakt kínai BYD termékeknek a behozatala lényegében növelte ezt az értékesítést. Tehát mit lehet ebből látni? Az autópiac még mindig nem talált magához, lényegében a hagyományosok kezdenek kiszorulni, elektromos jön előre, de abban meg lényegében a kínaiak a versenyképesek, amik teljesen megölik az autópiacot. Önök is tudják, hogy egyszer voltak olyan nagy márkák, mint az Ericsson, meg a Nokia, meg a Grundig, sehol nincsenek. Én nem akarok vészjósló lenni, simán elkövetkezett az, hogy a nagy autóipari márkák, és most nem mondok néhányat, mert valószínűleg kapok néhány telefont utána, ha mondanék, hogy ki fog eltűnni szerintem, de a következő 5 évben simán eltűnhetnek nagy európai automárkák. És az 5. a jövő technológiájába elfelejtettünk befektetni. Az Európai Unió nem fektet a jövő technológiában. Nincsenek high-tech iparágakba való befektetés, nincs űripar, nincs AI vagy chip gyártás, stb. Ezeket elfelejtettünk. Például még a világ új szabadalmai beadványai 2010-ben európai részesedés 17,4% volt, 23-ban már csak 10% volt a szabadalmak beadása. Lényegében Európai Unióban 64 high-tech iparágból 2 területen számít egy csak vezető nagyhatalomnak. 25-ben az Európai Uniónak 125 startupos unikornisa volt, ezzel szemben Kínában 300, az USA-val pedig 780 volt. A top 50 AI mesterséges intelligencia startup listán a EU székhelyű cégek száma lényegében 3, USA székhelyű cégek száma pedig 42 darab a 100-as listából. 3 amerikai vállalat birtokolja a világ felhőszolgáltatási piacának 2/3, az EU-s felhőszolgáltatók részesedése lényegében az Európai Unión belül csupán 2%. Lényegében megszűntek az európai high-tech iparágak, és a hadipar, ami most kezd kialakulni, itt is van egy nagy kérdőjel, egyáltalán vissza tud-e kapaszkodni. A top 10 hadipari vállalat között 2010-ben 3 európai mellett 7 amerikai cég volt, 23-ban lényegében egyetlen Európai Uniós cég maradt a top 10-ben, az USA cégek közül 5, 3 kínai és 1 orosz. Így néz ki most a hadipari rangsor. Tehát ebben lehet látni, hogy erre se figyeltünk. Ez az 5 tényező az, amiben mondom, hogy az Európai Unió tönkretette a versenyképességét, és hát jön a +1, Ukrajna felvétele az Európai Unióba, illetve a háború finanszírozása. Évente lényegében az Európai Unió költségvetésében 100 milliárd eurók mennek Ukrajna finanszírozására, plusz ha felvesszük Ukrajnát, plusz olyan költséget fog okozni a tagállamoknak, ami a versenyképességnek a rendbehozását egyáltalán megnehezíti. Tehát adott esetben azt kell, hogy mondjam, hogy a jelenlegi brüsszeli bürokrácia, politikai berendezkedés nem képes arra, hogy ezt a versenyképességi fordulatot végrehajtsa. Nincs is rá, úgy tűnik, hogy igénye. Ebből az Európai Unió és annak iparágai lényegében eltűnésre vannak kárhoztatva. Csak politikai irányváltás, csak politikai váltás következtében lehet, és van is esélye Európának újra nagyjá lenni, és az európai gazdaságot újra lényegében erről a lélegeztetőgépről levenni és bedurrantani. Azt meg kell hagyni, hogy az Európai Unió gazdasága mindig is egy stabil alapokon állt. Ha hozzáértő kezekbe kerül, én azt gondolom, hogy lehet ráépíteni. Gazdaság nélkül pedig nincs költségvetés, nincs gazdagodás, nincs pénz, ezt mindenkinek meg kell érteni, minden politikusnak, ha nem megy a gazdaság, nincsenek adóbevételek, és hadd menjek vissza a költségvetésre és a pénzügyekre. Meg kell értenie mindenkinek, ha pénzt akar valaki osztani, akármilyen társadalompolitikai célokra, oktatásra, egészségre, vagy éppen a hadászatra, az bevételekből lehet. A bevételek pedig a gazdaságból vannak. A gazdaságot kell erőre emelni, bedurrantani, akkor lesznek bevételek, és akkor lehet lényegében építkezni. Még egy fontos dolog, elvesztettük azt a megközelítésünket is, hogy valamilyen olyan pillérekre tegyük a gazdaságpolitikát és az európai gazdaságpolitikát, ami sikeres, és lényegében vállalkozóbarát. És itt hadd mondjam el a magyar utat végezetül, azt gondolom, hogy ez sikeres, ez egy jó út. Miért? Mert ez munkaalapú gazdaságra épül, családalapú társadalomra épül, vállalkozásokra épül, Mi meghallgatjuk a vállalkozókat, nem szeretnénk elmondani nekik, hogy mi a tuti, nem akarjuk azt elmondani nekik, hogy mi jobban tudjuk, ők tudják jobban, ők kockáztatják a pénzüket, nem én, ők. Úgyhogy hallgassuk meg őket, mondják meg mi az irány, és próbáljuk meg segíteni őket. A versenyképességet helyre kell állítani, az adót nem növelni kell, hanem csökkenteni kell, és a bürokráciát is nem növelni kell, hanem csökkenteni kell. Ez a magyar út, és azt gondolom, ez a tuti, ez a jó dolog, ezt lehet követni. Úgyhogy szeretnénk példát mutatni az Európai Uniónak, de még egyszer csak politikai fordulattal lesz gazdasági fordulat. Itt a magyar út, erről lehet példát venni. Köszönöm szépen!
Köszönjük szépen, miniszter úr! Most a No Border, No Order beszélgetés következik, amelyet a magyar jobboldal meghatározó személyisége vezet fel. Alapítója az Alapjogokért Központnak, aminek ma már a stratégiai igazgatója. De az ő fejéből pattant ki a megafon ötlete is. Azé a megafoné, amely országszerte felhangosította a patrióta hangokat a közösségi médiában. Vannak itt megafonosok? A CPAC Hungary színpadán fogadják nagy szeretettel Kovács Istvánt!
Egész jól nézünk mi ki. Szeretettel köszöntök mindenkit. Jó barátom és régi arcostársam Dani bemutatott, de hadd mutatkozzam be úgy, ahogy én szeretem bemutatni magamat. Kovács István vagyok, hiszek Istenben, szeretem a hazámat, és van 4 csodálatos gyerekem, akikért bármit megtennék a világon. És ezekért a szavakért itt ezen a színpadon tapsár, de hogy a világ milyen őrült hely, azt mi sem mutatja jobban, hogy máshol azért kifütyülnének. És természetesen a határokról szól ez a beszélgetés, de mielőtt színpadra szólítanám kiemelt vendégeinket, hadd osszam meg azt a történetet, hogy hogyan magyaráztam el a gyerekeimnek, hogy mit jelentenek a határok. Itt vannak valahol, nem tudnak megcáfolni, azt hiszem fent ülnek, ott jelentkeznek. Sziasztok! Amikor kicsik voltak, még ennél is kisebbek, akkor egyszer megkaparintották az útlevelemet. És nagyon szerencsés ember vagyok, sok helyen jártam a világon, sok különböző vízum, meg pecsét van benne, és nagyon szerették lapozgatni. Annyira szerették lapozgatni, hogy egy idő után ez lett az esti mese. Végig mentünk, és elmeséltem nekik, hogy ez milyen ország, ez Amerika, ez az. És eljött az az idő, hogy először külföldre mentem velük, Ausztriába, és kérdezték, hogy kell-e nekik útlevél. És mondtam, hogy nem kell útlevél, miért nem kell? Mondom, itt a schengeni együttműködés nehéz lesz elmagyarázni egy 4 meg egy 5 évesnek. Mondtam, hogy úgy képzeljétek el, mint hogyha az ország az egy ház lenne, és a nagyon-nagyon jó barátaidnak megengedett, hogy bármikor átjöjjenek, nem kell engedélyt se kérniük. Mondták, nagyon jó értik. Elindultunk Ausztriába, határon ellenőrzés. Néztek rám, hogy mi történik. Hát mondom, azt nem tudom, hogy mondjam el, hogy a schengeni együttműködés éppen szétesik. Azt mondtam, hogy emlékeztek, hogy a nagyon jó barátaidnak megengedett, hogy bejöjjenek a házba. Ez egy dolog. Viszont amikor mindenkinek megengedett, hogy bejöjjön, akkor olyan emberek is bejönnek, akiket nem szeretnéd, hogy bejöjjenek, és végül oda fogsz kiukadni, hogy mindenkitől, még a barátaitól is meg fogod követelni, hogy engedéllyel lépjenek be. És ez nem jó, mert a schengeni együttműködés az Európai Uniónak az egyik legnagyobb vívmánya volt, ami kézzelfogható eredményeket hozott nekünk is magyaroknak, de azt látjuk, hogy az illegális migráció miatt éppen a megszűnés szélére került a Schengen is. És hogyha nincsenek határok, akkor nincs rend, akkor rendetlenség van egy országban. Azt hiszem, hogy Magyarország példaértékű munkát végez, erről is fogunk beszélgetni, úgyhogy eljött az idő, hogy színpadra szólítsam kiemelt vendégeinket sorban. Először is Eli Kohanim, aki egy veterán amerikai diplomata és Trump elnök korábbi antiszemitizmus elleni megbízottja. A másodjára Fabrice Leggérit, aki a francia Rassemblement National Európa parlamenti képviselője, és a Frontex korábbi igazgatója, ez az Európai Határvédelmi Ügynökség, és végül, de nem utolsó sorban, Sami Gemayel urat, Libanonból, aki a libanoni parlament tagja a Kataeb párti képviseletében. Kérem, hogy fogadjuk őket nagy tapssal. Welcome to the panel. This is your mic. So I just realized how good the composition is of this panel, because we cover different parts of the globe, and yet migration is a problem everywhere. So I would like to start with France, which is a fine example of what's happening if a political regime refuses to address the problem of mass migration. So, Monsieur Leggeri, if you can expand a little bit, what has Monsieur Macron, as the president, has done with migration, or maybe has not done with migration? Is he even acknowledge the problem, or simply ignore its existence? Please.
Well, thank you for the question. I will be very straightforward. President Macron has done nothing. Nothing good for France. And last week, there was a discussion about possible referendum in France. And my political party, Rassemblement National, proposed migration policy. And to that, President Macron answered, I don't see the point. What do you mean? There is no issue. While we know that more than 70 or 80% of French people say there are too many migrants, especially illegal migrants in France. So he has done nothing. He pretends he's acting. So 2 years ago, his government proposed a legislation, and then they pretended that they accepted our amendments to be a little bit more tough on migration and stricter. And then there was a very cynical behavior. So the government, so Macron's government, accepted all these amendments. And then the president, so President Macron, asked the Constitutional Court to assess whether all these amendments are in line with the Constitution. And the Constitutional Court said, well, these amendments are out of the scope of the legislation, but the Constitutional Court didn't say it's against the Constitution. So that's the kind of tricks President Macron is doing.
Okay, so you're saying that Monsieur Macron and his regime simply ignores the whole problem. What about you and your parties? You are a member of the Patriots, and this group has a very certain opinion on mass migration. So what's your opinion, and what's the reality in France? Has mass migration anything to do with the increasing crime rates, increasing number of anti-Semitic accidents or crimes?
Well, the situation we are facing in France is simply a disaster, because we see the result of this chaos, migration chaos. And for example, we have now an increase in criminality rate. Women don't feel safe anymore in Paris, and even in places that used to be safe places. There is unfortunately an increase in rapes, and this is of course denied by authorities trying again to fix it with some kind of tricks, changing statistics, definition. And there is an appalling surge in anti-Semitic speeches, and not only anti-Semitic speeches, but also violent actions, physical actions against Jewish community in France. So we have, in fact, a situation where we have President Macron, who is, I would say, an extreme centrist, extreme center political leader, allied to the left and the far left, those campaigning with the Palestinian flag and saying Gaza, 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 and we are saying France, 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 European citizen during the electoral campaign.
It sounds to me that it's very similar what you had in the US during the last administration. So I've been told, and you know, this number seems to be too high. However, you confirm or deny that more than 10 million illegal migrants entered the southern border under the regime of Joe Biden. Is it real? Is it valid?
So I want to thank you for this fantastic question. And before I answer, because I am sitting on Hungarian soil, I want to just take one quick moment to thank the Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban. And he is, yes, one of the world's most courageous leaders today, and there's a lot to discuss on that. I want to just speak on one point as a Jew, as an American, as a human being. When the International Criminal Court, the kangaroo court that it is, when it decided to target the Jewish state of Israel in its anti-Semitic way, as we found out that the leader of the ICC is himself perhaps an alleged criminal, Karim Khan, there was one European leader who stood up against the ICC, who stood with Israel, who stood with morality and showed Europe what morality is in 2025. So join me in thanking Prime Minister Viktor Orban for his leadership. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Yes. And so now I'll get to your question about the United States and our border. It's hard to believe, but in fact, under the failed previous Biden administration, there were in fact over 10 million illegal crossings from our southern border. And if you think about that number, 10 million, it's more than the population of Hungary. So just understand that for a minute. Think about that. That is not just a failed immigration policy. What that is also failed, an appallingly failed national security policy and safety towards the American people. So we quickly saw that President Trump has reversed those by, when he came into office, almost immediately issued an executive order, again, reversing those policies. We now have Remain in Mexico. We have the deportation of illegals back on military planes going back to places like El Salvador and other countries where these illegals have come from. And we're seeing astounding success. I mean, there's almost no illegal migration right now coming into the country because of the president's policies. I'm going to just also answer your question about anti-Semitism and how the border touches that. What we know under the Biden administration was that there were at least 360 individuals who were on the FBI's known terror list, and they were apprehended. That's about 10% more that tried to come in than had previously under the previous Trump administration. That's the 360 that we knew of. There's almost 2 million individuals who came in on terror lists that we don't know who they are. And clearly, terrorists are a threat to Jews. We saw that with the Washington, D.C. attack last week that left 2 Israeli embassy staff dead. I put this at the feet of the Biden administration. For 15 months, they tolerated a pro-terror movement in the United States. And so when President Trump says that if you have no border, you have no country, he's exactly right.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. However, it seems to me that the situation in Lebanon is even more serious. So, Mr. Jemaya, you're coming from Lebanon, and thanks for coming to Hungary. Maybe the Hungarian audience is not really familiar with the situation of Syrian refugees and migrants in your country. So if you can please expand a little bit on this.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us here. I came here as an advocate of my country, Lebanon. It's a very small country with 10,000 square kilometers for 5 million inhabitants. We were the 19th most populated country in the world. And then the Syrian conflict started, and we became the 3rd most populated country in the world with almost 580 inhabitants per square kilometer. This is because we added 50% of our population to the previous one. We were 5 million, we became 7, because we have 2,100,000 Syrian migrants in Lebanon. It's like in France, over the 65 million, you add 32 million more to the population, 50% more. And it's been going on for 12 years, started in 2011, today we are 2013, the immigration started, we are today in 2025. The Bashar Assad regime is gone, but the migrants are still there. Before that, they used to tell us it's very dangerous for them to come back. If they come back, they will be persecuted. What is the excuse now? The regime is gone. Why are they still there? So when we go to the UNHCR people, it's the UN in charge of the refugees in Lebanon, and we talk to them about that. They say it should be a voluntary and safe return. It's safe because the regime is gone. Voluntarily, what does that mean? So if I like the place where I am, and I'm not volunteer to go back to where I come from, it's my right to stay. So I told the guy, I told him, okay, let's forget about anything that has to do with borders. And let's invite everyone to the most beautiful countries in the world for free. And everyone should be able to enter freely. This is what you're telling me. So if people who come illegally to my country and they like it, because it's nice, it's a beautiful country, I want you all to come to Lebanon one day. If you like the place, you can stay there because you like it. You can go anywhere in the world, and if you like it, you can stay. And you don't have to ask for any permission to do so. So we ended up, so I asked the guy, he is from a Scandinavian country. I asked him, sir, how many refugees do you have in your country? How many Syrian refugees you have in your own country? He said that they did a huge effort and they accepted 5,000, which he was very happy to tell me that he has 5,000 refugees, they accepted them in this Scandinavian country. So I told him, sir, we have 2,100,000. What are you talking to me about? Are you really giving us Lebanese that have been hosting these refugees for 12 years lessons in human rights when we say, please, we need these people to go back home because our country cannot sustain economically on all levels. Electricity, we have a deficit in electricity, in water. All the infrastructure is being damaged because it cannot sustain 50% population more. And they you know what, this is it, and you have to deal with that, and etc., etc. It's like there is a big conspiracy against my country. It's like they want it to be destroyed, especially that Lebanon has a lot of problems economically, politically, etc. So now in addition to the Hezbollah problem and the war with Israel, etc., we have also the Syrian refugee problem. It's like the whole problems of the world are on our back today. So we would love all our friends present here, and through you, through the CPAC, we want to launch this big appeal for all of you to help us in shifting and changing the policy regarding immigration, especially regarding the return of Syrian refugees to Syria, and make it a priority, because this issue is touching Lebanon, Jordan, Turkey, and a lot of European countries
the whole
in
region.
the region.
Yes, very well. And you said the conspiracy, and I couldn't agree more. You talked about the designated body of the UN as part of this conspiracy. However, I am deeply convinced that these international bodies are supported by certain NGOs, and not all of them, but vast majority of them coming from or funded by the Open Society Network. And I come back to you, Fabrice, if I may. When you served as the chief executive of the Frontex, did you have any experience with these entities like pushing you towards a certain position?
Well, in fact, I've been leading this agency, Frontex, the European Border and Coast Guard Agency, for 7 years. And then the commissioner, European Commissioner for Migration and Security, Ylva Johansson, a socialist from Sweden, told me once that my job is to let migrants in. And that the job of border guards is to welcome migrants. And she was saying that I don't need... She didn't understand why I wanted to purchase weapons for my border guards and uniforms, although this is in the legislation officially. So we disagreed, and from that point on, I had more and more troubles, political problems, and I could see this conspiracy, as you said, between NGOs, leftist, I would say Islamo-leftist, together with woke ideology. So, in fact, there are forces, many of them funded by Open Society, and they are forces that want simply to destroy our civilization. So I was thinking, why do they hate us like this? What is the reasoning behind? What is the rationale? I don't understand. But the fact is they want to destroy our borders. They want to deconstruct our culture and history. Some weeks ago, I found out that the European Commission is funding Islamist project very close to Muslim Brotherhood, and they want to deconstruct history of Europe, deconstruct history of our Western civilization. And the best way they find is that they let more and more migrants to come, and we have to resist. And this is why the age of patriots is now, and we are ready to win elections. And we see that election after election in Europe, but also in America, in South American countries, the people are waking up. And the people are very clear on the fact they want security, they want order, they want borders, they want to keep their identity, they want to remain who they are. And that's why we stand united.
Very well. So there's hope in Europe as well. It's good to hear. And definitely there's hope in the US, where Donald J. Trump got back in office. And he decided to step up against illegal migration, and he declared, America first. But, of course, we understand America first. However, illegal migration cannot be solved only in America. So, in really short time, how do you see what does America first means with regard to Donald J. Trump's foreign policy? What effect it will have in the problem solving of the Middle East, please.
So America First, as enunciated by President Trump, is really the president's pledge to the American people that he's placing his voters, his people, his citizens as the top priority as he makes every decision, whether foreign policy or domestic policy. As it comes to the border, again, it's his understanding that he wants to secure the country, create a border, and make sure we have a nation. And of course, the border policy affects so many different aspects of people's lives, including security, including protecting ethnic and religious minorities like the Jewish population, and so on. In terms of America First and what we can expect on the global scene, well, first of all, I hope that our European allies, and Hungary, as I mentioned earlier, is the exception and the leader, so we're talking about the other EU states, that they will follow the Trump model. They'll follow the America First first and make it a Europe first model, where they will take steps to deport these people who have come into Europe to undermine European society, right? I'm talking about people who from childbirth have been indoctrinated to not only hate Jews, but to hate Christians and to hate all of Western civilization. So it behooves Western countries to reverse their suicidal open borders and migration policies, as we're seeing President Trump do in the United States. As it comes to the Middle East, I think we're seeing the president just returning from a historic visit to the Gulf and this Riyadh speech, where in Riyadh the president also acknowledged the sovereignty of Middle Eastern states and the political and social history of those ancient civilizations, and said that we are no longer exporting our values on you. We're going to be partners with you to build peace. And to hopefully bring the region to further normalization, recognition of Israel at some point when the time is right, but also just creating a alliance of United States, moderate Muslim countries, Israel. It's a vision that I think we hope that all of Europe will get behind, and that hopefully we're going to see this, this beautiful peace and moderation and real tolerance for each other's ways of life become an international program, international movement, I should say, and truly patriotic as we're seeing here today.
Unfortunately, I'm one of the organizers, so I have to really keep the time limit. So it's such a shame that we have to end our conversation right here. Thanks for every one of you for your valuable contribution and for coming to CPAC. And hopefully we meet next year right on the same stage where we can continue our conversation. Thank you very much for all of you.
Kedves hölgyeim és uraim, Ted Cruz, Texas állam szenátora videóüzenetet küldött nekünk. Nézzük meg együtt.
Hello everyone. I wish I could be with y'all in person, but it's great to join the freedom-loving advocates gathered in Hungary today. We are united behind the shared values of faith, family, and freedom. And we reject the radical woke agenda that seeks to tear down everything we hold dear. That's why CPAC Hungary matters. You are building a movement to advance those values right in the heart of Europe. And you're showing the world that conservatives do not retreat. We organize, we stand, and we lead. This transatlantic alliance of conservatives, Americans and Hungarians alike, is a mission to defend the values that make these countries great places to live and work and raise our families. May God bless you, may God bless Hungary, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Az illegális migráció elleni harc egyik legfontosabb alakja az Egyesült Államokban. Az USA korábbi ügyvezető belbiztonsági minisztere volt. Hivatali idejében nagyon sokat tett az illegális migráció ellen. Magyarország barátja. A CPAC Hungary színpadán Chad Wolf!
All right, well, good afternoon. It's great to be back in Budapest. And I want to thank the Center for Fundamental Rights, CPAC Hungary, for the opportunity to come back again. The return of Donald J. Trump to the American presidency is one of the most consequential events in this past half century in American history, and I would argue one of the most in Western history as well. One of the terms that you'll hear when talking with our British friends is America-brained. It means a fixation on American interpretations, American frameworks, and American solutions in all things. Even if you don't necessarily make sense for the actual country at hand. And of course, being America brain doesn't actually mean a fixation on the whole corpus of American thought. It really just signifies a fixation on the leftist and globalist currents in American civics. This is how we get absurdities like European students being indoctrinated on US critical race theory. It's how we get the UK trying and failing to mimic American federalism to its own detriment. And it's how we get European elites allowing floods of migrants with little to no cultural or civic compatibility to their host societies. And this last is a consequence of ideas nurtured on the American left to the effect of the nation doesn't really exist, is infinitely expansive, and does not require generations of prior effort, and moreover has no moral right to define itself. The price for this last conceit is paid in little girls unfortunately being knifed to death in Southport, the grotesque arrest of British citizens who exercise their rights to free speech, the beheading of a French schoolteacher, stabbings at the Berlin Holocaust Memorial, a car attack in Munich, the sexual assaults of over 1,000 women in Cologne in just a single night, the mass rapes of uncounted English girls in Rotterdam, and the return of deadly anti-Semitism to Europe for the first time since the Third Reich. Europe's elites, unable to defend the very idea of their own nations and histories, thereby leave their peoples exposed to death and mayhem more commonly associated with wartime. They simply do not understand the threats felt with great immediacy by their own citizenry. No one in Marseille locks their doors at night for fear of the Russian army. No one in Munich is wary of marketplaces because they are afraid of the alternative für Deutschland. No one in Nottingham avoids certain neighborhoods because they are worried about climate change. All these things have a singular cause, and the elites who cause them will not name it. Instead, they'll jail their fellow citizens who do. Because these same elites are formed by and fixated upon an upper tier, a transatlantic cohort. They think themselves virtuous by the lights of the American left. This is why this past February's address by our Vice President at the Munich Security Conference came as such a shock to European elites. They rarely, if ever, bother to liaison with, and still less to understand, the American right, by which I mean the American majority, considering it beneath them and contrary to their ideals. Of course, they don't pay attention to their own national majorities either. So I'm here today as an American, as a patriot, to urge you, our European friends, to stop being American-brained and to look instead to the natural and proper objects of politics as the West has understood them since Aristotle first wrote on this topic almost 25 centuries ago. The preservation of the nation, the defense of history and heritage, the right to define your own political community, and the securing of your faith, your families, and your communities. Or to simply put it differently, if you're going to be American-brained, then pay attention to the American majority that returned President Donald J. Trump to office, specifically because contrary to what you might hear, he endorses all of these things. His understanding of the political diverges radically from that of politicians because it is rooted not in an elite niche that is unmarooned from its own nation and society, but in the historical and enduring understanding of what the nation is and what its governance is for. For proof, you don't need to look any further than what he's done on migration, on reorientation of governance towards the national interest, and on trade. In the mere 130 days since his second inauguration, they include restarting construction on the wall along our southern border, kickstarting the largest mass deportation operation in U.S. history, declaring the Mexican drug cartels foreign terrorist organizations, ending the Biden administration's illegal parole program, cracking down on student visa fraud, requiring the detention and not the release of criminal illegal aliens, using tariffs as leverage for successful bilateral agreements, and declaring a national emergency in the U.S. to combat the deadly threat of illicit fentanyl. Now, the point here is not to deliver a laundry list. President Trump's achievements are extraordinary in that it's just the beginning. Come January 2029, what I've just shared with you will simply be remembered as a good start. For us Americans, we are glad for it and grateful for it. The nation is relieved to be under President Trump's stewardship that generally values them as such and not as objects for ideological transformation, but as citizens deserving a strong defense. For you, our European friends, I would suggest, with all humility, as you are the proper arbiters of your own interest, and that the timeless Western understanding of the political is just as applicable to you as it is to us. In fact, it may be more so. After all, every principle to which we appeal was conceived and articulated with European inheritance. Europe is the cradle of liberty. Europe is the bulwark of Christianity. Europe is the incubator of democracy and rights. And Europe is the pioneer of law-ordered liberty. And Europe is the mother of freedom of conscience. And if Europe is technically against all of these things now, then I would propose to you that it is because it is under the rule of an alien class that is un-European in its spirit and intent. And you can fix that too. Perhaps then this is what an America constituted and formed 250 years ago next year. That was the fulfillment of a European inheritance, an idea can give back to this continent and its people. Churchill once expressed that hope that in God's good time, the new world, with all its power and might, would step forth to rescue the liberation of the old. We did it then in war. Now in peace, we can offer you this, the best of ourselves. Take it. Stand up. Your nations are yours, and they always were. What remains is to assert it. And in this, the Americans are what we have always been. Not just your descendants, but your friends. Thank you, and God bless.
A chilei jobboldal nagyágyúja is átutazta az óceánt, hogy most itt legyen Budapesten. 2025-ben ismét elindul a chilei elnökválasztáson. Politikájának egyik központi eleme a gyermekvédelem. Nem véletlenül feleségével 9 gyermekük született. Fogadják nagyon nagy tapssal José Antonio Castot!
Muy queridos amigos, es un honor para mí estar aquí con ustedes en este gran encuentro. La cumbre de los promotores de la libertad, del orden y de la familia. Lo que voy a decir no es una novedad, pero sí es una triste realidad. La izquierda es una fábrica de destrucción de países, sea en Europa, en Asia o en América. Y uno de los vehículos de destrucción que usa esa izquierda es precisamente la inmigración ilegal que está asolando a nuestros países en todo el mundo. Y hoy, más que nunca, los pueblos libres del mundo necesitan alzar la voz, porque estamos viviendo una hora decisiva. Una encrucijada donde se define si nuestras naciones seguirán existiendo como tales. o si seremos reconfigurados completamente por una inmigración ilegal que, disfrazada por la izquierda de aparente humanidad, está cargada de ideología, anomia y profunda transformación. Así ocurre en América, con el legado de Cuba, de Venezuela, de Nicaragua. En Europa, ustedes lo saben muy bien, porque el fenómeno lo llevan enfrentando ya largo tiempo, demasiados años, con la inmigración musulmana, que avanza sin control, bajo el auspicio de Bruselas y con la complicidad permanente de la izquierda radical. En Chile, si bien este fenómeno es más reciente, la inmigración ilegal ha avanzado de manera radical y muy acelerada. Y en esto quiero ser muy claro. La inmigración ilegal no es un accidente, es una estrategia, es una decisión política, es un arma contra la libertad de nuestros pueblos. Nos dicen que se trata de solidaridad, pero esa solidaridad es a costa de nuestros compatriotas. Son los hospitales los que están repletos, colapsados, las escuelas que ya no pueden recibir más alumnos, las ciudades que se van quedando sin viviendas. Y nos dicen que no podemos cerrar las fronteras y ahora resulta que no podemos abrir nuestras ventanas por el miedo y la violencia. Nuestros barrios, antes comunidades de paz y de sana convivencia, ya no lo son. El crimen organizado transnacional, el narcotráfico, la violencia y el terrorismo se han apoderado de nuestros países y lo están destruyendo todo. En Chile, Sudamérica, solo el año pasado fueron más de 30.000 inmigrantes ilegales los que cruzaron clandestinamente nuestras fronteras. Y en lo que va del gobierno del actual presidente Boric, que lidera junto con la izquierda radical, han sido ya más de 120.000 inmigrantes ilegales que han entrado de manera clandestina a nuestra patria. Y no es una sorpresa, porque ellos promovían en su discurso un país con fronteras abiertas, un país con múltiples nacionalidades, un país con múltiples culturas, despreciando nuestra bandera y también nuestras tradiciones. Y lamentablemente, no es solo un problema de las izquierdas. La derecha tradicional, cuando gobernó, tampoco supo enfrentar con fuerza la inmigración ilegal. Y vemos que en algunos países europeos ocurre lo mismo. Los mismos que dicen que tienen experiencia para gobernar son los que en Chile abrieron las puertas de par en par. Cientos, miles de inmigrantes ilegales entraron a Chile de manera ilegal. Y el problema es que nunca más salieron de Chile. Entre ellos tenemos criminales, asesinos, miembros de bandas internacionales, violadores, abusadores. ¿Y saben lo que es lo peor? No solo que no se les expulsó, como debiera haber ocurrido, se les empadronó, se les dio DNI, se les permitió enviar recursos a sus países hacia el exterior, mientras miles de chilenos se quedaron sin recursos. No pudieron optar a una cirugía en un hospital, no obtuvieron apoyo del Estado para emprender y tampoco tienen vivienda para vivir. Pero esto, lo digo con fuerza, va a terminar. A fines de este año tenemos elecciones, elección presidencial y elección parlamentaria, y las vamos a ganar las dos. Eso es una tremenda noticia para Sudamérica, no solamente para nuestro país, sino para el mundo. Y el combate contra la inmigración ilegal será una de nuestras prioridades, será prioritario en nuestra agenda. Y esperamos tener el mismo éxito que ha tenido Hungría en la lucha frontal contra la inmigración ilegal. Y aquí pido hacer un paréntesis para darle todo nuestro respaldo y esperamos sinceramente que el ministro Viktor Orbán triunfe nuevamente en las elecciones de abril, porque él ha dado ejemplo y ha sido un faro en estas materias para toda Europa. Y lo que él ha realizado en temas de inmigración ilegal y de políticas pro familia, también lo vamos a repetir en Chile gracias al ejemplo que hemos recibido de su gobierno. Así que todo el éxito para ustedes en abril. Y en nuestro gobierno, como les decía, vamos a ser claros, el que entre ilegal no se va a quedar, se va. Y si no se va voluntariamente, lo vamos a detener y lo vamos a expulsar del país, cueste lo que cueste. Vamos a cerrar nuestras fronteras, vamos a construir centros de retención, vamos a aplicar medidas duras para que no puedan trabajar, no puedan recibir más subsidios y para que no puedan enviar recursos al exterior. Se acabaron las excusas. No les vamos a hacer la vida fácil, se las vamos a hacer imposible. Y lo digo fuerte y claro, porque no hay nada mejor que hablar con la verdad y advertirle a las personas lo que vamos a hacer para que nadie se equivoque. Y haremos lo imposible para que Chile deje de ser atractivo para los ilegales y vuelva a ser un país de orden, justicia y esperanza para los chilenos. Chile ya no va a ser un paraíso para los ilegales. Chile volverá a ser un lugar donde la ley se cumple y donde los chilenos puedan volver a vivir en paz. Lo que sí, esto no basta. El verdadero problema no son solo quienes entran, sino cuántos de nosotros vamos quedando. Chile tiene una de las tasas de fecundidad más bajas del mundo. Hoy día apenas 1,03 hijos en promedio. Y de esos nacimientos que tenemos, el 20% son hijos de madres extranjeras. Y no se trata solo de números, sino del futuro de nuestro país, de nuestra identidad. Si no nacen más chilenos, no habrá más Chile. Y eso también tiene que cambiar. La izquierda nos quiere convencer que tener hijos es un problema. Nos quieren imponer la cultura del aborto, del egoísmo y del yo mismo o yo primero. Nosotros creemos lo contrario. Cada hijo que nace es una victoria sobre el nihilismo. Es una victoria en contra de la decadencia y también es la redención demográfica que otros ya han firmado. Nosotros defendemos la vida, la reconstrucción de las comunidades y la recuperación de nuestra sociedad. Por eso vamos a lanzar, una vez que lleguemos al gobierno, el plan más ambicioso de fomento a la natalidad de la historia de nuestro país. Y no lo haremos por ideología, lo haremos por convicción y por sobrevivencia para nuestra patria, para que quienes decidan libremente tener hijos puedan hacerlo sin obstáculos. Vamos a premiar a quienes quieren formar una familia, vamos a apoyar a los padres y a las madres con decisión, no solo en el momento en que nacen los niños, sino que a lo largo de toda la vida, para que crezcan sanos, para que puedan formarse, para que puedan tener una mejor calidad que la de sus padres. Vamos a dar la batalla por cada cuna, por cada jardín infantil, por cada colegio, para que podamos reconstruir el futuro de nuestro país con optimismo, esperanza y convicción. Europa ha comenzado a despertar. Hungría, Italia, Polonia, y ustedes están marcando el camino. Y nosotros les queremos decir que no están solos. Nuestro tiempo ha llegado, el tiempo del orden, el tiempo de la paz, el tiempo de poner fin al abuso, a la corrección política, a la ideología de izquierda que tanto daño nos ha hecho. Y que lo escuchen fuerte y claro en Chile, en Europa y en el mundo. Chile será de los chilenos y de todos quienes cumplan y respeten la ley. Muchas gracias y seguimos trabajando adelante por nuestra patria. Gracias.
A következő előadónk a CPAC Hungary visszatérő vendége. Nem véletlenül szereti ennyire Magyarországot. A felesége is magyar származású. Az idei évtől az USA Indiana államának tiszteletbeli konzulja. 2022-ben történelmet írt, mert megnyerte Indiana állam államminiszteri választását. Ezzel ő lett Indiana első latin-amerikai államminisztere. A CPAC Hungary-n fogadják nagy szeretettel Diego Morales-t!
Well, hello, patriots. It is an honor to be here in Hungary for CPAC. I visited this beautiful country several times before, and it's always a joy to return. My name is Diego Morales, and I have the honor of serving as Secretary of State of Indiana. I'm also honored to be the first Hispanic Latino elected to a statewide office in our great state. I was born in Guatemala, thank you. I was born in Guatemala and legally immigrated to America with my family because we believe deeply in legal immigration, law and order and opportunity. I arrived not speaking a word of English, but I was determined to achieve the American dream. Through hard work, faith, and perseverance, I learned the language, served in the U.S. Army and the Indiana National Guard, and eventually had the honor of running for and winning statewide office. My story, like many others, is only possible in a country like the United States. And I can tell you with full confidence, under President Donald J. Trump's leadership, the American dream is alive and stronger than ever before. President Trump's return has reunited our nation's commitment to secure borders, a strong economy, and the values that built America: hard work, faith, and family. Under his leadership, we have seen a record job growth, raising wages, and a renewed sense of national pride. He stands up for the working class, defends the unborn, and boldly protects religious liberty. As Indiana Secretary of State, I oversee our elections in Indiana, and I am proud to say that under Republican leadership, including President Trump's renewed focus on election integrity, we have strengthened confidence in our electoral system. Just last month, I was personally invited to visit the White House and be among a select group of people to watch President Trump sign his new executive orders. Here in Hungary, I have had the honor to meet Prime Minister Viktor Orban, and I have continued to be impressed with his drive and leadership. Prime Minister Viktor Orban is a great leader. Like Prime Minister Orban puts Hungary first, President Trump believes in America first. But that does not mean America alone. In Indiana, we are also investing in international partnerships. Just recently, we welcomed the Hungarian ambassador, the Deputy Speaker of the House, and other dignitaries to strengthen economic and cultural ties. And for me personally, Hungary holds a special place in my heart. I met my wife, Sidonia, right here in Budapest, Hungary. I had the privilege of learning about the Hungarian people, your culture, and your values. And I see many similarities between our nations. We both believe in preserving tradition, standing up for our families, and a deep passion for our countries. That's what President Trump reminds us, that patriotism is essential. Let me say that again. Patriotism is essential. To the young people here today, no matter where you came from, with hard work and sacrifice, you can achieve your dream. In America, under President Donald J. Trump's renewed leadership, those dreams are not only possible, they are within reach. Each of you has a personal invitation to visit the Secretary of State's office, and I hope you'll come and visit us in Indiana and see firsthand what conservative leadership, guided by bold vision and common sense values, can achieve. Thank you for having me here today. It is truly an honor. Please know, Hungary has a partner in Indiana and America. God bless you all, and may God bless America and Hungary. Thank you.
A tavalyi CPAC Hungary elmondott beszédét letiltotta a YouTube. Ezt követően az X-en legalább 60 millióan nézték meg, ahogy világosan bemutatta, a migráció és a növekvő bűnözés között egyértelmű kapcsolat áll fenn. Azóta nagyot fordult a világ. Mit gondolnak, idén is bemerik majd tiltani a beszédét? Már nem csak politikai kommentátorként küzd civilizációnk jövőjéért, hanem édesanyaként is. A színpadon Eva Vladinger Brock!
Ladies and gentlemen, hello Budapest. I'm so thrilled to be here again. As some of you might remember, last year I gave here a speech as well about the Great Replacement. I wanted the whole world to know that the Great Replacement theory was in fact not a theory, but reality. White people are becoming a minority in their own homelands at an exceptionally fast rate. I knew that addressing that subject was a risky thing to do. But anyone who knows me knows that I don't exactly shy away from controversial conversations if I believe that they need to be had. On my way back home, I posted my speech on X. After a mere 24 hours, the speech hit 30 million views. Thank you. It was the ultimate sign to me that the people were not just ready to have this conversation, but that they were in fact dying to have it. Their concerns and experiences that had been ridiculed and dismissed for decades were finally being brought to light. Indeed, the people were ready to have this conversation, but the elites were not. Hours after I posted the speech to YouTube, it was taken down. The mainstream media went absolutely berserk, of course, and they called me a fascist and every other name in the book. And then Reuters, surprise, surprise, wrote an article saying that all of it was disinformation. But after years of fighting this fight, ladies and gentlemen, those things don't really faze me anymore. And now, thanks to the power of X and thanks to the fearless people of CPAC, here we are once again 1 year later. What has changed in that 1 year? For me personally, a lot. I became a wife to my wonderful husband, Francesco. And I became a mom to our beautiful baby boy, Filippo Leonard. politically, even more happened, and I want to start off with the good news. Donald J. Trump won the elections and is currently, once again, the President of the United States of America. And not only did he win the elections, he is making America great again at such a record speed that it's hard to keep up with. Within just months, Trump managed to start mass deportations, banned sex change procedures for children, and he left both the World Health Organization and the Paris Agreement. It's incredible to see a leader stick to his promises and deliver. And that's where we get to the bad news. Where America is on a path to cultural revival, order, and economic prosperity, Europe is heading for total and utter destruction. In last year's speech, I walked you through an average week in Europe. Talked about rapes, stabbings, and terror attacks that were committed by migrants and still are committed by migrants on a daily basis. Because since then, ladies and gentlemen, things have only deteriorated here in Europe. Many experts have been warning for years now that a civil war is impending. But I believe that our reality is actually worse than that. In a civil war, there are two sides fighting. Here in Europe, only one side is. And I can tell you that it's not us. It's not the white native population of Europe. That doesn't mean, though, that the average European is okay with all of this. We are trying to constitute change through the official channels, but so far with no luck. For example, in my country, the Netherlands, Geert Wilders' party got a whopping 25% of the votes in the elections of 2023. That's more than he's ever gotten before. And Wilders' single most important aim has been to close the border. In fact, our current government has implemented the, and I quote, toughest immigration policy our nation has ever seen. The result? 130,000 immigrants entered in the past year alone. Despite Wilders' efforts, so much so for the toughest immigration policy we've ever seen. And this is a pattern we see everywhere in Europe. Right-wing parties win the elections. In some countries, they even win with 30% of the votes. But since they never gain an absolute majority, coalitions have to be formed. And what always ends up happening is either one of the three following options. Option A, despite the right wing winning, the centrist parties then say, oh no, but that party is too extreme for us and we don't want to form a coalition with them. Or option B, even if a coalition does get formed, the policies get watered down so much so that nobody gets what they voted for. Or C, and this is something that we see increasingly often in Europe, the legal system steps in and thwarts all true right-wing efforts by deeming the policies to be in violation of European law and human rights. And I haven't even come to the fact that our legal system is also targeting individuals at an exceptionally fast rate. Not just politicians and activists, but also private citizens who dare to speak out against the regime are being targeted, arrested, prosecuted, and even sent to prison. Keir Starmer, also known as two-tier Keir, is an absolute master at that. He is turning the UK into one of the most free countries in Europe. Right now, he's even looking to introduce sentencing guidelines under which white men will be punished harsher than women and minorities. Ladies and gentlemen, last time I checked, there is a word for that: apartheid. And allow me to give you a few more examples of how dire the state of the rule of law in Europe really is. 2 weeks ago, I gave a speech in Milan at a remigration summit. Right before the conference was supposed to take place, a couple of German activists, young German activists, decided to travel to Italy, but were notified by the German government that they were banned from leaving the country. Why? Well, because it would damage Germany's reputation. Yes, you heard me right. Potentially damaging your government's reputation, whatever that may be, is now ground for them to take away your constitutional rights. Heroically, those young activists decided to come anyway, so they crossed the border into Italy and attended the conference. But upon their arrival back in Germany, they were met at the airport by a heavily armed police force and brought into detainment. All of that simply for attending a conference to talk about the subjects that the elites don't want you to talk about. My last example is a personal one. A few weeks ago, I got a notification from Apple saying that my phone was under mercenary spyware attack. Mercenary spyware. So we're talking highly sophisticated government-level spyware that is used for counter-terrorism. That means that they can look at me through my camera in real time, they can listen to my conversations, and they can go through every single file on my phone. That is what happens in Europe when a perfectly normal, law-abiding citizen goes against the grain. So, let's face the facts here. Democracy is dead. Stone cold dead. However, the illusion of democracy is very much kept alive. We are being ruled by leaders who claim that they are democratic leaders, and they force us to play along with their games. In fact, many people do so happily. And that is what makes modern-day tyranny arguably worse than what we see in the history books. In the DDR, you at least knew that the government was listening in on you. In the USSR, you at least knew that going against the government could end you in the gulags. In Mao Zedong's China, going against the government was something that surely would have you met with violence. But make no mistake, being a dissident now is just as dangerous as it was back then. Our regime uses pretty words to hide their intentions, but they pervert and invert our definitions all the time. They say that to maintain peace in Europe, we need to go to war with Russia. They say that to protect democracy, we have to ban right-wing parties. And they say that to safeguard freedom of speech, they need to censor disinformation. Just like in Orwell's 1984, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we can find the embodiment of that regime in one person in particular. The worst leader of them all, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. America got 4 more years of Trump. We, here in Europe, got 5 more years of Ursula von der Leyen. The thing is, though, that no one ever voted for Ursula von der Leyen. No one ever voted for her, yet she is one of the most powerful people in Europe, and she's implementing some of the most destructive policies that our continent has ever seen. Just to give you a few examples, she's the one who introduced the Green Deal, crippling our economy. She's the one who introduced the Migration Pact, replacing our native population. And now she's attacking our national sovereignty even further by introducing the Rearm Europe program, an 800 billion euro defense fund mostly used for Ukraine, a country that isn't and should never be part of the European Union. And last but not least, when are we ever going to see those text messages in which she closed a 35 billion euro deal with Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer? As I told you earlier, Ursula von der Leyen and the Eurocrats are most likely the ones reading my private messages, those of a private citizen. When are we going to see hers, those of a public servant spending billions and billions of our taxpayers' money? Ursula von der Leyen thinks she is untouchable. She thinks she is above the law. But we are here today to remind her that she is not. So allow me to take this moment, look straight into the camera, and speak truth to power for a moment. Mrs. von der Leyen, do you think about what you have done? Do you think about the people who suffer because of your policies? Do you think about the people who have died because of a vaccine that you pushed on them, that you bought behind closed doors? Mrs. von der Leyen, do you ever think about the cries of the mothers who cry at night because their children were raped or murdered by immigrants that you let in? Do you ever think about the farmers whose entire life's work were destroyed because you pushed the communist agenda? Do you ever think about the people who cannot afford food for their children because you implemented policies that are crippling our economy while you were able to send your 7 children off to the most expensive schools in Europe? Do you ever think about that? I bet you don't. I bet you don't, because none of this is happening in your backyard. But, ladies and gentlemen, I do. I think about those people. I think about them. I will not forget them. So let me promise you right here, right now, I will not stop fighting for them. I will not stop fighting for the truth, and I will not stop fighting for my people. The time of zero accountability will come to an end, and I will promise you, we will make Europe great again.
Gentlemen, fellow freedom fighter from the Netherlands, Eva Blaar!
Köszönjük a beszédet, Éva. A következő előadónk Magyarország alaptörvényének egyik megalkotója, jogász. Volt már parlamenti frakcióvezető, 2018 óta pedig a miniszterelnökséget vezető miniszter. Felkészültsége és türelme országosan ismert. Hölgyeim és uraim, a CPAC Hungary színpadán Gulyás Gergely!
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, tisztelt külföldi vendégeink! Második nap végén már kisebb a tétje a megszólásoknak. Ilyenkor azokat hívják, akiket igazából már nem akarnak hallani, de mégis udvariasságból úgy érzik, hogy azért egy meghívót kell küldeni, és miután pehjük volt, azért el is fogadtuk a meghívást. Ha jól értem, akkor a kormányból Hankó miniszterről ketten vagyunk ebben a cipőben. De azok a vendégek, akik az elmúlt 2-3 napot Magyarországon töltötték, igazából a mi szavaink nélkül is megismerhették ezt az országot. És miután politikai beszélgetéseket is folytattak, ezért biztosan tudnak arról, hogy Magyarország az az ország, amely az Európai Unió tagja, de nem követi a brüsszeli főirányt. Az az ország, ahol széleskörű családtámogatás van. Az az ország, ahol az alkotmány alapján házasság egy férfi és egy nő között jöhet létre, és biztosan biztos, hogy alkotmánymódosítás azt is egyértelművé tette, hogy az anya nő, az apa férfi. Ez az az ország, ahol egy kulcsos adórendszer van, magánszemélyeknek és cégeknek egyaránt. Az az ország, ahol az állam szociális juttatások helyett munkát biztosít mindenkinek. Az az ország, ahol nincs migráció, miközben Brüsszel sokaknak fizet azért, hogy megvédjék külső határukat, akik ezt nem teszik meg. Mi bírságot fizetünk Brüsszelnek azért, hogy az európai külső határokat is megvédhessük. És ez az az ország, ahol azt mondhatjuk, hogy mindig is a békét képviseltük, ahol az orosz-ukrán háborúban akkor is a béke pártján álltunk, amikor az európai liberálisok és az amerikai demokrata párt tagjai egyértelműen és világosan a háború mellett álltak ki. Magyarország éppen ezért ma Európában a normalitás képviselője. Valaki a nemzetközi sajtót olvassa a magyar CPAC-ről, akkor látja a címkézgetéseket. Jobboldali, radikális jobboldali, szélső jobboldali esemény. De valójában a normalitás képviselői mindig is középen állnak. Valójában mi vagyunk a közép, csak a közepet, a józanészt igyekeznek évtizedek óta a szélre szorítani a nyugati világban. És ehhez kellett az európai, a nyugat-európai jobboldal árulása is. A hagyományos nyugat-európai jobboldal mindazon értékekről lemondott, amelyek a második világháborút követően évtizedeken át meghatározták a politikát. Belement egy versenybe, ami valóban arról szól, hogy hogyan lehet a woke kultúráját meghonosítani, hogyan lehet politikailag korrekt módon beszélni, hogyan lehet feladni mindazt, amiért annak idején néhány évtizeddel ezelőtt az Európai Uniót megalapító politikusok is elkezdték az európai összefogást. Ehhez képest az elmúlt évtizedben, 2016 után mindig azt láttuk, hogy Amerika a remény szigete. Nem azért, mert ott ne kerülhetett volna hatalomra egy baloldali liberális társaság, 2017 és 2021 között ez volt a helyzet, hanem azért, mert ott a jobboldal mindig is kiállt a konzervatív értékek mellett. Az amerikai jobboldal nem adta föl azokat a társadalomszervezési konzervatív értékeket, amelyek nélkül a mi meggyőződésünk szerint nincs értelme részt venni a politikában. Ezért változás kell, és most a változásra van esély. Az az összefogás, ami a CPAC-nek köszönhetően létrejött, Közép-Európa, a közép-európai jobboldali pártok, a patrióták pártszövetségének megalakulása után a konzervatív jobboldali pártok és Nyugat-Európa jobboldali pártja és az Egyesült Államok között, az lehetőséget ad arra, hogy a hagyományos európai értéket és a hagyományos nyugati értékeket visszahelyezzük oda, ahol méltó helyük van, a politika középpontjában, a nyugat-európai kormányzati politikákban is. Ezért most már nem csupán Amerika a remény szigete, Közép-Európában fontos szövetségesek vannak, fontos, hogy összefogjuk, fontos, hogy egyértelművé tegyük azt, hogy az árulás, legyen ez egy pártnak az elárulása, legyen ez eszméknek az elárulása, nem fogadható el, árulásra nem lehet politikát és politikai erőt sikerrel építeni. Ezért fontos az, hogy legyen béke, legyen összefogás, legyenek erős patrióta politikai erők, és legyen jövőre is CPAC Magyarországon. Köszönöm a figyelmet!
Miniszter úrnak nagyon szépen köszönjük az előadást, és most egy új témakörrel megyünk tovább a délután folyamán. Talán a legfontosabb értékeink: Isten, haza, család. Nézzünk is meg erről egy videót.
Isten, haza, család. Ezek a szavak összekötnek minket, hazaszeretőket világszerte. Ezek az értékek mindent meghatároznak számunkra, és mi mindannyian itt a CPAC-en ezt képviseljük. Ez a hármas egység több, mint a neoliberális materializmus. Isten, aki a teremtő erőnk, a haza, ahol otthon vagyunk, és a család, ahol a jövő elkezdődik. Ez az iránytű, ami minden nap irányít minket. Az ellenség felismerte ezeknek az értékeknek az erejét, és folyamatosan támadják őket. Ők egy globális világban hisznek, ahol nincsenek határok, nincsenek kultúrák, és nincsenek nyelvek. Ők azok, akik a genderőrülettel akarják szétrombolni a családokat. De mi nem engedjük. Mi megvédjük hitünket, nemzetünket és gyermekeinket. Mi kiállunk az elveinkért, mert ezek jelentik az identitásunkat és a jövőnket. A mi közösségünket ezek az értékek tartják össze, és nem véletlen, hogy az első CPAC Hungary jelszava is ez a 3 szó volt. Most pedig a 2026-os választások előtt, amikor a polgári kormány és a globalista baloldal csatázik, mi készen állunk, hogy megvédjük mindazt, amit képviselünk.
A Balkán Trumpja, Észak-Macedónia miniszterelnöke, a konzervatív megújulás vezető alakja. A szuverenitás párti álláspontja példamutató. Erős, keresztény értékeken nyugvó vezetésével országát a biztonság és fejlődés útjára állította. Egy valódi konzervatív szövetséges a kontinensen. A CPAC Hungary színpadán Krisztán Mickoszki.
Your Excellencies, distinguished attendees, dear friends and allies. Today, at this prestigious international platform, we are gathering with a sense of responsibilities, not only as representatives of different nations and countries, but mostly as holders of shared ideals, ideals which marked the brightest moments in the history of humanity. I came from Balkans, from a country which is heart of the Balkans, with deep roots, but also with a clear vision for the future. I came from a place in which centuries have taught us that the true strength comes from loyalty to the eternal values which can never be subject of compromise. Living in the times when false narratives try to wipe or relativize our national identities, we are here to confirm quite opposite. Patriotism is not a retro idea. It is the only way towards prosperous future. First issue and foremost, God. Not as an abstract idea, but as the Creator who calls us on truth, justice, and mercy. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for justice, for they shall be satisfied. Matthew 5:6. In times when the Christian values are attacked, ridiculed, and excluded from public disclosure, we are more than sure we will never give up the spiritual heritage of the Apostles, the Holy Brothers, St. Cyril and Methodius, who, from Macedonia, brought literacy and Christianity among the Slavic people. Second issue, fatherland. Our native land is not just a geographical term. The fatherland has been and shall continue to be the living tissue composed of history, tradition, and common endeavor. Fatherland is not something that can be changed, abandoned, or sold. Fatherland is something that is defended and built. Macedonians, although small, has never gave up its identity. Throughout our long history, we learned that freedom is paid with victims. Today, in the spirit of cooperation, we deeply appreciate the support provided by our strategic partners such as Hungary, whose lead inspires us to even more represent the values we believe in. I remember a quite impressive speech given by President Trump. The basic need of our time is to have nations that will defend their cultures, their borders, and their values, he said. We, the representatives of these values, have an obligation to accept this idea, to reaffirm it, and to realize it. Last issue, but not less important, family. The holiest institution created by God. Unless the Lord builds the house, its builders labor in vain. Psalm 127:1. Today, when someone is trying to redefine family, we are trying to protect that nucleus and value. The family is our foundation. Our fatherlands are our foundation, because we know very well that each nation is as strong as its families are. I believe that this is the path that we need to walk. Dear friends, dear allies, let us not forget our friends who are protecting these values. Our friend, Prime Minister Viktor Orban, is one of the leaders who are promoting the values in Europe, and he should be supported and commended for this active role. This is policy of strong foundations and policy in which the word is truly a word, solid as rock. And I thank him for that. Even the winds of change started by President Trump's administration is policy of growth and restoration of hope. In that regard, I call upon you. Let us reinforce our spiritual resilience. Let us defend our sovereignty. Let us protect the traditional family. This is not only our obligation, it is our honor. As one Macedonian saying goes, a person can make a difference, but all of us together can make history. May God bless our common path. Thank you so much, and enjoy in this beautiful event.
Isten, haza, család. 3 szó, ami konzervatív szemmel nem csupán érték, hanem identitás, küldetés, jövőkép. Most egy olyan előadó következik, aki az oktatás, a kultúra és a nemzeti hagyományok területén dolgozik, nap mint nap azért, hogy ezek az értékek ne csak megmaradjanak, hanem erősebbé váljanak. Fogadják nagy tapssal Hankó Balást, Magyarország kultúráért és innovációért felelős miniszterét.
Tisztelt patrióta barátaink! A magyar kormány kulturális és innovációs minisztereként annak egyik legszerencsésebb tagja vagyok. A mindennapi patriotizmus minisztériumát vezethetem, nap mint nap szolgálva ezzel nemzetem. Hiszen csodás kultúránk határokon átívelő nemzeti identitásunkat adja, felsőoktatásunk, szakképzésünk nem csak tudást, hanem hivatást, azaz tudást, munkát és közösségeinkért vállalt küldetést ad. Tudományunk, innovációnk pedig szuverenitásunk meghatározója. Családjaink pedig a jövőnk. Brüsszel azonban keresztény nemzeti identitásunk szegletköveit támadja, akarja helyből kiforgatni, pontosabban mindezeket feje tetejére állítani. A normalitás és a rend helyett az abnormalitás kirekesztő világát uralkodóvá tenni. Hiszen mi mással lenne magyarázható az, hogy Brüsszel Európa gyökerét, zsidó-keresztény kultúránkat akarja eltörölni. Hiszen mi mással lenne magyarázható az, ha a brüsszeli befolyásnak ellene mondó egyetemek hallgatóit és kutatóit kizárják a nekik jogosan járó nemzetközi együttműködésekből. És mi mással lenne magyarázható az, ha Magyarországot azért büntetik, mert nem engedi az iskolákban és a gyerekeknek a gender propagandát. Nos, hát ezekből is látható, hogy bár szerencsés, de tagadhatatlanul, próbálóan harcos feladat is ez egyben. Azonban jól tudjuk, hogy azoknak, akik az igazságért, a nemzetükért teszik, mindezt erejük megújul, szárnyak kelnek, mint a sasok, futnak, és nem lankadnak meg, járnak, és nem fáradnak el. Mi, patrióták, már csak ilyenek vagyunk. Éppen ezért, vagy érzik vesztüket, és kapálódzva hangoskodnak az abnormalitás kirekesztő világának rabszolgái. Sőt, még arra is képesek, hogy Ukrajna gyorsított Európai Uniós tagságát próbálják meg áterőltetni, hogy ezzel a háborúba még jobban belesodorják az Uniót. És mindez csak azért, hogy fenntartsák hatalmukat, gyengítsék nemzeteinket. Tisztelt vendégeink, engedjék meg, hogy közös ügyeinket sorba vegyük. Kezdjük hát a felsőoktatással. Az egyetemi világnál globalizáltabb rendszer kevés van. Ennek a rendszernek a legfontosabb vezető pozícióit a 60-as években nyugaton a liberális elit elfoglalta. Keleten, a szovjet blokkban a sztálinista, leninista, materialista ideológia vettette be magát az egyetemek falai közé. Ennek a két internacionalista szellemiségnek, melyek a szélükön összeérnek, az örökségével küzd a mai napig az egyetemi világ szerte a glóbuszon. Mi az egyetemeink kezdeményezésére szakítottunk a szocialista nagyvállalati rendszerrel, és nem internacionalista, hanem a magyar gazdaság és társadalmi érdekeket szolgáló működési modellt indítottunk el. Az eredmények biztatóak. Egyetemeink úgy lépnek előre a nemzetközi ranglistákon, hogy közben Brüsszel minden morális és jogi alapot mellőzve zárja ki egyetemistáinkat az Erasmus programból, kutatóinkat a Horizon kutatásokból, és nem biztosítja az egyetemi fejlesztésekre járó uniós forrásokat sem. De precízen fogalmazva, ezen források biztosítását ahhoz kötni, hogy az egyetemeket fenntartó alapítványokban brüsszeli NGO-k mondják meg azt, hogy kik lehetnek a tagok, a magyar egyetemi rektorokat pedig zárjuk ki a brüsszeli autonómia jegyében a kuratóriumi tagok közül. Mi több, birodalmi szempontok szerint vezessünk be összeférhetetlenségi szabályokat arra, hogy ki lehet a magyar egyetemeken rektor, vagy akár dékán. És a legújabb javaslat már a nemzeti, vallási, politikai hovatartozás alapján akar összeférhetetlenséget bevezetni. Magyarul mondva, Brüsszel a hazaszeretetet, a patriotizmust akarja összeférhetetlenné tenni egyetemeinken. De mi nem fogadjuk el ezt a brüsszeli parancsot. Jó programokat és együttműködéseket indítottunk el, a diákmobilitás kapcsán ezt hívjuk Pannonia programnak, a kutatások esetében, ami a Horizon programunk. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! A polgári magyar kormány legfontosabb értéke a családok megbecsülése és védelme. Számunkra, patrióták számára a család a biztonság, a menedék, amely megvéd minket és erőt ad. A családok ma Európában támadás alatt állnak. Brüsszelben családüldözés zajlik. Politikai ellenfeleink soha nem fogják ezt kimondani, ám mi pontosan tudjuk róluk, rendszerük számára a családi kötelék csak teher. Mi azonban a családok védelméről nem csak beszélünk, hanem teszünk is érte. A magyar családok és különösen az édesanyák adóterhei a legkisebbek Európában, talán a világon is. Idén, októbertől, ha egy édesanyja 3 vagy több gyermeknek adott életet, soha nem kell jövedelemadót fizetnie. Az állam nem kér tőle hozzájárulást adóformájában a működéséhez, mert tudja, hogy az édesanya mindent, de mindent megtett a nemzet megmaradásáért, így az állam megmaradásáért is. Sőt, jövő januártól lépésenként eljutunk odáig, hogy a 2 gyermekes anyák sem fognak jövedelemadót fizetni. Tegnap a 4 gyermekesek kaptak adómentességet, ma a 3 gyermekesek, holnap pedig a 2 gyermekesek. Minden napra egy patrióta döntés. És így 2026. januárjától fél millió, 29. januárjától már 1 millió édesanyja lesz személyi jövedelemadómentes Magyarországon. És megduplázzuk a családi adókedvezményt, és még ott vannak a támogatások az otthonteremtéshez, városban és faluban egyaránt. Mert a család csak akkor van biztonságban, ha van hol együtt lennie, és megélnie a családi lét szépségét. Mert a magyarok, a patrióták szerint a társadalom alapegysége a család, egy férfi és egy nő életszövetsége, a belőle születendő ajándékok a gyermekek. A gyermekek, akikre viszont vigyáznunk kell, akiket nem engedhetünk a gender propaganda karmai közé. Be is perelt minket Brüsszel, ezért is. A helyzet úgy áll a gyökerét vesztett Európába, hogy 19 uniós országban szabad a gender propaganda az iskolákban. Sőt, 13-ban a 18 év alattiak esetében a médiában is. Mindeközben ne csodálkozzunk, hogy Európában demográfiai tél van. Évente 600 000-rel csökkenő születésszám. És csak azért nő az unió lakossága 8 millióval, mert 10 év alatt a 6 milliós születésszám veszteséget 10-14 millió illegális migráns nem ellen, hanem túlsúlyozta. Ott tartunk, hogy az EU-ban minden 4. születés migrációs hátterű, Franciaországban minden 3. születés migrációs hátterű. Magyarország az előbbitől mentes. És minden erőkkel azon vagyunk, hogy a család ellenes tornádót is távol tartsuk, gyermekeinket megvédjük, és a gyermekeket vállaló családosoknak minden, de minden támogatást megadjunk. Az uniós trendekhez képest bár kisebb mértékű a gyermekvállalás visszaesése, de a bokros csomag bűnének hosszú az árnyéka. És a család és gyermekellenes brüsszeli propaganda turbulenciái érezhetőek. Azonban reményre ad okot, hogy az idei első negyedében a családalapítást és a gyermekvállalás segítő támogatások igénybevétele jelentősen nőtt. És nőni fog. Várjuk ennek hatását. Kedves vendégeink, a patriotizmus nem a múltba révedés. A mi megközelítésünkben a patriotizmus befektetés a jövőbe, a nemzet jövőjébe. Mi magyarok okos és innováló nemzet vagyunk. Sokan érkeztek erre a konferenciára külföldről, önök is bizonyára ismerik Neumann, Teller vagy Rubik nevét, és sorolhatnám tovább. Egy ilyen hagyományokkal bíró, gondolkodó, alkotó nemzet kockázat nélkül fektethet be közös forrásaiból a kutatásba. Ahogy ezt teszi akkor, amikor egyik legfrissebb Nobel-díjasa, Krausz Ferenc vezetésével hoz létre egy olyan élvonal alapítványt, mellyel a legkiválóbb kutatókat hívja haza, és kapcsolja őket össze a jelen tehetségeivel. Merészek voltunk ebben is. Kultúránkat pedig nem adjuk, nem adhatjuk fel. Büszkék vagyunk keresztény és magyar identitásunkra. Kulturális támogatásunk messze túlnyúlik a határainkon. Kultúránk őrzi keletre nyúló hagyományait, és büszkén vállalja 1000 éves keresztény államiságának szikla szilárd talapzatát. Mert olyan nemzet vagyunk, mely Mária országa, és az ő védelmébe ajánlott fel bennünket első Szent István királyunk. Ezért is valljuk, hogy magyarnak lenni büszkeség, kiváltság és küldetés. Isten, haza, család, azaz keresztény kultúra, hivatásokkal teli innovációtól duzzadó szuverén nemzet és gyermekeket vállaló családok. Isten, haza, család. Ha a patriotizmus a vezérlőelved, akkor minden döntés csak egyetlen mérlegen kell megmérned. Érdeke-e a magyaroknak, vagy sem? A bátrak világosan gondolkoznak. A bonyolult kérdéseket is képesek leegyszerűsíteni. Csak a gyávák hagyják a bonyolult kérdéseket bonyolultnak. A patrióták, azaz a bátrak kora beköszöntött. Bátraké a szerencse, és a patriótáké a jövő. Köszönöm szépen!
Miniszter úr, nagyon szépen köszönjük az előadást. Steffi, ha már itt ketten vagyunk végre újra a színpadon a reggeli után. Hogy tetszett az eddigi nap?
Köszi, hogy engem is megszólítasz, Dani. Hát én fantasztikusan éreztem eddig magamat, de remélem, hogy nézőink is, hiszen nem én vagyok a lényeg, de elevenítsük fel, hát a napot Szijjártó Péterrel indítottuk, aztán itt volt Alice Weidel, baromian borzasztó erőteljes, igen, borzasztó erőteljes beszéde volt, akkor itt volt ugye Afroditi Latinopoulou, egyik személyes kedvencem, ha megengedik, Éva Vlardingerbrock, még az Alapjogokért Központ főigazgatója is felment a színpadra, annyira megérintette ez a beszélgetés, szóval érdemes lesz továbbra is velünk tartani.
Megihlető beszédek voltak, abszolút gondolatébresztő beszédek. Viszont arra kérek mindenkit, hogy maradjanak velünk a nap végéig, ugyanis a mai nap folyamán még érkezik hozzánk Geert Wilders Hollandiából, a holland szabadságharcos, Magyarország barátja, aki lényegében az egész életét életveszélyes fenyegetések között éli. Óriási dolog, hogy eljött hozzánk Magyarországra.
Ismét eljött.
Ismét, így van,
mert tavaly is itt volt.
Hatalmas dolog. Mindenképp várják meg, mert jó előadásra számítok tőle is.
De mielőtt ő színpadra lép, egy panelbeszélgetéssel folytatjuk, méghozzá God, Homeland, Family panelbeszélgetésünk következik. Engedjék meg, hogy bemutassak két panelistát is. Ha anyaságról van szó, akkor ő tudja, hogy miről beszél. 8 gyermekes anyuka, az amerikai Moms for America alapítója, Kimberly Fletcher. Beszélgető partnere, ügyvéd, üzletasszony és biológus, Louisiana korábbi környezetügyi minisztere, Aurelia Giacometto.
A beszélgetés harmadik résztvevője pedig az amerikai jobboldal egyik legelszántabb harcosaként küzd a hagyományos értékek megőrzésért, az American Principles Project elnöke Terry Schilling, aki pedig a beszélgetést vezeti, Ibolya Csenge Gabriella, a Fidesz frakció szóvivője.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's panel discussion. We'll be talking about God, homeland and family, which is a very huge topic, but we don't have a very long time, so I've taken it into 3 different sections. And we're going to start off with God and faith in public life. And a little bit of trivia for all of you, which I'll be doing in every segment, is Hungarian trivia of what Fidesz, our government, our parliamentary group that I'm a spokeswoman for, what we've done to enshrine these things here in Hungary. So Hungary's constitution literally begins with the words, Isten, áld meg a magyart, which translates to, God bless the Hungarians. We've protected Christian values in our laws, defended religious education, and even enshrined the protection of Christian culture into our basic law. We've made it here. Hungary is not a godless void. We are a Christian nation, proudly and publicly. But when faith is driven out of the public square, what fills the void is chaos, confusion, and control. How do we restore faith as a visible part of national life? And I'm going to start, first of all, with Kimberly here. As the founder and president of Moms for America, what's it like raising children in a society hostile to Christian values?
Difficult. What I've realized is more than ever, family is critically important. And society is supposed to support the family. It doesn't matter what the organization is, whether it's church or a government organization, they're there to support the family. And it's not right now. Especially, in the United States, a lot of countries are dealing with the same thing. And so we as families have to make sure that we are more rooted than ever in those principles and values that we want to make sure we're passing on to our children, which means we need to be more vigilant about what we have in our home, the music that's playing, the stories that are told. And so we just have to be more upfront and pushing forth those values in our home so that it does become part of society.
That's great. And Aurelia, as a former Trump administration official, how did faith shape your leadership in federal government context?
Well, good afternoon. It is an honor to be here at CPAC Hungary. This is my 4th visit to the country. It is beautiful. And each time I come here, I see similarities in the values and the principles between the US and Hungary. My family, my mom, she is a God-fearing woman. She's a prayer warrior. My grandparents believed in God, and I know that I am a benefactor of their prayers and their blessings. And so when I was working in the federal government, it was understanding that you have this conviction, that you are led to follow the policies that are being put in place, and I was honored to serve for Trump. And so he wanted to give things back to the people. And so I was honored to be able to deliver 4 million acres for hunting and fishing. We streamline our permitting processes so that we could have more development for infrastructure, for energy, and for development. And so it's based on those principles, knowing that I am here put as a servant of God, serving the president who is doing a phenomenal job in 2.0, and so it is an honor. Thank you.
Terry, as the president of the American Principles Project, why is the silence of conservatives on Christianity so very, very dangerous?
Well, thank you so much, Cece. I think it's a fantastic question. I think the beginning of when you start shutting up is when the devil starts winning, right? Evil starts to win when you're too fearful to speak up. And we're doing this not just on our Christian faith, but we're doing this on common sense things like gender and whether or not there are only 2 sexes. And what's happening is, because we've been silent on our Christian faith, that's now spreading to the other areas like biology and science and common sense. And so what I would urge is that, the moment you start shutting God out of the public square, you don't get freedom, you get pronouns. You get pronoun police. You get drag queen story hour in your kid's kindergarten school. The idea that we've been shutting down and shutting up in the face of these evil elites, it's a very small group of people. We can overpower them, and we are overpowering them. And you have to look to Hungary. You can look to the United States, where we just elected Donald Trump, who ran largely on this agenda. So it's very dangerous because it doesn't just stop at your Christian faith, which should be the most important thing in your entire life, by the way, but it goes on to your children, and then your children suffer, and then your grandchildren suffer. And in fact, in the United States, we have 43% of our Gen Zers say they don't even know if they'll have children. So it spreads all the way to the point where you go extinct, and your children's children don't even want to have kids. So that's why it's so important that we speak up and not hide from our Christian faith.
Thank you. So we know that faith isn't optional, it's actually structural. And when leaders abandon it, culture decays very, very fast. Now let's shift a little bit from spiritual foundation to the national one, the homeland. Sovereignty versus globalism. So what Fidesz, our government, our parliamentary group, has been doing here for the last couple of years is we built a border fence. Back in 2015, when the migrational crisis started, we actually built a wall, which we were condemned for, really. We stood up against migrant quotas, and we do to this day, which even means that to this day, daily, Hungary is fined 1 million euros per day, every day, by the European Union because we refuse to accept migrants in. We passed laws protecting our sovereignty when Brussels tried to erase it, and Hungary made a very clear choice. Hungary belongs to Hungarians. And we defended that in action, not just in words. So when sovereignty is mocked as outdated, which I think is absolutely ridiculous, but we've seen what happens when nations lose control. We've seen it during the Biden administration, we've seen it in other European countries, we see it in a lot of places. How do we defend national identity in an age of forced global conformity? That's food for thought. Terry, what must you as patriots do to reclaim real nationalism?
What any patriot needs to do to reclaim nationalism and just a pride and faith in your country is to know your history and to speak up about your history. I think that America has failed in teaching our young people about the scars. I'm sorry. We know a lot about our scars. We know a lot about America's mistakes. But what we don't focus enough on is how America overcame those mistakes and why we have scars and why we're not still bleeding out from previous eras that were horrific and had terrible atrocities. We need to focus on the sacrifices that our ancestors made in previous generations. I think that if we talk to our young people about how they didn't just inherit, they didn't just get a nice world out of nothing. There were a lot of people who sacrificed, who died, who bled, who gave up their own lives for them to have a good life. If we focus on the sacrifices that our ancestors gave in order to overcome things like all the oppression, like the Nazi, there are a lot of people that died to defeat the Nazis and died to defeat slavery and racism, all of that. There were sacrifices made. And when we just move on about how we got over those things and how we helped to rectify those things, we denigrate the sacrifices, the deaths, and the lives that were given up for those. So I think we have to talk about how we overcame them, the sacrifices that were necessary for overcoming those things. And we have to instill a sense of gratitude amongst our young people. And I think once you tell them about the sacrifices that they were made, I think the gratitude actually flows pretty naturally. But we're not talking enough about how we got here, and we're just assuming that this was always meant to be. So focus on the sacrifices made by previous generations that created this prosperous nation, this nation of freedom where you can basically do whatever you want, including try and change your gender. And focus on the sacrifices made to get there, and then instill that sense of gratitude.
Oh, that's perfect. Aurelia, what's the link, do you think, between sovereignty and environmental or agricultural self-reliance?
We are that link. We are responsible for our environment, we're responsible for our wildlife and our aquaculture resources. God said that we are the ones who are responsible for animals. And so that means that we have a duty. So when we think about what that link is, I see it as 3 parts, and I have been very blessed to be part of each one of those. So if you think about it today, it's about, do we have enough food to eat? Do we have ways to keep ourselves warm in the wintertime and cool in the summer? The third, are we able to protect ourselves? And if you're able to feed yourself, be able to stay warm and stay cool, and protect yourself, you are self-reliant. And so when you look at what's under attack in the US, it's those 3 things. It's our agriculture, it's our energy, and it's our Second Amendment right. And so we are responsible for our environment because we need clean air, we need clean water. And it's not just for us, but it's the decisions that we make every single day that they're going to impact our children and our children's children. And so if we're not careful, what we see today is going to continue, and then our grandkids are going to wake up in a world that we did not want for them. And so what's also really important is remember that people equal policy. And that's why it's so important of the people that you elect to govern your country, and make sure that they put the right people in place to put those policies in order to protect our freedom and our heritage and our traditions.
Well, thank God both Hungary and now America have governments in place that are going to look after that and look after its people. Kimberly, how do mothers experience the erosion of national borders in everyday family life?
So this is my second time to CPAC Hungary, and I am kind of in love with the country. And it's because of your history. One of the things that I realized last year as I was talking to people from all different countries is we keep looking at all these problems, and really we're all faced with the same problem, and all the problems we think are problems are actually symptoms of the problem. And that problem is that we are all facing national identity crisis. And of all the countries that shouldn't be facing a national identity crisis, it should be the United States. And I just want to echo what Terry said. We're not passing on the traditions of our founders. We're not telling our children the significance of the Constitution. We're not telling them that your rights come from God, not government, that the Constitution protects those rights. And the role of government is to make sure that the individual rights of the citizens of the country are protected first and foremost. And that means securing our borders. That means making sure that the story of our countries pass on. You guys have an incredible story. And here's the tragedy for me of your story, is you lived 50 years underneath a horrible, dark, evil regime that was anti-everything we believe in, anti-family, anti-freedom, anti-God, everything that creates a free society, everything that creates a prosperous people. They took from you, and you have made it. You were able to survive. The greatest tragedy for me is everything that you lifted yourselves from, we're gravitating to. You should feel bad for us, because I'm scared to death. And just because God love President Trump, I worked my tail off to get that man in the White House, and I'm grateful that he's there, but too many people are sitting back and going, whew, we dodged that bullet. And the fact of the matter is, the communists didn't go away. They just, like in Lord of the Rings, the orcs were always down there doing their evil and dark, dirty things, and they didn't go away, they just went back underground. The communists are still there. They are still trying to destroy this world, and they know that they need America to win everything. And I'm telling you, if there was a religion for the devil, it would be communism, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Yeah. As they say, the devil never sleeps, and I think both you and I can agree, and everyone here, that when it comes to politics, we see it all the time, how the devil really never sleeps, and there's always someone new. There's always someone who wants to do evil and just gain control and gain power across a country or a nation and turn us away from God and good values and being good people. And that's what we need to stand up and fight against every single day, and we need to keep doing that and keep fighting the good fight, basically. So borders and sovereignty matter. But even strong borders mean little if families collapse inside of them. Let's talk about the core unit of everything, and that is family, as the last stronghold. So what we've done here in Hungary, what Fidesz has done, my government has done, is we've introduced and voted in Parliament for Europe's strongest pro-family policies, and also Europe's largest tax exemption for families. No one anywhere else has done it. We have tax exemptions for mothers of 4 now. That's been in place for a bit. But we just voted on a bill not so long ago which will include mothers of 3 and 2, which is a huge thing, I think, and it's a really good incentive for women to have more children. We have housing and car subsidies for growing families. We have constitutional protection of marriage and parental rights. We have it in our constitution that a father is a man and a mother is a woman, and there is no other way around it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the only way. We also put a ban on gender ideology in schools. No more propaganda towards young children and young minds. None of it. We will not have it, ladies and gentlemen. So what I can say is that Hungary doesn't just talk about the family, we legislate for it. But if the family is under siege, and it is every single day from all over the place, the leftists and globalists, and when it collapses, and if it collapses, society will go along with it. What does it take in law, in culture, and in leadership to rebuild the family unit and keep it safe? And of course, I'm going to jump to Kimberly now, because this is your area of expertise. But what kind of support do families really need from their governments?
Well, in the United States, the government just needs to get out of the way so that families can flourish. We do not need experts to raise our children. We do not need experts in the schools telling our children that they are not who they are. What has happened over the course of the last 4 or 5 decades is, unfortunately, the Department of Education. That's what the government can do. Get rid of the Department of Education, which they are doing thanks to President Trump. The Department of Education has been bribing and blackmailing the American people with our own money. And they have been using that money to push their nefarious ideas and ideologies onto the schools. And so now what we have to do is unravel all of that. So what our government is doing, and what I think all governments should do, is start to look at the policies that created this mess and start rolling it back. So that we are creating policies that are based on principle, that are supporting families, that are encouraging marriage and encouraging children. It's really a cultural shift. It is more about the culture than about the government. If you want to make sure that the government is promoting the right policies, start with the culture, because that's where the government's going to come from.
Yeah, that's really good. Thank you. And Terry, how do we protect children from ideological attacks, especially in schools?
Well, I think it starts with giving parents the opportunity to spend more time with their children. I really love what Hungary's done on the economy and giving parents who are having children economic relief. It's so important. In America, we're suffering from a very similar crisis where if you want to have a family, if you want to have a house, you have to have both parents in the workforce working. And I really don't care which parent stays home. I'm really glad my mom stayed home. But I will say that the biggest losers in this two-income trap that we created for families has been our children. And it's because, you know, there's this myth, this feminist myth, and it's really a communist myth, that until women started entering the workforce, that women were second-class citizens. It's completely untrue. Women ran the game. They ran the show. They had all the local communities and all the local institutions. They ran the PTA. They ran the school boards. They ran the Rotary Club. They ran everything. And then corporate America got involved, and they convinced women in America that it's actually more empowering to go work for Jeff Bezos at Amazon and help him make more money. So I think that it's really important that if we want to stop all these ideologies, that we get moms and dads more engaged in our local communities, in education policy, to be a bulwark, because there weren't pronoun police in our kids' schools. There weren't drag queen story hours when there was at least one parent able to stay home with their children and to safeguard them from all these evil ideologies that have now crept in. And so we got to get parents economic relief, and then we got to make sure those mama bears and papa bears get to those school board meetings and raise holy hell.
Aurelia, and that's going to be my last question for today. How can women lead and still hold the line on traditional family values?
We can do both. Yes, we can lead.
Big clap for that.
And yes, we can hold the traditional values. And so I'm very proud of my mom. She was a public school teacher for over 30 years. My dad proudly served our country in the military for over 30 years. And so between education and the structure, I would say that that helped me to be able to work in corporate America, work for President Donald Trump, and then was also blessed to serve Governor Landry in Louisiana. And so you can have those leadership positions. It's instilling education, it's instilling value, and I am amazed and I'm very proud of Trump 2.0. The executive orders that have come out that establish, that you shouldn't need to establish, that women are women and men are men. That we can lead, that women have value that we can add to the workplace, that we can add to the family. And I've been very blessed to have a husband that supported me in my career. And so it is possible to be a leader and hold the traditional family values.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, everything we talked about today, faith, homeland, and family, is not theory. In Hungary, it's policy, it's governance, and it's actually real. The left may call it extreme, but we call it survival. We call it normal. Hungary is proof that you don't need to bow down to the international left to have peace, order, and growth. All you need is clarity, courage, and will. So thank you very much, köszönöm szépen. Thank you for coming to CPAC and listening to us. Isten haza család. Thank you all and have a lovely rest of the day. Thank you.
Most pedig következzen egy újabb videóüzenet a Flamand Érdekpárt elnökétől, Tom van Griekentől.
Dear friends, conservatives and patriots from across Europe, it is with immense pride and just a touch of regret that I speak to you today not from the stage in Budapest, but from my hometown in Flanders. I had every intention of standing beside you in person. However, this truly joyful and very pink reason keeps me here. My wife and I just welcomed our daughter Josephine into the world. And before I thank Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Orbán, I give back the baby to her mother. So today I speak to you as a proud father, as a proud patriot and the proud president of Vlaams-Belang, the only and true voice of Flemish nationalism. Allow me to thank Prime Minister Viktor Orbán for his steadfast leadership and for hosting this gathering in the glorious and beautiful city of Budapest, a symbol of resistance to globalists, to tyranny, loyalty to tradition, and the unbreakable spirit of a free people. My sincere thanks also goes to Miklos Santo, whose vision made this event a rallying point for patriots worldwide. And of course to Matt Schlepp, whose tireless dedication and bold leadership have made CPAC a global force for conservative values. Thank you for uniting us in this historic moment. An historic moment indeed, because today our free, safe and sovereign societies are under relentless attack, not by armies or tanks, but by harmful ideas and ideologies. Ideas that erode, corrupt and dismantle everything that we hold dear. The attack comes from globalism that dissolves the borders, that keeps us safe. From radical progressivism that denies biology and tradition. And from a left-wing elite that seeks to cancel, dissident and rewrite history. But how do you fight an idea? Not with weapons or with censorship, nor with silence or submission. You fight an idea with another idea, a better idea. We counter the darkness of destructive ideologies with the light of truth, tradition and belonging. We answer the chaos of woke madness with the order and clarity of conservatism and Christianity. We reject the ruthlessness of globalism and embrace the rudeness of nationalism. Because, in my point of view, nationalism is not about exclusion. It is about love. The love for your country, the love for your people, the love for your children, the love for your culture, for your heritage, and for your future. This is not resistance, this is revival, and history will remember those who stood up, not just against something, but for something greater. Because what unites us is not what we are against, but what we are for. We are not primarily anti-Islam, we are proudly pro-Christianity. We are not just anti-woke, but fiercely pro-European, with values rooted in history, identity, and moral clarity. We are not simply anti-migration, we are pro-safety, pro-order, and pro-nation. We are not anti-choice, we stand, like our Hungarian friends, proudly pro-family, defending the foundation of every strong society. That is the true spirit of this movement, a politics of conviction, not of convenience. A movement that says, enough with globalism, enough with ruthless cosmopolitanism, enough with elitist governments that forget about their own citizens and their futures. Because the greatest threat to our society isn't just what is coming from outside, it is being undermined from within. Our faith is being mocked, our families are being deconstructed, our children are being indoctrinated, our borders are being erased, and our voices are being silenced. But Hungary and leaders like Viktor Orban have taught us something vital. Courage. Courage works. Protecting your borders works. Standing up for your family and children works. Standing up for your own people works. And that simple truth terrifies the left. And that is why Vlaams stands proudly with our Hungarian companions. We share the same battle, the same burden, and the same bright dream. A Europe of free, sovereign nations, strong, proud, and unbroken. And as the saying goes, fear is a reaction, but courage is a decision. Well, we have made our decision. We will fight, we will win, and we will take back our countries. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Hölgyeim és uraim, az amerikai alkotmányjog egyik legismertebb és legkarakteresebb alakja következik. Elfogadta a meghívásunkat és felszólal a CPAC Hungary színpadán. Az Egyesült Államok alkotmányjogász professzora, a Claremont Institute vezető szellemi alakja, és azok közé tartozik, akik bátran kiállnak a patrióta elvek mellett. Ő volt az egyik első hang Amerikában, aki figyelmeztetett a választási rendszerek manipulálhatósága, a migrációs hullámok mögött álló intézményi érdekek, valamint a háborús logika mesterséges fenntartása nem a népek érdekeit, hanem egy szűk elit geopolitikai és ideológiai céljait szolgálják. A színpadon John C. Eastman!
Jó napot, Budapest! At 4 p.m. on the second day of a long conference with so many great and insightful speakers, it's hard to come up with something new to say. I feel a little bit like Elizabeth Taylor's seventh husband. I know what is expected of me, but I'm not sure I can make it interesting. Let me try. Do you know how to spot a Brussels bureaucrat? He's the one who applauds a man identifying as a woman, but issues fines against Hungarians trying to identify as Hungarians. I think Prime Minister Viktor Orban can relate to that, huh? I'm particularly honored to participate in this conference as you seek to keep Hungary free and prosperous and religious. St. Stephen 1,000 years ago, when he ushered in the last millennium. I owe my own education to Hungary. My undergraduate university is the University of Dallas, founded in 1957 by a group of Hungarian Cistercian monks who fled after the Soviet tanks rolled through your country in 1956. I also owe my current job to Hungary. Peter Schramm, the co-founder and first president of the Claremont Institute, was Hungarian. And we had many wonderful stories that he would share with us, always over good beer. Hungary has always been at the forefront of freedom. In 1222, just 7 years after the English adopted the Magna Carta, you had the Golden Bull, the Bulla Aurea, protecting the right to resist unlawful commands. Again, I think Prime Minister Viktor Orban can appreciate that. But also at the forefront of protecting Western civilization. In 1241, the Mongol invasion that devastated your country, but you did not stop, you repelled it and you rebuilt. Your alliance with Poland several centuries later helped break the siege of Vienna and repel the Ottoman invasion in 1683. That collaboration is similar to the collaboration between United States President Ronald Reagan, British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, and Pope John Paul II. that brought down the Soviet Empire and ended its subjugation of the peoples of Hungary and others in Central and Eastern Europe. It's marked by the wonderful statue of President Reagan staring down the Soviet War Memorial in Liberty Square. If those visiting Budapest haven't seen it, I encourage you to do so. Such collaborations are needed now, again, perhaps more than ever. The threats Western Europe faces today bear some resemblance to the Ottoman incursion threat 3 centuries ago. Daily, the news carries stories of the tragic consequences of the EU's disastrous policies of unrestrained migration from parts of the world overtly hostile to our Western civilization. And with birth rates across Europe about half of what's necessary for sustainability, this is a demographic catastrophe in the making. Hungary, and particularly Viktor Orban, are to be applauded for adapting pro-family policies that have reversed that trend here from 1.2 just 20 years ago to 1.6 or more now. Keep getting there, keep getting there. This is astounding. But there is, in my view, an even greater threat to Western civilization, of which the unrestrained migration is but a symptom. There is an authoritarianism afoot in both East and West, similar to that which was prevalent under the old Soviet Union. It is an authoritarianism increasingly global in its reach that seeks to stifle dissent, cancel elections, even criminalize political opposition. I should know, as I've been a target of such lawfare authoritarianism in the United States for the past 4 years, ever since I dared to represent Donald Trump in his challenges to illegality in the 2020 election. And just to give you a sense of what they try to do, I've spent more than 1.6 million US dollars. That's about 570 million Hungarian forint in the 4 years trying to defend myself against this lawfare attacks. We see it across Europe with speech bans of the sort that American Vice President J.D. Vance criticized in his famous Munich speech back in February. Not unlike the political prosecution that has targeted Marcin Romanowski from Poland, who's now residing in your country under asylum. Hungary has long stood against this kind of cancellation, too. The 1848 bloodless revolution I read about, led by Sándor Petőfi, abolished censorship in Pest. And in 1849, you then built a bridge to Budapest, to Buda, to create the wonderful joint city we now are in today. But there's an even deeper and more profound threat. A combination of nihilism and defeatism or resignation. Too many in Western Europe no longer believe in the extraordinary advances that Western civilization has brought to humanity. In their view, no society is better than any other. So how dare we defend ours? There's nothing in it worth defending. This is a cancer spreading from Western Europe eastward, more dangerous than the military threats that you have faced down in your history. And it is a threat that military might alone cannot conquer. To defeat it requires a resurgence of family and freedom and faith. Faith in democratic institutions. Faith in the common sense of the ordinary people to govern themselves. Faith above all in God, in His mercy and in His glory. That's a faith that is particularly lacking in the EU and Western Europe now. Hungary is poised to play a critical role and is already playing a critical role in defeating these threats to Western civilization. Allies like Karol Nawrocki in Poland, keep your fingers crossed for Sunday. Giorgia Meloni in Italy, and perhaps most importantly, Donald Trump in America, look forward to a continuing collaboration with Hungary that may be as historically significant as the one between Reagan Thatcher, and Pope John Paul II a half century ago. Western civilization is in the balance. Freedom is in the balance. So let us fight, or as Trump would say, let us fight, 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 to let freedom ring. Let it ring from the mountaintops and from the seashores, in the cities and in the countryside villages, in Hungary, in all of Europe, in the Americas, and in the entire world. Let us fight as though our civilization depends on it, because it does. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Kozamon.
Az illegális migrációval Olaszország is küzd. Rengetegen akarnak törvénytelenül belépni az országba, és ez ellen egyre többen lépnek fel. A patrióták Európáért legás EP képviselője következik, Isabella Tovalieri!
Amici, colleghi, popolo dei patrioti e dei conservatori europei, sono molto felice di essere qui con voi. Lo sapete bene, ogni giorno noi non facciamo solo politica, ma combattiamo una battaglia di verità e di coraggio contro un pensiero dominante che cerca di zittirci. Ogni giorno siamo costretti a combattere per le nostre idee e anche se il confronto politico è certamente stimolante, devo dire che è bello ogni tanto trovarsi a dialogare con chi ha la tua stessa visione del mondo e che condivide con te le risposte alle nuove e preoccupanti sfide che incombono sulle nostre società fino al punto da arrivare a minacciarne la sopravvivenza. Quindi desidero dirvi grazie di cuore per avermi invitata a rappresentare i patrioti, la Lega e l'Italia, perché qui mi sento davvero a casa. Oggi l'Europa, che da tempo ha perso energia e passione, ripiegandosi su posizioni di retroguardia mentre il mondo va in un'altra direzione, ha bisogno di persone pronte a battersi con coraggio per difendere le nostre ricchezze, i nostri valori e le nostre identità, perché un'altra Europa è possibile, un'Europa forte, viva, libera, che non ha paura di difendere ciò che la rende unica, le sue radici, la sua cultura e la sua identità. Come dice anche il vostro presidente Viktor Orban, l'Unione Europea deve essere un'alleanza di nazioni libere, non un impero governato da Bruxelles. La Lega c'è sempre stata da molto tempo insieme ai patrioti, si batte per un'idea di Europa libera, moderna, ispirata ai valori conservatori, Dio, patria e famiglia, il motto del Risorgimento, ma anche lavoro e impresa. Per questo per anni ci hanno attaccati, boicottati, l'intelligenza di sinistra e le elite globaliste ci hanno sbeffeggiati come miopi retrogradi, incapaci di vedere quali mirabolanti vantaggi avremmo ottenuto dal superstato europeo, quali incredibili risorse ci avrebbe riservato l'immigrazione di massa e quale meraviglioso progresso sarebbe derivato dalla cancellazione delle nostre radici cristiane e dall'avvento del politicamente corretto. Ci hanno bollati come anti-europeisti perché abbiamo osato criticare il furto di sovranità di Bruxelles ai popoli europei, non più cittadini ma sudditi di una maxi entità sovranazionale o di grandi poteri economico-finanziari non eletti da nessuno. Ci hanno accusati di essere nemici dell'ambiente perché abbiamo denunciato le follie di una transizione autolesionista disposta a sacrificare sull'altare dell'ideologia benessere, occupazione, sviluppo e progresso. Ci hanno accusato di essere razzisti quando abbiamo messo in guardia dai pericoli dell'immigrazione incontrollata che ha portato nelle nostre città criminalità, insicurezza e degrado, e ora ha compiuto un salto di qualità, infiltrando l'Islam nella nostra società europea con l'obiettivo di sostituire lo Stato di diritto con le regole liberticide della Sharia. Ci hanno chiamato antiquati quando abbiamo difeso le nostre radici dalla minaccia dell'omologazione della cancel culture, quando abbiamo difeso la famiglia, nucleo fondante della società e oggi ridotto ad un orpello e distorta al punto tale che pratiche aberranti come l'utero in affitto sono divenute non solo accettate ma anche di moda. E infine ci hanno accusato di essere fascisti perché difendiamo le forze dell'ordine e perché ci opponiamo a chi inneggia alle occupazioni abusive, all'abolizione delle carceri per i delinquenti, come la mia collega eurodeputata Ilaria Salis, che proprio oggi minaccia di sfidare Budapest partecipando al Gay Pride ed è stata respinta persino dai comunisti ungheresi che erano contrari alla sua passerella protetta dall'immunità parlamentare. Ma abbiamo accolto ogni epiteto con orgoglio, come se fosse una medaglia al valore, convinti di essere dalla parte giusta, e oggi insieme a voi dobbiamo raccogliere i frutti di questi lunghi anni di battaglie. Il consenso per le nostre idee sta crescendo e siamo sempre più influenti nella politica comunitaria. I pericoli che avevamo anticipato ormai si stanno concretizzando. L'Europa ha bisogno di verità e di visioni concrete. Quindi sulla transizione green non si può chiamare svolta quella che è una condanna a morte per le nostre industrie e per i nostri lavoratori. Per questo diciamo no al Green Deal, no allo stop ai motori endotermici e no al sacrificio di un intero continente sull'altare dell'ideologia. Sull'immigrazione selvaggia le nostre città stanno diventando incubatori di odio e radicalismo e, come dice Trump, senza confini non abbiamo una nazione. Per questo chiediamo stretta sulle moschee, espulsioni per chi non ha diritto di entrare in Europa e remigrazione per chi delinque e non vuole integrarsi. Sull'ideologia woke, alla forza dirompente dell'islamismo, l'Europa ha deciso di rispondere con il pensiero debole, con la fine di ogni certezza e di ogni punto fermo. Ci siamo vergognati di essere stati per millenni culla e faro della civiltà nel mondo, e così mentre l'Islam cerca di imporre i suoi simboli, noi cancelliamo i nostri, e quindi, oscurato il presepe e il Natale, la nuova religione europea è la cancel culture e l'ideologia woke. Dobbiamo quindi recuperare l'eredità di Atene, Roma e Gerusalemme che hanno forgiato il pensiero occidentale. Dobbiamo ricominciare ad essere fieri delle nostre radici e della nostra storia, perché senza un'identità forte non possiamo tornare ad essere grandi e riaffermare il ruolo dell'Europa quale guida culturale e politica. È quindi tempo di cambiare e di difendere i nostri valori, primo fra tutti la libertà, per la quale milioni di uomini e donne si sono sacrificati anche a costo della vita. Questo valore cardine ci distingue da tutte le altre culture del mondo e non è qualcosa che si tramanda automaticamente di generazione in generazione, ma, come diceva Ronald Reagan, è qualcosa per cui ogni generazione deve combattere. E la nostra generazione è chiamata a lottare ancora una volta. E qui a Budapest, terra di eroi, non posso dimenticare l'esempio di Hunyadi János, che a pochi chilometri da noi sconfisse un impero, quello ottomano che sembrava invincibile, bloccandone l'avanzata in Europa. E anche noi oggi dobbiamo trovare quel coraggio, perché il pericolo lo abbiamo in casa nostra e l'Europa vale la battaglia. Noi patrioti siamo pronti a continuare la battaglia insieme a tutti voi per difendere senza compromessi ciò che siamo stati e ciò che vogliamo essere. Grazie, grazie Budapest, grazie amici. Viva l'Europa delle nazioni, delle autonomie, del coraggio dei popoli e viva l'Europa delle libertà!
Nagy megtiszteltetés, hogy a paraguayi képviselőház elnöke is itt van ma velünk. Tavaly arról beszélt Budapesten, hogy a magyarok balliberális fősodorral szembeni ellenállása a paraguayi jobboldalt is inspirálja. A színpadon Raúl La Torre!
The Nobel Award-winning writer, Octavio Paz, once noted that the word thank you has an equivalent in every language. And today I say, köszönöm. Thank you for granting me once again the honor of being with you at the CPAC. Muchas gracias for standing firm in these times of hardship. I come from Paraguay, a land of principles and values, a nation that cherishes freedom, sovereignty, and the defense of its faith. Our Constitution recognizes and defends life from the moment of conception, a fact that as a doctor I recognize as an undeniable biological truth. From conception, a new life begins. Though fed and protected by his mother, it's a new life distinct from her. It holds within the full genetic code to become, with time and care, perhaps one of you or me. Our Constitution also upholds and protects the family, our first school, and the fundamental cell of our society, and defines marriage as the union between one man and one woman. But we do not defend these values because they are written in our Constitution. They were written there because they were first carved in the hearts of the Paraguayan people. We declared the Chamber of Deputies as a pro-life and pro-family institution, and in this way ensure that the laws and the public policies established there are guided with the moral clarity that these times so urgently demand. We defend private property and uphold the sacred right that a man and a woman have to enjoy with their families the fruits of their hard-earned labor. For years, we have endured a heavy bombardment from foreign ideologies that threaten life, family, our very identity and faith. And yet, we have held the line, standing as a wall of defense for our principles. From across the ocean, we watch as courageous nations like Hungary also held their banners high, resisting the encroachment of ideas that thought to consume us. It is impossible not to celebrate the shift we see is taking place in the world, with Washington as one of the epicenters of this historic change. and the hopeful rise of what we call the empire of common sense. But it would be unfair not to recognize those who stood firm even before this turning tide, those who resisted the storms, the headwinds, and the relentless assault meant to break their resolve. We stand with the brave people of Hungary, who never wavered in their defense of freedom, even in the darkest moment. Congratulations, Hungary. We stand with CPAC, a beacon of light, a voice of truth, a shield for values and rallying point for all those who refuse to surrender their principles. We stand with Israel, a nation whose destiny is bound to ours, and we defend with unwavering conviction its right to live, to exist, and to protect its people. Our hearts remain with the innocent life still held captive, and we demand their immediate and safe release. Spanish sinks its anonymous roots deep into history, with centuries of immemorial legacy, but its foundation text, without any doubt, the monumental work of the great Cervantes, Don Quixote. Today, I wish to recall a phrase of that masterpiece, and I quote, "Freedom, Sancho, is one of the most precious gifts that heaven has bestowed upon mankind. With it, treasures that earth contains or sea conceals cannot be compared. For freedom, as for honor, one may and must risk one's life." Here at CPAC, I come to honor these words, spoken 5 centuries ago, yet more relevant than ever. Today, I call for freedom. Freedom from collectivist and socialist ideologies. Freedom for gender ideologies that seek to rewrite the very foundations of biology. Freedom for globalist ideologies that strive to impose the hell of uniformity. Freedom for the culture of death, as the great Pope John Paul II called it, freedom against abortion. Freedom for those who attack the family, the cornerstone of human society. Freedom of enterprise and market against the petty tyrants of the day who seek to suffocate the private initiative. We are convinced that we are standing at a turning point in the history of humanity. A generation of patriots is rising, armed with the truth and determined to fight in the battlefields of democracy, ready to reclaim the soul of our civilization. You can count on us in that fight, for our God, for our homeland, and for our families. In the native language of my country, Agüille, Nadien Kesano. Thank you.
No migration, no gender, no war. A következő előadónk is vallja ezt a 3-ast. Az Egyesült Államok egyik leghíresebb politikai kommentátora. A showman a kezdetektől fogva sürgeti a békét Ukrajnában. Magyarország álláspontját osztja, miszerint fegyverekkel nem lehet megoldani ezt a konfliktust. Ilyen barátaink vannak az USA-ban is. Fogadják nagy tapssal Michael Knost!
Thank you very much. It is marvelous to be here. Wonderful to be back in Budapest, the beating heart of European conservatism. We all know that Hungary has been ahead of the curve on the failures of liberalism and the existential need to return to tradition. Even many prominent liberals are beginning to understand that, and we will discuss that in a moment. But Hungary has led the way. In fact, Hungary is so conservative that it was actually the first country to translate my book, Reasons to Vote for Democrats. It was relatively easy because the book doesn't have any words in it, but they put out a copy anyway. It is called Miart I Szavazunk a Libernyakokra. My Hungarian needs a little work. You're too kind. I think you're flattering my Hungarian. On so many political issues, Hungarians have understood the existential challenges that we face earlier and more deeply than just about anyone else. Mass migration, population decline, family collapse, sexual ideology, religious indifference, the erasure of nations. I could go on and on. I am not alone among American conservatives in my gratitude to Hungary for sounding the alarm on so many of these important issues. I would not fly halfway around the world were it only for the goulash, which is very good, by the way. I love the goulash, but Hungary has offered so much more. Your perspicacity has sounded an alarm throughout the West, and I am happy to see the alarm has been heard. This, it seems to me, is the biggest change this year. Were this event taking place 10 years ago, 5 years ago, even last year, we would all feel the pressing need to convince the people of the West that all these threats exist, that we have to face them. Today, there is no need. The people have been convinced. President Trump won the popular vote. He won not only the election, which would be significant enough in itself, he is the first Republican to win the popular vote in 20 years. And he did not win by hiding the ball. He campaigned specifically on all of these once contentious issues: migration, gender ideology, even population collapse, when you consider the fact that this man campaigned with arguably the most prominent pro-natalist in the world. He ran on all of the issues that you Hungarians have been called threats to democracy for highlighting. And our democracy sent him back to the White House, with massive support, by the way, from every constituency. Just this week, the New York Times reported that 1,433 counties in the United States, that is nearly half of all American counties, are triple trend counties for Republicans. That means that they have moved further and further to the right in each of the last 3 elections. By contrast, just 57 counties are triple trend for Democrats. When you plot those data points on a map, the Democrats disappear. It is a sea of Republican red. It's good news. It's very good news. Now, from the European perspective, the clearest proof that the people have been convinced is the UK's Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Just a few months ago, you might have seen, Prime Minister Starmer was denying on camera the very existence of a distinctly English people. In a podcast interview just a week or so ago, he contradicted that. He said, no less a liberal than he admitted that mass migration risks turning the UK into an island of strangers. Who is this man? Where did this man come from? He's been reading too many Hungarian books, I think. Even the globalist liberals are becoming immigration restrictionists. Even they are admitting that Hungary was right, that more broadly, the conservatives were right. At a more fundamental level, in philosophy and religion, the liberal fads of the past half-century no longer persuade most people. Once fashionable atheism is now passé. The decades-long decline of Christian identity, in the United States at least, has leveled off. The gods of the copybook headings have returned. It is as if a spell has been broken. We conservatives no longer need to convince the various populations of the West that liberalism has failed, that its policies pose an existential threat to our civilization, and that we must change course immediately if we wish to survive. The people know we won the argument. Now we face a more difficult challenge. I took the opportunity on the flight over here to revisit a Western classic, which speaks, I think, to this moment. I had already reread Miarti Tsavatsonka Libernyakokra, so that was a quick read, and I decided to turn my attention to another classic. This would be the Aeneid, Book 6. In Book 6, Aeneas asks the Sibyl to help him down to the underworld to visit his father. and the Sibyl basically laughs at him. She says, "Born of the blood of gods, Anchises, son, man of Troy, the descent to the underworld is easy. Night and day, the gates of shadowy death stand open wide. But to retrace your steps, to climb back to the upper air, there the struggle, there the labor lies." This is no revolutionary insight. This is really just common sense. We know that it's easy to destroy and hard to build. We have destroyed much of our civilization. We have defaced our edifices. We've forsaken our posterity. We've betrayed our God. Not only have we done all of these things, most people know that we've done them. Most people, I think, miss the beauty that we've disfigured. Most people regret the children we've lost, the many millions killed by abortion, of course, but also the countless more who were never conceived because of contraception and the selfish sterility that has bankrupted our welfare states and justified throwing open our borders. Most people ultimately, I think, long for the God they presumed to replace, without whom neither our private lives nor our political communities can have any coherent meaning at all. Most people realize we've taken a wrong turn and that the path we're on is literally killing us. To retrace our steps from the precipice of death, to climb back to the upper air, there the struggle, there the labor lies. And Hungary has helped lead the way, not only in your rejection of mass migration, not only in your famous family policy, but all the way down to your constitution, which plainly states, we recognize the role of Christianity in preserving nationhood. Just as the soul is the substantial form of the body, so Christianity is the animating force and unifying principle that distinguishes our civilization. And likewise, the body of our civilization is our people's. If you lose either your body or your soul, you cannot expect to live for very long. People throughout the West seem finally to have recognized how far down the path to destruction we've gone. And I think they've recognized something else. I think they've recognized that we can actually do something about it. There was a news story this week that 8 abortion mills are shutting down in the United States. The reason? President Trump cut their funding. It's that simple. The liberals can wax poetic about the supposedly fundamental right to infanticide or whatever they like. They can accuse the popularly elected president of subverting democracy by giving the voters what they want. But who cares? Who cares what they think? We can just do it. We can just do things. We are not powerless. We can overturn dumb court decisions. We can deport criminals. We can enforce our borders. We can distinguish men from women, encourage marriage, discourage perversion, and promote public religion. It is possible. We can even make our ugly modern buildings beautiful again. This is somewhere that Hungary has truly led the way. I walk around Budapest. I say, wow, where did these beautiful buildings come from? My Hungarian friends tell me, oh, that was built last year. That was built 2 years ago. They were ugly for too many decades, so we just fixed them. You can do it. We're not stuck with ugliness. We're not stuck with decay. The liberals will whine and cry and rend their garments, and they'll call us radicals. But who cares? Not one of those initiatives is radical. They're all perfectly normal. That's what's so radical about them, is they're normal, and we haven't seen normal in a long time. Those are just the things that our forebears have done for all of history, when our civilization still had strength and life. For too long, the people of the West have rendered themselves impotent, as if there were no way under heaven to subvert the supposed science of history and stop the march toward progress, as if we had no say over our governments or even our private lives. Why? I think it's a failure of imagination and courage and ultimately faith. Finally, we are seeing signs that the trance is lifted. Our forebears were able to have the goods that serve civilization, and we can have them too. If some modern ideology impels us to deny those goods, then that modern ideology can go to hell, because I don't want to, and I don't want my country to go there either, and I don't want my civilization to go there either. At long last, people throughout the West have looked around and seen how close we are to destruction. But we have been in the light, in the upper air before. We can still see our footprints, and we can retrace our steps. Thank you to Hungary for helping to show the way back, and God bless all of us in that struggle and labor back to the upper air. Thank you very much.
Politikai pályafutása előtt katonaként szolgált az amerikai hadsereg légideszant hadosztályánál, így semmi kétség, hogy a hazájáért az életét is adná. Ma már Ohio kongresszusi képviselője, a hagyományos amerikai konzervatív értékek védelmezője. Fogadják nagy szeretettel Warren Davidson-t!
Thank you so much. What an honor to join you all. As I was introduced, my name is Congressman Warren Davidson. I represent the great state of Ohio. Many of you know in Hungary, one of the in Ohio, one of the largest expat communities for Hungarians is near Cleveland. Now, my district's more in southwest Ohio, so about as far away from Cleveland as you can get and still be in Ohio, but it's an honor to represent that little slice of America. You know, right now, people around the world have taken note that Donald Trump is America's president again, and we're so excited about it, but we couldn't be happier in Ohio. It feels like we've just had an incredible burden. It's almost like we've been unburdened by what has been. You think about it, Trump 47, to me, is the best sequel ever. I mean, in only 4 months, we've got a secure border, a focused military, an American foreign policy that's focused on our own interests and not some globalist agenda. We've got illegals being deported, criminals being locked up, education focused on teaching our kids, not indoctrinating them into woke ideology. Things are going in the right direction. There's a lot of momentum from the Trump administration. Like I say, the best sequel ever. But Congress, we don't have as much momentum. We're fighting to keep up. Where the DOGE cuts have highlighted problems, we're hopefully going to vote next week to be able to lock those in. So the key is, can we work together to build this agenda? But let's look at what we've overcome already. I mean, for me, when I graduated high school, I joined the Army. I wanted to be an Army Ranger, and I enlisted in America's Army. I was stationed in Germany in 1989. So I was there when the Cold War ended. As some of you in the room were here in the Cold War, and from looking at the audience, a lot of you are pretty new. You came around after the Cold War had already ended. But in those days, you know, I crossed the border into East Berlin. I met people in West Berlin who were experiencing their first hours of freedom. And it was obvious to them that they had been lied to. And a great book, I don't know if he's here still in the audience, but Rod Dreher, a book, Live Not by Lies, documents all these stories of people who were behind the Iron Curtain, who were seeing similarities behind what was happening then and in the 40 years of communism controlling this part of the world. And what you're seeing with the globalist agenda everywhere, but especially in America. I mean, the idea that, you know, it sounded like hyperbole when Ronald Reagan, who was president when I graduated high school, he had famously said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. And that seemed like, well, we could never lose freedom, not in America. But I have colleagues I serve with in Congress now who describe themselves as democratic socialists, who are seeking to impose the same failed ideas that we have around the world. We have people in Western Europe who are coming to Hungary for political asylum from, you know, regimes pushed in Brussels or London or Paris. They're seeking sanctuary here because Hungary has done something that's rare. Freedom surrendered is rarely reclaimed. And Hungary, with the leadership of Prime Minister Viktor Orban, has led an inspiring revolution. Frankly, you all inspire us in America and clearly from the audience from around the world, because we know how hard it is to reclaim ground that's lost. And we've lost so much of it in the United States. Think what happened in those years. You had these neo-Marxists from the Frankfurt School that pushed their ideas. In the 60s and 70s, they had this organization called the Students for Democratic Society. And this guy said, let's do a long march through the institutions, a reference to Mao Zedong's long march that led to the Communist Revolution controlling China. Failed in every way except to seize power. And that's exactly what it's designed to do. It seizes the institutions, things like the media, things like government organizations, heavily focused on education. They disrupt the family and the nation. That's what critical theory is. It's meant to tear down. They never get around to stating precisely what they believe in because they want to build the biggest coalition possible to tear down what exists. And you could see in America where we were under that kind of system. And in a lot of the world, you saw, Prime Minister Tony Bennett earlier from Australia. You look in Australia in shock during COVID and you go, wow, it's looking like a penal colony again. They're literally locking people up during the COVID era. In the United States, they literally wanted to show your papers to be able to eat a meal in certain places. And I think it was sort of a test to see how far people would go. And they went there quickly. They were ready to, their own family members, turn them into authorities, do anything possible to try to silence them or make them comply. Just obey. And it's a bit of a dystopian world. They use the same tactics to undermine candidates that they've tried with Viktor Orban, that they've tried in France, they're trying right now in Poland, they tried and seem to have succeeded in Romania. They're trying to ban political parties in Germany. But don't forget, they tried to put Donald Trump in jail. They tried to stop him from being even eligible to run in multiple states in the United States of America. And if they could have, they would have put him in jail. These tactics are nothing new, but so are the tropes that they use in disinformation. Things like in America, Pat Buchanan was laying out many of the same ideas in the 1990s that really formed the Make America Great Again movement when Donald Trump ran. And just like where they tried these things successfully to hold Hungary back for years, and Prime Minister Orban broke through them, in the United States, they tried these tactics, and they had succeeded in the past, but they met their match with Donald Trump. He was able to break through them because he had built a brand that people knew for years, but we also had other channels that bypassed the media. So let me just lay out sort of a counterinsurgency handbook that breaks through these things. To bypass free speech, we got maybe one of the biggest wins in the world when Elon Musk bought Twitter. So when he first bought it, many of the things that you can say today were considered conspiracy theories, and my own government was working with big tech companies to shape speech, not just in America, but around the world. We see elections, and we still don't have answers for the elections in America in 2020. They never wanted to hear the cases. They said you don't have standing. They tried to throw out cases and say the cases are thrown out. They never ruled on the merits of the case. Thankfully, Donald Trump came back and overcame it. And part of the same things that have proved resilient for the Make America Great Again movement are the values that we share. In Ohio, our state is now more Republican than known conservative states like Texas, because we're not going to go along with the idea that we don't know the difference between a man and a woman. And if you think about this, this is an attack not just on the family, it's an attack on the idea that there is a creator and that in the beginning he created them male and female. I want to caution you about something that is a big danger, though, and that's the money. I traveled to London, to Brussels, and to Basel, Switzerland in October. And every central bank, including America's central bank, the Federal Reserve, around the world is working on a central bank digital currency. This is the dystopian tool that you see in all sorts of fiction, that you see in the book of Revelation described in Scripture. It is a tool for surveillance, coercion, and control. It corrupts money from its proper use as a means of payment and exchange and a store of value to this dystopian tool. Hungary is wise to stay on its own currency and to have a system that protects cash. And you have to protect those permissionless systems where you can pay one person or another so that your money doesn't become corrupted. It is an essential tool to defend freedom in our world today, and I believe it poses an existential threat. So as I've gathered here for my first time in Hungary and at my first CPAC Hungary event, it's been great to see people from all over the world who have many of the same concerns. And you just need to know that you're not alone in the world, that there are people all over the world rooting for you to succeed, and you have friends in Congress in the United States of America who want to help you defend freedom. We can't fail. I mean, so you know the stakes are so high. There is no substitute for victory, and I'm encouraged by you. I hope you're encouraged by our presence today, and I wish you a great success in all of your elections and all of your fights so that we can together ensure that good governments defend freedom. God bless you. God bless America. God bless Hungary. Köszönöm.
Hölgyeim és uraim, hamarosan a színpadon érkezik a Holland Szabadságpárt elnöke, Geert Wilders, ám előtte Donald Trump tanácsadója, a közösségi média jobboldali guruja is felszólal a CPAC Hungaryn. Évek óta azon dolgozik, hogy a jobboldal a progresszívek által uralt közösségi médiában is érvényesüljön. Orbán Viktorra a konzervatív világ példaképeként tekint, mert szerinte olyan értékeket képvisel, amelyeket az Egyesült Államokban is meg kellene erősíteni. Hölgyeim és uraim, a színpadon Alexander Bruzowitz, és akivel beszélget Brian Leib, az Alapjogokért Központ vezetőkutatója.
Hello, Budapest. Good to see you again.
How you doing?
So it is an honor to be back on the stage here once again with not just a friend, not just a supporter, proud supporter of President Donald J. Trump, but a proud Floridian. You have two Floridians sitting on your stage right now. Thank you so much. So Alex, you were just here in Budapest a little while ago, and you had a front row seat to all the amazing things that they're doing here, that Miklos Santo and so many others are doing. You know, America first, Hungary first. What are the similarities that you're seeing, in your opinion?
Right, well, as you just mentioned, I was here just at the end of March, just a few weeks ago, and I met some great guys right there, and Miklos, who's doing a fantastic job, by the way. Can we hear it from Miklos?
Yes.
Incredible talent. But I was here for the first time just at the end of March, like I just said, and the country, it's so beautiful, it's so clean, the history's incredible, and there are tremendous similarities, not just between our people, our countries, but our two leaders, right? You know, both leaders understand the importance of defending the homeland, protecting the family, and honoring God. And, you know, unfortunately, the left doesn't believe in those values, and you see countries all throughout Europe and all throughout the world that are ruled by leftist leaders, and their countries aren't nearly as prosperous or as successful and safe as here in Hungary. So there's a lot of similarities between both leaders and both countries, and I think Europe would be better off if they took more lessons from Budapest rather than Brussels.
You know, our president, President Trump, and back home, and Viktor Orban here, they have such a fantastic friendship and such a good relationship, and it's been so amazing to watch this relationship budding on the world stage, right? Speaking about world stage, President Trump just got back from a historic visit to the Middle East. President Trump showed us during the first term that he is the ultimate deal maker. He is the ultimate peacemaker. And what we just saw in the Middle East is nothing short of remarkable, ladies and gentlemen. He is completely reshaping the Middle East in ways that I think a lot of people thought wasn't possible. You and I probably thought it was possible, but a lot of people maybe didn't think it was possible. But what do you think about what's happening? What's the message that President Trump is sending to our partners and to our foes on the world stage?
Well, I think very clearly the president is sending a message that the neoconservatism that once dominated the Republican Party and our foreign policy, it's dead and gone. And that's a great thing, not just for our country, but for the world. We had some of the most dangerous and corrupt people running our military and running our State Department for decades before the president. And we have to reverse decades of wrongdoing and bad policies, and the president is just totally bucking the status quo, which is a great thing, and resetting the relationships on the global stage. The president was just in Qatar and in UAE and in Saudi, as you mentioned. That trip would have been unheard of for any other Republican president before him. But these are great economic trading partners. They have blossoming economies. Are they perfect countries? Absolutely not. But we're not striving for perfection. We're looking for good deals for the American people. And so, you know, I also loved when the media, for example, they would say, we need to get rid of Trump and we need to put the experts back in charge. For some reason, they thought Joe Biden was an expert, which, not an expert on much, but they thought he was an expert. And look what the experts did. The experts, or so-called experts, they led to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, which is an absolute travesty. Thousands of troops on both sides dying every day. Then that led to the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan, which left 13 of our brave soldiers killed and many more wounded. And then after that, it was the terrible conflict on October 7th, and what's happened since then. The world needs a strong leader in America, and Donald Trump is that strong leader, but now we have to reverse all of the disastrous policies and events over the last 4 years, and it's going to take some time, but we have the deal maker in chief and somebody who understands how to leverage the American might to get these deals done.
I think you're exactly correct, and I think what's really so important right now about Trump 47 is not just that we have President Trump back in the White House, but that we have a fantastic Vice President J.D. Vance, his entire cabinet. I mean, everyone is rowing in the right direction right now. Yeah. And you know, Alex, you just mentioned something about the lies that we heard about President Trump. You know, another lie that I know you and I heard all the time, and many in this room heard, is that President Trump was never respected on the world stage. Did anyone just see the visit to the Middle East? I mean, did you see the red carpets
they rolled out red carpets. They were throwing flowers on his beautiful hair. You know, they showed tremendous respect on the world stage. They didn't show respect to Joe Biden, but unfortunately, what is there to respect? You look at the guy, he's got a son who's a crackhead. Don't do drugs, kids who are in the crowd. But you know, he had a terrible family life. He was the worst president in the history of our country. The president always says that Jimmy Carter was able to die a happy man because he was no longer the worst president in American history. Joe Biden took that mantle. But you know, unfortunately, we were a joke around the world for many years, but we are now respected once again.
You are exactly correct. Our allies respect us and our enemies fear us.
It's a good way to be.
That is a good way to politic,
right?
So to speak. Alex, you have been so instrumental with President Trump, with the America First movement, with the conservative movement as a whole, bringing young people back into our party, getting them switched into our party. I mean, you've done so many amazing things. What do you see as the future of maybe not just the America First movement, but the conservative movement as a whole?
Right, well, thank you for the kind words, and it's been the honor of my lifetime to fight alongside President Trump and play whatever role I've had the opportunities to play in this movement. And, you know, I don't think we'll ever be able to replicate the MAGA movement anywhere. But there's some close copycats, and the movement that Orbán has built here, the respect that he has for his people and the respect that his people have for him reminds me of what President Trump has built. But something I admire most about the president is that he has leveraged his platform and leveraged his influence to build up the next generation of conservative voices. I look at myself, for example, I would have about 0 social media followers if it weren't for President Trump. And fortunately, now I have a very large platform. I can get a message out pretty clearly and effectively. And it's not just me. It's dozens and dozens of people like me. Look at the congressmen that President Trump has helped usher into office. Look at the senators. Look at the governors. Look at people like Byron Donalds in our home state of Florida, who's going to be an incredible governor.
Hopefully our next governor.
He will be, don't worry.
Good.
The wife's not going to win.
Good.
But, you know, Byron's going to be a fantastic governor. Look at Vivek Ramaswamy running for governor in Ohio. We have an incredible bench of talent thanks to President Trump using his platform, using his resources to build up these voices. And my message and my hope for world leaders, conservative world leaders, is to do the same. Orbán has got a tremendous presence and a tremendous influence here. And there's so much young talent that I have met in my short time in Hungary. And it's my hope that, which I think he's doing with an event like this, right, where they're identifying young Hungarian leaders that will carry his movement long into the future. I hope Nigel Farage has the same success, and conservative leaders all throughout Europe, they need to leverage their influence, leverage their platforms, and grow the voices of the next generation, because these movements need to live long into the future. I'm 28 years old, I'm a young guy, and I don't want to have to, you know, deal with socialists over here. So please, please do your job.
Well, I think if there's one thing, Alex, that we can count on with our friends here in Hungary, is that they are going to do their job. And thanks to our friends Miklos here and everyone at the Center for Fundamental Rights, they've been doing such a fantastic job. And I just want to reiterate really quickly, we have just 20 seconds left. I opened with, you have 2 Floridians sitting on stage. I don't know if you heard it, but we both just predicted that our dear friend Byron Donalds is going to be the next governor of Florida. So we're making some moves for our friend Byron across the Atlantic.
That's exactly right.
Alex, this has been truly fantastic conversation. I know you're going to probably come back to Budapest many more times.
If they'll have me. Can I come back? Thank you.
Sounds like a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Budapest.
Wonderful. Thanks, guys.
Alex,
Thanks,
great job, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Az ember, aki a liberálisok fellegvárának tartott Hollandiában 2 évtizedes munkájának köszönhetően győzelemre vitte a józan ész erőit. A Holland Szabadságpárt 2023-ban átütő sikert elérve megnyerte a holland választásokat. A halálos fenyegetések sem térítették el attól, hogy felszólaljon az illegális migráció ellen. Magyarország nagy barátja, akinek még a felesége is magyar. Hölgyeim és uraim, kérem fogadják nagy szeretettel a CPAC színpadán Geert Wilderst!
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, hello Hungary, how are you today? Köszönöm, hogy újra meghívtak. kiváltság, hogy felszólhatok, és mindig nagy öröm számomra, ha itt lehetek Magyarországon. My friends, 18 months ago, my party won the Dutch elections. We became the biggest party in the Netherlands and the largest party in the government coalition. And we have one priority: stop the mass immigration. The Dutch are, as you know, by nature a welcoming people. But too many fake fugitives, too many freeloaders, criminals, those who want to live off us but do not respect us, are entering our country. So we have introduced some border controls, and the aim is to further toughen up our laws. But I have to be honest, it is not enough. It is too little and it is too late. So my party wants much more. And we want it now. We want to close our borders for more asylum seekers and turn them back at our borders. We want the Dutch army to control our borders intensively. We want a temporary stop of all family reunification of asylum seekers. We want 60,000 Syrian refugees in the Netherlands to return to Syria immediately. And we want, maybe one of the most important things, we want all criminal foreigners to be deported from the Netherlands. My friends, walk the streets of Western Europe. Get on a bus, the metro, on the train, and you will see that it often looks like a medieval Arab city full of headscarves and burqas. Millions of people all over Europe today feel like strangers in our own country, in our own neighborhoods. Mass immigration is rapidly changing our culture and identity. It's changing the face of Western Europe, and not for the better, but for the worse. The Muslim population in Europe is about to triple from the present 5% to 15% of the population by the middle of the century. Islam is rising, but I do not want Islam to rise. Do you, I ask you? And I don't want Islam to rise in our societies, for Islam and freedom are incompatible. When asked in a national poll last week whether Islam belongs to our society, more than 60% of the Dutch people said no. Islam does not belong to our society. Of course, not every Muslim is an extremist. In fact, most are not. But unfortunately, too many of them are eager to stamp their mark of intolerance and hate and even conquest on our society. Like last Easter Sunday, when the center of Rotterdam, the second biggest city in my country, was taken over by screaming Arab-speaking imams who were supported in our city, Rotterdam, by thousands of their followers who were waving with Al-Qaeda and Taliban flags while shouting Allahu Akbar and demanding the extermination of Israel. Or on May 5th, one of our national holidays, when we recommend and commemorate the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Holland from the Nazi tyranny. Dutch flags were absent and Palestinian flags omnipresent in almost all our neighborhoods full of immigrants. Why should I fly the Dutch flag? An inhabitant told the Dutch TV. The Palestinian flag is more important to us. My friends, if we don't act today, our future will be more and more Islamic. And the repercussions will be enormous. You cannot imagine how tough the repercussions will be. And unfortunately, I know what I'm talking about. I've been marked for death for criticizing Islam. Many fatwas have been issued against me. I live under 24/7 police protection in a government safe house with my wife for more than 20 years now, only for criticizing Islam. And of course, I will never be silenced. And I will... Thank you. Of course, I will never be silenced, and I will never follow in the footsteps of those weak politicians who have opened Europe's borders, who impoverishing and endangering our people, selling out our Judeo-Christian civilization to those who shout the anti-Semitic choruses in our streets today. And I do not fear for myself. I fear that 20 years from today, my fate will be your fate and the fate of your children. And this is bound to happen if we do not stop the three propellers of Islamization. First, mass immigration. Second, woke multiculturalism. And third, maybe the worst, political cowardice. However, there is also good news. And the good news is here, right in front of me. And the good news has a face. You, my friends, are the good news. You are the good news because while we're living in an age of unfortunate Islamization, you are ushering in the age of the patriotic renaissance. And we patriots, we own the future because we are rooted in our past. Patriotism binds us to the generations before us and the generations after us. We are part of something big and beautiful, a nation's history, a concern for its future, a heritage which our parents preserved for us and which we are called to pass on to our children so that it will thrive long after we ourselves are gone. We do not love politics for its own sake. Politics is just a tool. And Tolkien wrote it very correctly when he said, "I do not love the bright sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for his glory. I love only that which they defend." And so it is for us. Our swords, our endeavors are at the service of the old values that we cherish: God, homeland, and family. God, homeland, and family are the three things we defend. Because we know that without our Judeo-Christian civilization, there would be no separation of church and state. There would be no democracy. There would be no freedom of speech. There would be no conscience. There would be no equality for the law. There just would be hell and tyranny. Sharia law is hell and tyranny. And the second wave we defend is our homeland. The love of our homeland is what makes our nations great. Make your country great again does not mean it has to become great again so that you could love it. Rather, it means you should love it so that it will be great again. And the third pillar of patriotism, my friends, of course, is the family. Churchill already said that it's around the family and the home that the most dominating virtues of human society are created, strengthened, and maintained. And patriotic policies are the only correct answer to our present problems. So please show your patriotism through all your deeds and work as you are doing today. Make actions, be an example, win it over others, and claim your victory. Build a home, be proud of your nation, build a family, love your nation. And in doing so, my friends, you defend your identity. And if you defend your identity, you defend your liberty. And by defending our liberty, we defend our survival. And by defending our survival, we will win. Together, we will win the future, and we will. My friends, all this begins with protecting the hands that raise the family and run the home. The hands of the ordinary men and women whom we, patriots, have the duty to defend. And I ask you to do it loudly. To do it so loudly that we let the Islam appease us here and we let the cultural relatives bark, but they hear us say that we fight for faith, family, and freedom. Please, patriots, claim the future. The future is yours. The future is ours. God, at the end of the day, will make sure that your beautiful country, Hungary, and my country, the Netherlands, and all those countries will be in safe hands. Thank you so much today. Köszönöm szépen. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and this is the end of our wonderful CPAC Hungary 2025. Hölgyeim és uraim, sajnos most véget ért, ezzel véget ért a 2025-ös CPAC Hungary, de hát fantasztikusan éreztük magunkat, és nagyon szépen köszönjük, hogy eljöttek, itt voltak, meghallgatták az előadóinkat. Köszönjük minden előadónknak, hogy elfogadták a meghívást, a szervezőknek, a háttércsapatnak, az operatőröknek, a tévénézőknek, a tolmácsoknak. By the way, tolmácskészülékeket kérnénk, hogy szolgáltassák vissza, nehogy hazavigye valaki, ez egy nagyon fontos kérés. A stage managernek nagyon nehéz lenne mindenkit egyesével felsorolni, és csapatának.
Illetve hát az Alapjogokért Központ minden egyes munkatársának, mert az a munka, amit beletettek ebbe a CPAC-be, hogy ezt így tudjuk eltölteni ezt a 2 napot, az emberfeletti munka volt, és így tényleg a legvégén óriási köszönet, óriási hála mindenkinek, aki itt volt és végigkövette velünk az eseményeket. Bízom benne, hogy ez egy olyan feltöltő 2 nap volt, ami kitart egy kicsit még az előttünk álló időszakra.
Igazi lelki feltöltődés volt szerintem.
Az volt, és ez ránk is fér, mert egy nehéz időszak előtt állunk. Jövőre Magyarországon választások lesznek, úgyhogy kedves patrióta barátaim, sok erőre, sok energiára lesz szükségünk a következő időszakban. Hajrá, patrióták! Éljen Magyarország! Viszontlátásra! Köszönjük szépen!
És most egy nagy selfie-t szeretnénk
és még
a
egy fotót,
közönséggel csinálni.
még egy
István,
fotót,
Péter, Dóra, gyertek fel ti is, és csináljunk
gyertek.
már egy közös képet.
Még várjanak egy kicsit, egy utolsó nagy fotót, lejövünk ide, és akkor az a legegyszerűbb. Jöjjünk le ide, nem? Gyertek!